Volume 1 Synopsis. The labyrinth that swallowed humanity. 4 choices were given to them: easy mode, where anyone can survive; normal mode, where only those who fight survive; hard mode, where only 1% can survive; and the solo mode, where only one person survived. The strongest returnee of humanity, Kang Taesan, was an easy mode player. He heard countless times, "What if you had chosen the hard mode or even the normal mode?" Regretting his cowardly choice while dying amidst destruction, he gets another chance to choose. "This time I won't make the wrong choice." The strongest easy mode player has returned. Show more. Chapter 1 Prologue plus Easy Mode Player Part 1. Taesan stared pensively at the enemy in front of him. Kayaye, its radiant red scales were shimmering. The reptile's eyes seemed to contain all of the cruelty in the world. White flames were sometimes visible as it exhaled its breath. The red dragon growled. The king of dragons, Mobius lizard, which heralded the end of everything, the one who guarded the abyss. It was a divine being that even gods could not easily deal with. All Taesan had against such a monster was his shabby equipment. The most basic suit of cloth armor and a rusty sword, that was all. With this equipment, I'm supposed to fight a dragon alone. This difficulty level definitely lives up to its name. He wasn't entirely alone. He felt a gaze from above. The light contained in that gaze was simple. It was filled with endless expectations of him, as well as admiration for miracles that would be shown in the future. They wouldn't interfere with the feast in front of them. They would always watch from a distance, as usual. He was used to it now. He held the sword without hesitation. Krrr. The dragon moved its front claw and tried to cautiously back away as it looked at Taesan. The cruelty reflected in those eyes began showing hints of fear. "Why are you scared, Kaie?" As if having come to a decision, the dragon roared and moved its feet. Its bulky body approached as the ground thumped under its weight. Taesan looked behind him. The door through which he had entered was long gone. There was no escape. The battlefield this time was about the size of a sports field, just like always, kill or die. As he took a step forward, the dragon roared threateningly. Kaie, the dragon's roar overwhelms you. Starting judgment, stat reduction judgment in progress, action restriction judgment in progress, mental collapse judgment in progress, surrender judgment in progress, instant death judgment in progress. All judgments succeeded. You endured with the indomitable spirit. All stats have increased. Your actions will never stop. Acquired the special always active skill, continuous action. A spirit that does not succumb descends. A body that does not surrender manifests. Your opponent is an invincible enemy. Judgment unnecessary. Your heart did not break against an enemy who cannot be defeated. Judgment unnecessary. Your fighting spirit rose against an enemy who cannot be defeated. Judgment unnecessary. Your willpower increased against an enemy who cannot be defeated. All stats have increased. You will never break during battle. You have gained an eye that discerns the opponent's weaknesses. The dragon was intimidated by you, who did not surrender. The dragon felt fear towards you, who did not falter. The dragon is filled with fear of defeat towards you, who is filled with confidence. Clear it. Taesan cleared the system window and brandished his sword. "Come at me quickly, this will be over soon." Koa, the dragon charged toward Taesan. "Ah, annoying," Taesan grumbled as he walked through the devastated city. "Why did that damn thing run all the way here and annoy people?" Traces of alien shapes were visible in the collapsed streets. However, Taesan simply walked down the road with indifference. "Is this Anyang?" He could no longer find any traces of that city in these ruins. What was left visible were only buildings and their foundations, as well as the shattered asphalt. In this scenery devoid of human scent, Taesan scrunched up his face. So bothersome. He strode forward. It didn't take long to find what he had come for. Grrr, a monster appeared. It was completely black, resembling neither human nor animal. 3 such monsters were tearing apart a body. That body was Taesan's target. However, it wasn't dead but was still alive. Quite a spectacle. Grrr. The monsters noticed Taesan. They finished consuming the rest of the body and moved slightly. Monster 435 is glaring at you. Monster 121 is glaring at you. Monster 122 is glaring at you. Really, can't they have better names? Taesan grumbled. Every time he saw their names while fighting, he felt drained. Grrr. The monsters rushed at him. While their speed was beyond human capabilities, Taesan simply looked at them with annoyance. "Hey. Open the door." Taesan knocked heavily on the door in front of a giant wall. The vibration of his knock spread through the door and it opened before long. "Bro, you're here. Couldn't you have asked someone else? This is so bothersome." Haha. Knowing what's out there, there was no one else but you, bro. Yoongjun welcomed him upon his return. He looked beside Taesan and asked with a confused face. "The SKP, he's dead. The monsters ate all of his body." "What?" Yoongjun was taken aback. He was a hard mode player and he's already dead. 3 A-grade monsters were cheerfully tearing him apart. Yoongjun closed his mouth. While hard mode players were strong, an A-grade monster was equal in strength to one. There would have been no way to deal with three of them. Where are those monsters? If there were three A-grade monsters nearby, they needed to be dealt with quickly. Taesan calmly responded to Yoongjun's serious question. I killed them all. Yoongjun then felt drained and muttered, I see. Enough, I'm hungry, let's go to a restaurant. Yes, there were several buildings within the walls. They all seemed old and on the verge of collapsing, but single-family homes that maintained their shapes could still be seen. While walking, Yoongjun asked Taesan, Bro, be honest. You're not an easy mode player, are you? What nonsense is this now? Taesan frowned. How many have come through the labyrinth with me? Ask them. All the easy players other than you are dead, you know. Even those who pop up occasionally die within a couple of days. Was it like that? Honestly, how can an easy player survive in the current situation? Even normal players are barely managing. You're the strange one, bro. An easy player who laughed at hard mode. That was Taesan. Why are you so strong? I'm a hard player, but I'm nothing compared to you. You guys just cleared too hastily. You're saying that again. So what do you want me to do? The other players rushed to clear the labyrinth while Taesan had grasped every aspect. That was the single point of difference in Taesan's view. Since we can't go back to the labyrinth anyway, let's stop the pointless talk and eat. Yes, yes. They entered an old tent and Taesan sat at the dining table. What's for dinner today? Potatoes. Taesan's face distorted. Potatoes again? Can't you cultivate something else? There's sweet potato or corn. But potatoes are the most efficient, so what can we do? There's a limit to the quantity in simple cultivation. It was a skill that allowed a player to cultivate something from nothing anywhere. Thanks to this skill that a few people possessed, humanity has survived until now. Didn't you learn it, bro? Why would an easy mode player learn such a thing? There's food everywhere, no matter where you go. That's also true. Yoongjun nodded his head. Yoongjun brought out the potatoes after a few moments. The two ate in silence without any conversation. From a distance there was a commotion. They were voices mixed with cheers and sighs as well as shouts that denied reality. Looks like another one who cleared has come. It seems so. A player who cleared the labyrinth and returned to Earth caused a disturbance because he couldn't accept reality. It was a common occurrence. Neither Taesan nor Yoongjun moved. It was a habit now for those players to be subdued by those around him. Eventually, they would listen to the explanations without causing a fuss. But this time, unlike usual, the noise did not easily subside. Brother, he seems to be a hard player. Damn, Taesan's face distorted. Validating Yoongjun's words, a man ran inside in a hurry. Taesan, come quickly. It's a total mess right now. Why me? There are a lot of hard players, can't they handle it? Oh, come on, you know as well as I do why, just come quickly. Taesan stood up with a grimace. Yoongjun leisurely took Taesan's potato. Please go and come back. If you eat that, I'll kill you. Yoongjun quietly put the potato back. Taesan followed the man with a sigh. What kind of guy is this one? He's a hard mode clearer, claiming that we're all lying and is causing a commotion. Are there not enough hard players here to subdue him? Is he quite strong? Fucking hell, the man clicked his tongue. He's got some decent skills, so someone might die if we try to subdue him. That's why we need your help, Taesan. What about Taeyeon? Taeyeon is currently out on external reconnaissance. You knew that, right? Huff, sighing, Taesan headed toward the center of the commotion. There a young man was shouting with a red face. Don't joke with me, how is this Earth? This is a hidden camera. Stop fooling around. Young friend, this really is Earth. The world has changed a lot while you were in the labyrinth. Don't joke with me, the man swung his fist roughly. The middle-aged man who had been trying to calm him down stepped back with a groan. He's about to get rough. Taesan, I'm counting on you. The man who brought Taesan cheered him on. Aren't you ashamed to depend on an easy player like me? This is a time where we can't survive with shame. Taesan clicked his tongue and walked towards the man. In the square, only the man and Taesan remained. Young man, what's your name? Lee Changchun. I see, Changchun, sadly this really is Earth. We're in the process of being annihilated. Don't joke with me, is that your catchphrase or something? There's no way this is Earth. There are so many players, yet they can't stop these monsters. You're all lying to me, Changchun roared in rage. It's common for those who return from the labyrinth to lose their minds after being unable to accept reality. And he showed no signs of accepting it easily. In such cases, there was only one solution. Taesan clenched his fist. If he gets hit, he'll understand. Duel request. Changchun was taken aback by the prompt on the screen. Duel, who are you? Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan, Changchun chewed on his name and smirked. The easy player who always had a big mouth. You know me, must be a frequent community user. What a joke. An easy player like you wants to challenge a hard player, Changchun scoffed at Taesan. The gap in strength between players from the different difficulties was immense. Even if 100 easy players gathered, it would be difficult to even deal damage to a hard player. But Taesan simply waved his hand with an annoyed look on his face. Shut up and come at me. If you can beat me, I'll show you the real world you want so badly. Don't regret it, the one who's going to regret it is you. Duel established, Lee Changchun and Kang Taesan may begin the duel. The onlookers made space around them. Changchun, who had been confidently standing, began to waver slightly. The people around them were beginning to make bets as if the outcome wasn't even worth watching. Who are you betting on? 1 potato on Kang Taesan, 5 potatoes on Kang Taesan, 3 potatoes on Kang Taesan. Isn't anyone betting on the young man? He might just win, you know. There was no reply to that. No one here thought Changchun would be able to win. They actually believed that an easy player could defeat a hard player. Taesan crossed his arms nonchalantly. I'll let you attack first. You, Changchun gritted his teeth. The duel had begun regardless, so there was no backing out now. Lee Changchun activated increase. His basic attack power has increased by 50%. Lee Changchun activated concentration. The next attack has a high probability of hitting. Lee Changchun activated strong strike. The next attack will deal significant damage. Wow, adding increase and strong strike. That's a powerful combo. People around him marveled at the sight, but that was it. They calmly waited for the outcome as Changchun gritted his teeth. I don't care anymore. He charged towards Taesan. Lee Changchun's attack. Kang Taesan's first attack immunity is activated. 0 damage to Kang Taesan. Huh, are you done? Changchun checked his system window in disbelief. First attack immunity skill, what was that? He had never seen anything like it while playing in hard mode. Now it's my turn, right? Taesan raised his fist. Changchun quickly snapped out of shock and raised his arms to protect himself. Kang Taesan's attack. Lee Changchun activated solid. The damage received is reduced by half. Kang Taesan activated absolute judgment. The opponent's defense skills and defense are ignored. 49 damage to Lee Changchun. Huh, Changchun was baffled again. It was too weak. His health points were well over 1,000. This kind of attack was nothing more than a tickle. Alright, Changchun steadied his nerves. His opponent was an easy player. The absolute gap in stats and level couldn't be easily bridged, but Taesan raised his fist again. Your health exceeds 1,000, right? Kang Taesan activated addition. Current attack power is doubled. Kang Taesan activated multiply. Current attack power is squared. Kang Taesan activated absolute judgment. The opponent's defense skills and defense are ignored. Changchun's body stiffened. Take this. Why wait? Kang Taesan's attack. 96.4 damage to Lee Changchun. While Mr. Taesan, isn't that too harsh? He didn't die, did he? How much kinder do you want me to be here? Taesan grumbled. Changchun was sprawled out on the ground, twitching. Young man, do you understand now? This is the real Earth. We are the failures who managed to clear that miserable labyrinth but couldn't protect Earth. Don't joke. Tears dripped from Changchun's eyes. Why is the world like this? It would have been better if we didn't clear the labyrinth. Silence followed his words. The man who had been comforting Changchun smiled bitterly. But we've all come out. What can we do? We should try to save this insane world anyway. Back when this world was still their world, the sky had split open and monsters poured out of it. Choices then appeared before humanity. Easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, and solo mode. The players chose different levels of difficulty and entered the labyrinth. Those who cleared it then returned to Earth, to an Earth overrun with monsters and on the brink of destruction. They were those people. And Taesan was a player who chose easy mode. Chapter 2, Easy Mode Player, Part 2. Yoongjun, who had been watching from a distance, quickly approached Taesan. Good job, you came. Of course I had to come and watch you fight. Don't talk nonsense. Taesan caught the potato that Yoongjun had thrown at him. His face crumpled at the touch of the now-cooled potato. This was why I didn't want to go. Returning to the restaurant was a bother, so he had no choice but to eat it. Lee Changchun, who was on his mind, had long disappeared. Only Yoongjun was left to admire Lee Changchun's defeat. Wow, you are really great, Hyung. Even though he's a hard player, you beat him in one hit. Is there anything great about defeating such a weak guy? He's not a weak guy. Yoongjun said this with some trepidation. Changchun was strong. Besides, he also had a valuable skill that few other hard players possessed. His strong attack was also quite a successful skill. Sturdiness, a rare skill that halved all damage, was also rare. Even Yoongjun, considered the strongest hard player, would have struggled to suppress him. He was not a player who could be easily taken down. Taesan was just overwhelmingly strong. Yoongjun couldn't suppress his curiosity. So, how on earth did you acquire that multiplication skill, such a crazy skill that would automatically square the power of an attack? It wasn't even applying the effect to the basic attack power but rather the current attack power. Taesan's basic stats were lacking, with the highest capping at about 10,000. However, depending on the user, the damage that could be dealt was nearly infinite. The only comparable skill was addition, but it was utterly negligible when compared to multiplication. Lee Taeyeon was the only other player to possess it after Taesan. What's absolute judgment? Ignoring defense? Where is there such a skill? Absolute invalidation of the first attack? What kind of cheat-like skill is that? Where on earth did you get it from? Yoongjun was genuinely curious. If every easy player had gotten skills like Taesan, Yoongjun would have killed himself for choosing hard mode. However, only Taesan had such skills. As always, Taesan answered, I worked hard and got them well. There you go again, even in this situation do you have something to hide? That's all there is, so what do you want me to do? Taesan replied lazily. He had diligently broken through the labyrinth tower. He didn't merely pass through it but understood and analyzed it thoroughly. That was all there was to it. However, people couldn't accept it even if he explained it that way. For them, the labyrinth was nothing more than hell. They didn't try to understand why he put in the effort to understand and analyze such a dreadful world. And so, Taesan too worked hard. Yoongjun could feel that Taesan had no desire to explain in detail, so he simply only spoke. Then another cheer erupted from the other side. Oh, looks like another player has arrived. It's a good year, I don't think so. Usually a player would arrive in the center of the city, however the cheer came from the side nearest to the barrier. Yoongjun also noticed this quickly. Looks like Lee Taeyeon has arrived. In a situation where humanity was on the brink of extinction, no one had the luxury of being concerned about style and safety. Most of the houses in the city were on the verge of collapse. However, there was a single neat house among them. It looked as if it had been consistently maintained and not even a speck of dust was on its walls. She's still annoyingly attentive to these things. Taesan stood in front of the house with an annoyed expression. He then entered, squeak. As the door opened and the interior was revealed, Taesan was taken aback. What the hell? All sorts of decorations and murals were visible inside. The madness of this world meant that nobody cared about decorating their homes. If someone did, they would be considered insane. Taesan sighed and spoke to the woman who was waiting for him inside the house. Are you not going to fix this strange habit? I don't want to hear about my hobbies. The woman grumbled while sitting in a luxurious red leather chair. The long-haired lady proudly raised her finger. Isn't it beautiful? I got it from an art museum this time. At the end of her finger was a gigantic portrait. The portrait, 4 times the size of a human body, didn't have a speck of dust or a single scratch on it. In an outside world swarming with all kinds of monsters, she had carefully brought that portrait back without knowing if she would see tomorrow. Taesan sighed. Why must the strongest human be a woman like you, Lee Taeyeon? The only human who cleared solo mode. She was a woman considered to be the strongest human on Earth. According to Taesan's standards, she was also the most abnormal. Lee Taeyeon grinned. In a situation like this, obsession with something is important. How about you try having a hobby like me? I used to think things like art had no meaning in the old world, but now I see each has its own flavor. For instance, this portrait I brought this time. Let's hear about that when we have time. The more Lee Taeyeon talked, the further she strayed from the main point. From his past experiences, Taesan knew it was best to not get sucked in and just get to the point. What's the matter? The reason why Taesan came here was because Lee Taeyeon had called for him. Lee Taeyeon casually touched the armrest of her chair. That newbie in hard mode. You said you were training him. There's no one else to do it, so I have to. Really, an easy mode player training a hard mode player. No matter how many times I hear it, it's a weird story. Lee Taeyeon said this while giving Taesan a curious look. Status window. Lee Taeyeon's status window appeared. Lee Taeyeon, level 258. HP 45,810/45,810. Mana. 7020/7020. Strength 10,152. Intelligence 9899. Agility 13,254. Attack plus 5421. Defense plus 8456. Target is frightened. To any other person, these stats would inspire awe. Even a casual attack from her would be deadly against a fully prepared hard mode player. Taesan simply looked at her status window blankly. What's this? Are you showing off? Just a simple check. Taesan, show me your status window as well. You are bragging, aren't you? So much for feeling inferior to the easy mode player. Grumbling, Taesan opened his status window. Kang Taesan, level 57, HP 1021/1021. Mana 820/820. Strength 105. Intelligence 100. Agility 98, attack plus 49, defense plus 58. Target is in optimal condition. Lee Taeyeon nodded her head. As expected, you're pretty weak. Taesan frowned. Are you suggesting we fight? Didn't I say it's just a simple check? Still, those stats are pretty good. Most easy mode players have stats much worse than yours. In terms of mana, you'd rank among the top even among normal mode players. Fundamentally, Taesan was a player of the easiest difficulty level. And the difference in growth based on the difficulty of the labyrinth was extreme. Since all growth stopped the moment the labyrinth was cleared, it was impossible to get stronger. Typically, a hard mode player would easily be 10 times stronger than Taesan. In Yoongjun's case, he would be 20 times stronger, yet Taesan would be able to take a hit from all of them. Even Lee Taeyeon wasn't sure she would be able to decisively win against Taesan, all because of the skills that Taesan possessed. Do you have about 200 skills? About 230 or so. Truly an astounding number. Lee Taeyeon let out a hollow laugh. She only had about 50 skills, hard players at best had about 20. Moreover, it wasn't just Taesan's number of skills. Each and every one of his skills was of a different quality. Lee Taeyeon clenched her fist. Just stand still. Lee Taeyeon has activated addition. Half of the base attack power is added. Lee Taeyeon has activated multiply. The current attack power doubles. Lee Taeyeon has activated sure hit. This attack will definitely hit. Lee Taeyeon attacks. An attack that would kill Taesan 10 times over was about to engulf him. Taesan's first attack immunity has been activated. Taesan receives 0 damage, yet only a short system message appeared. Taesan hadn't even bothered to take a defensive posture. What are you doing? Just nothing, Lee Taeyeon managed a bitter smile. Sure hit, the ultimate hit skill. It was one of the top 5 skills she possessed, but it was of no use in front of Taesan. First attack immunity, absolute judgment, multiply, multiple overlay attack, copy, temporary time stop, truly unbelievable skills. Skills that, even if you possessed only one of them, would make you a top player. Taesan had more than 200 such skills. That's why, despite his mediocre stats, he was able to survive for so long and overpower everyone else. You said you got the skills while playing with elements of the tower, didn't you? It's not a tower. It's a labyrinth. Why call it a tower when you're going down? Most people other than you call it that. What's the problem? You're one of the few who call it a labyrinth, right? Answer me. Yeah. You can get the skills regardless of the difficulty level. Lee Taeyeon dropped her head and mulled over this. We should have properly understood the tower like you. Instead of obsessing over clearing it, we should have become stronger to our limits. They failed to do so. They were controlled by their fear and were obsessed with clearing the labyrinth as quickly as possible, missing most of the opportunities to become stronger. Lee Taeyeon had belatedly realized this. I wonder, Taesan spoke in a low voice. Would the others have become as strong as him if they had acted the same way? He didn't think so. To him, Lee Taeyeon's words were like saying that if everyone lived like Edison, everyone could have invented the light bulb. But he didn't want to fuss about something meaningless, so he just said casually, anyway, it's all in the past. That's not necessarily the case. Lee Taeyeon gave him a cryptic smile. Taesan looked at her with a puzzled face, but she changed the subject instead of responding. Anyway, you're amazing. If you played in solo mode, maybe we could have won. His skills were powerful, but most of them were based on stats. The current Taesan couldn't even use a tenth of his skills. If Taesan had stats comparable to a standard hard player, humanity could have been at least twice as better off. Taesan waved his hand irritably. Can you stop talking about that? What if he played in normal mode? What if he played in solo mode? He had heard those words so many times that it was getting on his nerves. Just get to the point. You went on a reconnaissance, didn't you? Yes, Lee Taeyeon replied with a serious face. The next wave is about to start. Taesan frowned. A wave was when the monsters launched a total attack. Each time they returned to Earth, a wave would occur. In the first wave, humanity lost soul. Half of the hard players died in the second wave. Humanity could only defend a small city in the third wave. Many people died each time a wave occurred and humanity's territory shrank. This was now the fourth wave. How many are there? 2 S-class, dozens of A-class, hundreds of B-class, and an apostle. Lee Taeyeon said this flatly. Taesan nodded his head. We're finished. S-class was a level of monster that even Lee Taeyeon could barely deal with, and now there were 2 of them, on top of that dozens of A-class monsters. There were barely over 20 hard players capable of facing A-class monsters left, and the apostle, something beyond an S-class, an alien entity, in reality defeat was already certain. But we have to struggle anyway. Taesan, please handle the 2 S-class monsters. What? Taesan let out a hollow laugh. Do you want me to die? There's no one else who can handle an S-class but you. I'll be fully occupied with dealing with the apostle. I don't have the time to worry about anything else. You know, right? What a mess. Although Taesan grumbled, he did not refuse. He too knew that there was no other way. He turned around. Should I go and inform them? At least let them prepare themselves mentally. Should I let them die without knowing anything? He would strive to survive even if he had to crawl on the ground and vomit blood. That was Taesan's belief. Taesan stepped outside. Left alone, Lee Taeyeon muttered, Taesan, you are strong, you might even be able to lead us to victory. She offered a bitter smile. But I'm a coward. In her hand, she held a rugged stone. Goodness, Yoongjun looked beyond the barrier with a bewildered face. I knew this day would come someday, but it's too upsetting. How are the others doing? It's a mess, everyone's saying it's the end. They're praying and causing a commotion. Well, that would be expected. You were all going to die, humanity was ending. No one would be able to maintain their sanity in that. How about you? Well, I'll just accept it. After all, I have lived quite long in a situation where everyone is dying. This is a luxury, a luxury. What kind of luxury is there in dying? Li Changchun passed by them with a dark, dead expression. When I think about it, he's really pitiful. He must have been thrilled as he cleared the labyrinth and looked forward to enjoying modern life. Instead, what awaited him was this horrifying reality and inevitable death after just a day of seeing the world. Since he was a hard player, he must have suffered all kinds of hardships to clear the labyrinth. Truly, how unlucky. How about you, Hayoung? Yeongjun asked Taesan. To be honest, I feel you would be the most aggrieved. If we did half of what you did, we wouldn't be facing annihilation. I feel so wrong that I could die. Satisfied? Taesan spoke sullenly. It was a casual attitude, but it reflected Taesan's true feelings. Roar. The monster's cries were heard. Yeongjun's expression hardened. The wave had begun. Ah shit, this is crazy really. What did you say you had to fight? 2 S-classes. See you in the afterlife. I think you will go first. Please wait for me. Sure. Taesan leaped into the air. His main enemy was not in this group of monsters. It was 2 distinct monsters that were far removed from him. Taesan braced his feet. You have activated the skill Great Leap. His body soared through the sky. He flew past the clouds and quickly distanced himself from the city. The aftermath of a fight with an S-class was massive. It could create a crater the size of a city, so he couldn't fight near it. Taesan looked down at the ground from the sky. You have activated full reconnaissance. Dots appeared on the ground. The blue dots were gathered in one place and were very few, while the red dots twinkled like city lights at night, filling the ground. Among them, 2 shining red dots stood out. Found them? You have activated landing. Taesan landed on the ground. The 2 monsters headed towards the city stopped in surprise when they saw Taesan. Happy to see me, grrr. Monster 5 has identified you as an enemy. Monster 7 has identified you as an enemy. The monsters stared at Taesan. The system window appeared between him and them. You have encountered horrific beings. Judgment starting, judging for mental breakdown, judging for confusion, judging for fear, judging for instant death. All judgments succeeded. You have endured with indomitable willpower. All your stats have increased. Your spirit never breaks. The system had made an attempt to pass a judgment of instant death. Taesan sighed and drew his sword. It was an old sword that had been with him all his life. Die, you damned things. You have activated unstoppable force. Chapter 3 Easy Mode Player Part 3 Taesan looked at the monsters. Monster 7, as large as a house, resembled a jellyfish, and Monster 5, hovering in midair, was shaking its tentacles like an octopus. I just hope they aren't defense types. Attack type, defense type, long-range type, close-range type, brainwashing type, etc. Monsters came in various types. The monsters' information was concealed, making it impossible to determine their capabilities. People had to learn about them through combat, a result that inevitably resulted in many casualties. Of course, this was not a concern for Taesan. You have activated complete reconnaissance. Monster 7, defense type, health 140,551,233/148,551,233. Taesan's face twisted. 140 million, they're really messing around. What was that supposed to be? Even if all of humanity attacked it together, wouldn't it be impossible to deplete that amount of HP? Suppressing his anger, Taesan checked the other one. Monster 5. Long-range attack type. Health 1,255,212/1,255,212. This one seems somewhat manageable. Still, it had 1.25 million health. Compared to a regular monster, the task remained insurmountable. Ah, Taesan let out a deep, long sigh. If only Lee Tion had been here, it would have been easier. Having cleared solo mode, she possessed top-notch stats and legendary equipment. A defense-type monster can't damage Lee Tion, so she would quickly take care of the long-range attack type first and either completely ignore the defense type or slowly wear it down. Take care of the attack type first, then handle the defense type later. It was an incredibly tactical approach. Other players would likely follow the same strategy. Unfortunately, Taesan was an anomaly as a player. His stats were at the level of an easy mode player. His equipment remains the same as when he left the labyrinth because players can't trade equipment. His only hope was in his skills. Phew, Taesan gathered his strength. His skill, Unstoppable Force, provided immunity to all status ailments for 5 minutes. It would be easier to deal with them within this time period. Thump. Taesan stomped on the ground. You have activated physical time acceleration. Taesan's body became faster. This acceleration gave him a speed that was incomparable to his usual pace. Vroom. Monster 5 moved its tentacles toward the moving Taesan. The tentacles aimed at Taesan, and a green light began condensing at their tips. Zzzzzzzing, beams of light shot out from the tip of the tentacles. It obliterated anything in its way as it struck Taesan at the speed of light. Your first attack immunity has been activated. You received 0 damage. As he dismissed the system window, Taesan thought, So it fires in the direction its tentacles are pointing. There's no delay. It's impossible to dodge by sight. The only possibility is prediction. He quickly discerned this. The slower he was at figuring out his opponent, the less likely he was to survive. Taesan quickly made a decision. In that case, Taesan changed his direction. Instead of running head-on, he moved sideways to confuse the monster's focus. The tentacles moved, and a green light condensed at their tips again as Taesan swiftly threw his body. Zing. That light of destruction obliterated everything in its path. Its destructive power reached up to several kilometers and could erase hard mode players in one hit. Taesan managed to avoid them. I can't avoid it. The density of light coming from the tentacles was high. If he got close, he would inevitably get hit at least once. There were a few possible solutions. The first one was to purposefully dodge. He could use a few skills to avoid everything completely and gradually get closer. A standard approach, but simultaneously an impossible one for Taesan. Skills were consumable. His frail mana pool was slowly but surely being drained. He had to resolve this as quickly as possible. Tusk. As always, he'd have to gamble. Taesan hunkered down, ready to unleash his stored power. You have activated supersonic speed. The air exploded as Taesan's body darted forward. Supersonic speed, a movement skill that allowed him to easily surpass the speed of sound. It allowed Taesan to quickly close the gap on an opponent, and he used it frequently, but its downside was clear. During the dash, evasion was impossible. Monster 5's tentacles aimed at him once more. Zing. A green beam filled Taesan's vision. Taesan kicked the ground, accelerating even more. Your second attack immunity has been activated. You received 0 damage, Vroom. Monster 5 was taken aback. It had no face per se, but Taesan could sense it. The attack nullification is over now. Unfortunately, he couldn't create any more nullification skills, but thanks to that, he had gotten close. Taesan gripped his sword. Just as he was about to attack Monster 5, Monster 7 made an appearance with its bulky body. Grrrr. Monster 7 took a protective stance and surrounded Taesan. When a ranged attacker was in danger, a defender protected it. They must have been deployed together for that purpose. However, Taesan smiled. Gotcha. You have activated Forced Duel. For 1 minute, no one except Monster 7 can inflict damage on you. A golden barrier enveloped both Monster 7 and Taesan. Monster 5 fired a beam, but the barrier didn't even react. To Taesan, there was no big difference between a defender and an attacker. Holding out was a hard mode player's strategy. With his weak stats and equipment, even if he was hit by a defender, he was done. So he'd rather take out the annoyingly tanky defender first. Taesan gripped his sword. You have activated addition. Your current attack power doubles. You have activated multiplication. Your current attack power squares. You have activated absolute judgment. Ignore the opponent's defense skills. Addition, which doubled his attack power. Multiplication, which squared his attack power. It was a truly overwhelming skill. But it was insufficient. His basic stats were too low, so even after addition and multiplication, it only amounted to 96.4 damage. It was not enough to penetrate a monster with hundreds of millions of HP. So one more time, you have activated designated skill reset. This skill cannot be activated again for 1 month. You have reset multiplication. You have activated multiplication. Your current attack power squares. The square of 96.4, but it was still insufficient. He still couldn't reach hundreds of millions, so to the limit. Taesan gritted his teeth. Mana was completely drained from his entire body. You have activated duplication. The next attack is applied twice. You attack. Monster 7 takes 92,236,816 damage. Monster 7 takes 92,236,816 damage. Monster 7 has fallen. It vanished without a trace. Taesan barely managed to keep his body upright as he staggered. Monster 5 pointed at him with its tentacle. Kree, the beam swallowed Taesan. You take 22,543 damage. Your Endure skill has been activated. The attack that would have led to death has been nullified. All damage becomes 0 for 5 seconds. Unlike attack nullification, he only had 1 instance of Endure. Taesan quickly rushed towards Monster 5. The tentacle moved, but it was easier to dodge at this close range. From now on, it was no longer difficult. It was a simple repetition of dodging and striking. However, Taesan's expression was not good. Mana 21/820. His weak mana pool was at its limit. He could no longer use multiplication. He had to shave off 1,250,000 HP purely with his attack. Taesan swung his sword. Monster 5 takes 48 damage. Simply put, he needed to strike it 25,000 times. I think I'm going crazy. The long battle began with only the use of minimum defense penetration skills. Monster 5 takes 54 damage. The sun and moon revealed themselves to the world, then disappeared repeatedly. At some point, Taesan lost his sense of time. Damn it. Suddenly coming to his senses, Taesan looked at his opponent's health. Health 655,212/1,255,212. Halfway. Some would say that there's only half left, but to Taesan that was nonsense. This was already excruciating enough. The fact that he had to repeat this much again made him feel nauseous. But after sighing, Taesan moved. He dodged the beam and swung his raised sword. Monster 5 takes 50 damage. Time passed. Again, the sun and moon repeatedly showed themselves. Players were resistant to physical needs, but at this rate, even Taesan was gradually getting hungry. The lack of sleep made the tip of his sword waver, but his mind remained unchanged. Time continued to flow. At some point, it wasn't the mind controlling the body, but the body controlling the mind, and then it ended. You have entered a state of mindless absorption. Body and mind become one. A miraculous power is imprinted on your soul. You have gained the soul skill, Soul Ascension. Because you are outside the labyrinth, you could not acquire the skill. Soul Ascension has been sealed. So noisy. He turned off the system window, not understanding why it had appeared. Taesan barely managed to hold himself upright with his shaky legs. When he looked around, it was a valley. Everything was destroyed and the city had completely disappeared, replaced by a valley. Taesan spat. Die. Monster 5 takes 48 damage. Monster 5 has fallen. All the gods of every dimension cannot hide their astonishment at your achievement. The cost of chipping away at a total of 1.25 million health points purely with time was substantial. He found it even hard to stand up, barely managing to move his quivering lips. Taesan muttered, Status window, Kang Taesan, level 57, HP 1/1021, Mana 2/820, Strength 105, Intelligence 100, Agility 98, Attack plus 49, Defense plus 58. The subject is in a state of near death. It was a pitiful status window. It felt like he had been fighting for well over a month. Damn stat deficiency. Things would have been easier had he at least been at the level of a normal player, but he won. He had defeated 2 S-rank entities, something that even someone of Lee Taeyeon's strength could not guarantee doing. He moved his trembling legs. Without mana for a big leap, he had no choice but to walk back. Fortunately, his mana and health recovered to some extent during his walk. When his mana slowly recovered to around 20, the city started to come into his view. There were no monsters in sight, but Taesan's face was contorted. You have activated full reconnaissance. All information around him was visible in the form of a map. Blue dots represented humans and red dots were monsters. There were no blue dots. The only thing visible was a massive red dot inside the city. Damn things, swearing, Taesan headed towards the city. As he got closer, bodies started to appear. They were faces he recognized. They were the ones who had wasted time with him in mundane conversation not long ago. All of them were dead. You all bragged about being some of the rare hardcore players in the world, so why am I, with this messed up difficulty, the only one alive? Why is it that everyone's dead when I come back victorious? He vented his complaints. With a truly irritated face, he entered the city. Inside the city, there were even more bodies. Among them was also the body of Yeonjun. His face was peaceful. Guess he went as he said he would. Next to him was also the body of Lee Changchun. Judging by his not-so-dark expression, it seemed that in the end he had come to accept his fate. Taesan passed by the bodies. At the end of the path of bodies, there was one body laid out. Lee Taeyeon, the only person in the world who had cleared the solo difficulty, the person that was regarded as the strongest in the world. She had died a brutal death, and the monster that killed her was here. A terrifying sound, something was crawling towards him. An indistinguishable monster that stood next to Lee Taeyeon's body was looking at him, something beyond an S-rank. The people had named this monster the Death God. Numbers gaze. You instantly die. An absolute gaze without judgment. It was an irresistible death sentence even for hard mode players. The only known person to have withstood it was Lee Taeyeon. Taesan grimly waved his hand. Dispel. Resistance successful. The sound returned. Taesan drew his sword. He struck down at the monster with irritation. The most formidable monster that even Lee Taeyeon couldn't defeat. You have activated Essential Strike. Number damage. The monster squirmed in pain. Taesan roughly flicked his hand. Come on, punk. Chapter 4. Easy Mode Player Part 4. Taesan did his best against the Apostle. He used his slightly recovered mana to cast skills and used all his items to buy time. He worked hard for even a slim chance of survival, but he lost. Damn, Taesan uttered this with a twisted face. So this is it. His condition was horrible. Half of his lower body had melted away and he couldn't feel anything inside, probably because his internal organs had oxidized. He would be screaming in agony if he hadn't possessed a pain-blocking skill. I lost. The opponent was not something guaranteed to be defeated, even in the best circumstances. There was no way he could win in his nearly dead state. Your health has reached 0, unyielding will is activated, you will forcibly survive for 1 minute. The system window obscured his view. Taesan swiped it away with an annoyed look. Let's go in peace, you guys. Unyielding will was only a stay of execution, not recovery. Without any means of healing, he'll die on his own in a minute. The Apostle, too, seemed to know this as it calmly watched him from beside Lee Tion's corpse. Taesan looked up at the sky. Monsters were still emerging endlessly from the giant rift. Useless bastards, Taesan scowled. What's the point of being the one and only player who cleared the hardest solo difficulty? They were all weaker than Taesan of the easy difficulty. Bluntly put, if there were two of Taesan, then humanity could have lasted longer. They were too busy rushing to clear that they weren't able to build real strength. However, Taesan also had a clear limit. There was a definite limit to how strong you could get based on the difficulty level, and he was a player of easy difficulty. He became stronger up to the given limit but ultimately could not overcome the limit of his stats. This sucks. Really? Taesan gritted his teeth. He felt wronged. If only he hadn't chosen the easy mode back then. Even if he had chosen the normal mode, he wouldn't be dying like this. He could have one against the Apostle. Everything was messed up only due to a single choice. Although he didn't vomit it out, his insides were twisted with boundless fury. Why did you choose the normal or hard mode yet still remain so weak? Why did you move through the labyrinth so clumsily and only gain such feeble power? Humanity could have won if they had followed even half of what Taesan did. Did it? And Taesan smiled bitterly. After all, it was something that had already happened, something that he had chosen. It was of no use blaming others. He restrained his emotions. This was the end for humanity. There would probably continue to be players appearing afterward. Still, they wouldn't be able to do anything without the support of even a city. It was no exaggeration to say that humanity was practically extinct. As he was calmly accepting his death, something caught his eye. What's that? Lee Tion's right hand was holding something. Her tightly clenched fist signaled that it wasn't something ordinary, and the Apostle was next to Lee Tion's body, as if it were protecting something. Taesan moved by crawling with his arm. The Apostle tried to kill Taesan as he approached. Stay still. You have triggered your last chance. You can use a skill without any conditions. This skill cannot be triggered for a year. You have triggered temporary time stop. Time within 100 meters of you has stopped for 2 minutes. Taesan reached Lee Tion's body by crawling on the ground. When he opened her right hand, a bulky stone was revealed. Check. The seat of power regurgitated by Ouroboros, the seat of God that governs the cycle of all things. Only once. It can rewind the time of one person. Status is unused. What? Rewind time? Those words stopped Taesan in his tracks. Could it be? Rewind time? He was puzzled as to why Lee Tion possessed this, but that quickly disappeared. Taesan stared blankly at the seat of power. Roar! The sky split and a monster emerged. The power felt from the monster which enveloped the sky itself was beyond that of the Apostle. Even if Taesan were at full strength, winning would be hard. Smirk. Taesan laughed and clenched his fist. See you next time, punk. Item used, time interference. The world turned upside down. The world on the verge of destruction disappeared. In its place was a worn-out one-room apartment. Taesan's pupils dilated. Where is this? An old computer, a dusty blanket, mosquito blood stains on the wall. He remembered this place. It was before everything fell apart, when the world was still as humans knew it. When the status window was a joke. It was the one-room apartment where he lived. Status window. He uttered the words he always said, but nothing appeared. He looked at his body. His physique was emaciated, but it was full of muscles. He had no choice but to train to survive in that terrible labyrinth. But now his body was weak and fragile, the body of an ordinary man. Taesan chuckled dryly. It was certain now. He had returned to the world of the past. Delivery. The delivery man shouted loudly in front of the one-room apartment. A man appeared as the door opened a moment later. Thank you? Yeah, okay. The delivery man flinched for a moment. The man's eyes were incredibly calm. He was like a monk who had practiced for a long time. The man calmly asked the delivery man, who was blankly staring at him. Hasn't the payment already been made? Yes, you're correct. Please enjoy your meal. The delivery man came to his senses and scurried away. The man came in carrying a pizza box. A smile tugged at the man's lips as he opened the box. How long has it been since I had pizza? He couldn't remember. He carefully cut a piece and placed it in his mouth, letting the flavor of cheese and toppings flood his mouth. The taste of civilization. It was exhilarating. There was no time to make something like pizza in a world heading toward destruction. Given that what he had eaten was only the carcasses of monsters and potatoes, this moment was incredibly precious. The man Taesan savored each bite. After eating about 4 pieces, he began to feel full. His stomach was full. While waiting for the pizza, he had finished assessing the situation. So there was an item that could turn back time. The labyrinth had all kinds of things, but this was beyond expectation. Seeing as he, who had grasped everything at the easy difficulty, did not know about it, it must have been an item exclusive to the higher difficulties. Considering the equipment that Lee Tion had used, it was not impossible. Taesan had a puzzled look on his face. Why didn't she use it until the end? She must have said something to him at the end because she had the means. But he didn't understand why she didn't use it, instead saving it until she died at the hands of the apostle. She would have run away long ago if she were the woman he thought he knew. But thanks to that, I was able to acquire it. Consumable items were unbound at the moment of death. Thanks to this, Taesan was able to obtain the item from her after she died. I don't understand, but now it was his. Taesan quietly looked at the clock. January 1, 2020, at the exact moment of the new year, the sky had split open and revealed a monster. It was now December 31, 2019, 11:30 p.m. In 30 minutes, the world will be turned upside down. Suddenly, Taesan recalled his memory of that time. The system window appeared with the monsters and stated, the world would come to an end, monsters would appear, but it would give us a chance to gather strength in the labyrinth and save our own world. In the middle of all the chaos and fear, options of easy, normal, hard, and solo difficulty levels appeared as options. Everyone made their choice while in a daze. The only way to escape from the world on the brink of destruction was to make that single choice. It was extremely rare for someone to choose a difficult option on a sudden prompt. Taesan had chosen the easy difficulty level. That was a testament to his weakness. You are a good-for-nothing. It was something he had heard from his parents since he was a child. Typically, parents believe in and nurture their children, but Taesan was different. To Taesan's parents, he was nothing more than a tool for stress relief. He had been a victim of violence from a young age. It was common for him to eat only one meal a day, and verbal abuse was a daily routine. He surely would have died if it weren't for shopkeepers who pitied and helped him. Why were you born, they would say, you are completely useless. He heard these words almost every day. Inside such an environment, Taesan had been diminished. He began to believe that he was as worthless and valueless as they said. I didn't know my own talent. In that life-threatening maze, Taesan discovered his talent. He was stronger than anyone. He was an existence akin to a miracle, making a mockery of even the hard difficulty players despite being in the easy mode. It was Taesan who broke the basic concept that the skill limit was clearly defined according to the difficulty level. Taesan checked the clock. 58 minutes past 11, just 2 minutes to go. He went outside. The night sky where nothing but the moon hung proudly was beautiful. He had lost even the memory of seeing such a sky. 1 minute. Right now, everyone in the world would be counting down the time. They were hoping that the new year would resolve everything well. 30 seconds. Regrettably, the world will collapse at the same time as the new year. 15 seconds. The precursor was already visible. Cracks appeared in the gloomy sky, tiny fractures that only a keen-eyed person would notice. 5 seconds, Zioyung, a massive sound reverberated through the world. The cracks expanded to a size noticeable to everyone. Whispers came from all directions. Didn't you hear that noise? Is someone selling popcorn? 1 second left, the world collapsed. In the collapsing world, Taesan looked up at the sky alone. Quadyujuk, the cracks widened. Now there wasn't a single person who didn't realize the anomaly. Everyone screamed and looked up at the sky. K-kuck-kuck-kuck. Beyond the cracks, the monster revealed itself. The black monster placed its reptilian hand on the crack and looked down at the ground. He was merely taken aback then, but he knew now. It was only a B-grade monster. A weak monster that a normal player could easily handle. Those who didn't know this started to panic and flee. However, there was no safe place on the ground, and the places ahead of it weren't safe either. It's about time. Taesan's prediction was right on the mark as the system window obscured his vision. Hello? What's this? Those who were fleeing also momentarily halted at the sudden appearance of this window. The system window kept appearing as if their confusion didn't matter. Your world is being destroyed by invaders. The weapons you've diligently created are of no use to them. Neither guns nor nuclear bombs had any effect on the monsters. They were creatures from a different dimension. To fight back, we also needed to acquire power from a different dimension. But do not worry. A merciful being who pities you is willing to give you a chance. Taesan snorted. Merciful, my foot. He still didn't fully understand its nature, but roughly understood its habits. That thing wasn't a merciful being. It was merely a being obsessed with entertainment. I will give you a choice. Choose the place you desire. Enter the labyrinth, clear it to gain power. And come back, save your world. Choices appeared before Taesan. Chapter 5, Solo Mode Player, Part 1, Easy Mode. This is the easiest difficulty level. Plenty of food is available, and the rest areas in the middle of the labyrinth will be like an oasis for you. Even ordinary and weak individuals can clear this level with enough effort. Easy Mode. It was the mode he had chosen and was incredibly easy. As stated in the description, even an incompetent could clear it with some resolve. Of course, some people still died. The clearance rate was about 70%. Normal Mode. This is the average difficulty level. The amount of food here is scarce, and the rest areas that exist halfway through the labyrinth are significantly less than in easy mode. Survival for ordinary people is challenging, but if you do your best and avoid succumbing to despair, you can clear it. From here, the survival rate dropped sharply. The average clear rate of normal mode was about 30%. Hard mode. This difficulty level tests your limits. The amount of food here is critically low, and the rest areas scattered throughout the labyrinth are very scarce. Monsters will willingly sacrifice their lives to kill you. If you don't ensure maximum safety, you will lose your life horribly. The clear rate for hard mode was just 1%. Those who survived this mode boasted strength incomparable to those from the easy and normal modes. Until this point, players of the same mode were able to cooperate. They can clear the labyrinth together and jointly attack the bosses. And then the last one, solo mode. This is a mode where you are alone. You cannot meet anyone from your world. The only things you can see here are monsters, individuals hostile to you, and NPCs. Luck, talent, wisdom, strategy. You can't survive in this place that tests everything. If your life is precious, don't choose this difficulty. Such a brutal description. The funny thing was about 10,000 people chose solo mode despite that description. Among them, only Lee Taeyeon survived. A labyrinth where the clearance rate was unknown. The first time Taesan had chosen easy mode, because he was weak because he didn't know his worth, but now he knew his worth. Taesan looked up at the crack in the sky. The apostle who killed him might also be beyond that. Would he have won if he had been fully prepared? Taesan thought there was a possibility. If he pulled out all the stops, maybe he could have won. But would that be the end? There had only been 4 waves. The last monster that appeared in the sky was stronger than the apostle. The strongest monster hadn't even shown itself yet. In the end, he would have been defeated. But if he hadn't chosen easy mode, if he had chosen the mode where he could gain the most and become the strongest, Taesan smiled faintly. Wait for me, solo mode selected. May fortune be with you. His vision flipped and his body transitioned. Taesan closed his eyes and waited quietly. Soon the discomfort disappeared. When he opened his eyes, a village came into view. Houses with chimneys, a well in the middle of the village. A world with a medieval setting was before his eyes. Taesan let out a sigh filled with both longing and weariness. After a long time, he returned here once again. It looks the same. The village looked no different from the one in easy mode. The important part was not the village but the labyrinth, so it probably hadn't been made with much care. There was nothing to see here. His plan was to just check to the bare minimum and then head straight to the labyrinth. Taesan opened his mouth. Community, posts, Kang Junhyuk solo, guys, what is this, community? It was the only way for people of different difficulties to communicate. It was of great help as pioneers released various pieces of information. There's already a post. He also logged in and immediately opened the community. But the existence of a post meant that someone had shouted community and left a message as soon as they entered. He didn't know who it was, but they were quick to adapt. Taesan wrote a comment. Kang Taesan solo, fighting. He could utilize the community later. It had no significant meaning now. Status window, Kang Taesan. Level 1 HP 100/100, Mana 10/10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10, Attack +0, Defense +0. The target is in the best condition. A familiar window appeared. Looking at those feeble stats, he couldn't help but chuckle. Every player who entered the labyrinth started with the same stats, but the difference in growth varied depending on the difficulty level. As you broke through the labyrinth and leveled up, the gap gradually widened and eventually became insurmountable. He was now in solo mode. He would become stronger faster than anyone else. The simple check was over. Taesan headed for the labyrinth. Walking through the village, he recalled Lee Taeyeon's words. There was someone guarding the entrance of the labyrinth. There was one even in easy mode. A white-bearded old man, an NPC who answered only when asked. It would be different here. Taesan recalled the description of the solo mode. This is a mode where you are alone. You cannot meet anyone who came from your world. What you can see here are only monsters, those who are hostile to you, and NPCs. NPC. There must be a reason why they specifically mentioned them. As he arrived in front of the labyrinth, he saw a sleeping man leaning against the cave wall. As Taesan approached, the man slightly opened his eyes. What, you're here already? I thought it would take about a month. The man with black hair woke up with a yawn. Sharp eyes became visible. Taesan quietly admired him. As the man stood up, it felt as if the world itself was standing up. Something colossal seemed to be condensed into that small body. An aura, or perhaps a sense of intimidation. He felt something. He was stronger than Lee Taeyeon, an opponent against whom even his past self could not guarantee victory. This is the gatekeeper. First of all, congratulations. I am the gatekeeper of the labyrinth, the guardian of this place and the one to guide you. As he stretched, the man asked, What's your name? Kang Taesan. Taesan, not a bad name. Call me Broken Man. Broken Man, the one who challenged and failed became the gatekeeper. Doesn't that seem appropriate? I suppose so. Taesan slightly nodded his head. Outwardly, he was having a calm conversation, but inside he was quite surprised. So it was real. Lee Taeyeon often told him how hard her difficulty level was. He wasn't particularly interested, but he had listened to her because she offered him a drink. There was something she said that stuck in his memory. Taesan, how were the NPCs in easy mode? Just NPCs. What's different? They were like game NPCs who only gave set answers and mindlessly repeated the same actions. All the NPCs in easy, normal, and hard modes were such entities, but Lee Taeyeon rejected Taesan's words. The NPCs in solo mode were, well, they were different. They were almost like people. A person? Yeah, they possessed a genuine intellect and moved freely. It seemed like that was one of the differences between other modes and solo mode. A proper NPC, not a machine. They existed in solo mode. Why did they only exist in this mode and not in easy, normal, or hard mode? The reason wasn't hard to figure out. This mode must be the only true mode. As Taesan calmly sorted out his thoughts, Broken Man furrowed his eyebrows. Why is this kid so calm? He thought that Taesan, who had only lived in a tranquil world, would not be able to accept this sudden reality and would panic. He had planned to beat him up first and then explain, but Taesan was unfazed. He was just silently looking at him. Do you want to hear the explanation? Yes, Taesan responded. Most of the information he knew was from easy mode. It would be good to listen. You've heard it roughly from the outside, right? Your world is being destroyed by invaders. This place is an opportunity bestowed on you by a merciful transcendent. Broken Man grumbled. Such a disgustingly merciful one. It would be happier to just be destroyed. Is that so? From that dialogue, Taesan was sure. Broken Man was a similar existence to them. It meant that he was an existence that had come from a destroyed world just like them. Broken Man continued speaking. This place is a labyrinth. Some call it a tower. You can call it as you want. In total, there are 100 floors. Major changes occur every 10 floors, and naturally, the deeper you go, the harder it gets. Figure out your own food situation within the labyrinth, and you can find the specific details yourself. That's all. Is that all? It was a very clumsy explanation. Broken Man grumbled. Do you want me to explain what's on the first floor and what's on the second floor too? There's a guy selling stuff inside. Ask him. His face showed immense irritation. Taesan recalled what Lee Taeyeon had said. The gatekeeper was foul-tempered and beat me up every time I complained. I almost died even before entering the labyrinth, you know. Taesan kept his mouth shut, heeding the advice of the pioneer. Broken Man reached out into the empty space. Still, I need to give you the basics. Crack, the space split open. Catch. Broken Man tossed the cloth armor and sword he took out from that void space. Say check, check. The same system window as before blocked his view. Torn cloth armor, defense +1. It seems like it can block minor scratches. Rusted sword, attack +1. It seems like it's about to break soon. It's shoddy. It was exactly the same as the equipment provided as the basic in easy mode. What, you don't like it? No, he could now finally enter the labyrinth. That alone was incredibly exciting. Broken Man stared at Taesan as an oddity who felt this way. Why are you doing that? No, it's nothing. After a moment of thought, Broken Man made a decision. Take this too. Broken Man handed him a worn wrist protector. Worn wrist protector, defense +1. It's been used so much that it's lost its original value. It seems it can block animal teeth. Taesan was momentarily taken aback, but he silently accepted it. What is this? Lee Taeyeon said that she only received a rusted sword and cloth armor, just two things. There was no wrist protector. However, Broken Man did not offer an explanation. And try shouting inventory, inventory. A window blocked his view. The black window was divided into a total of 20 squares. You can put one item in each square. The same item can be stacked up to 20 times. If it's full, carry it yourself or sell it. And then, status window. A window appeared in front of Taesan. You know it well, don't you? It's common. Taesan checked the familiar status window. Kang Taesan, level 1, HP. 100/100. Mana 10/10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10, Attack +1, Defense +2. The target is in the best condition. Seeing the stats, Taesan wore a satisfied smile. A difference of 1 in defense was quite significant early on. It was an unexpected harvest. Later, you'll see various things added. You'll have to find out for yourself what effects each ability has. Also, you'll have to figure out the skills. Broken Man snapped his fingers. Well, go ahead. Yes, Taesan quickly stepped into the cave. Thank you. Good luck. Broken Man waved at Taesan. He only put down his hand when Taesan was out of sight, swallowed by the darkness. I wonder if he can survive. This place was hell. Broken Man had seen countless people so far. Among them were born warriors and skilled wizards. There were also those called prodigies, but none of them could conquer this place. However, when Broken Man saw Taesan, he perceived something different about him. Not merely talent or skill, but something more fundamental. The power to survive, I hope he survives. But he was just the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. He couldn't interfere with the labyrinth. Unless Taesan came back, he would never see him again. Broken Man dismissed his interest and guarded the labyrinth. Taesan walked through the cave. There was no torch, but the visibility was not a problem, as if the roof above was open to the sky. Soon the cave ended and a brick tunnel appeared. The labyrinth was open. As he checked the surroundings, a window covered Taesan's view. This place is a labyrinth created by a great magician long ago. Rumors say that those who conquer it are granted one wish. This place is a prison. Dreadful beings move breathlessly, living things die, everything here exists to oppress you. Eternal glory awaits you if you can break through the deep and dense abyss. Familiar. Yet very different explanations. Taesan entered the brick tunnel with a happy face. This is the entrance to the labyrinth, a place where things that die when stabbed can survive. The power of this place is not very strong. As soon as he confirmed the contents, another window appeared. Main quest begins. There are many hidden places and secrets here. You will be rewarded upon clearing the floor according to the secrets you discover. First floor quest begins. Defeat the boss of the first floor and pass through. Reward. Random stat increase potion. Secret reward. Chapter 6, first level, part 1. Oh, a delighted glow spread across Taesan's face. The reward for the first level was a random stat increase potion. This was a reward that was only given after finishing the 10th level in easy mode. It's indeed on a different level. The system window didn't stop. As soon as you set foot in the maze, whether it is courage or recklessness, those who know the dangers of the abyss will praise you. Another advantage of the solo mode. It was solely for single players. You were unable to meet other solo mode players. This meant that he could get all the initial rewards. Considering the benefits, it was a significant advantage. You received the title Pioneer. Taesan quickly checked the effect. Title verification. Title Pioneer. NPCs feel favorably towards you. Taesan's face cooled. This was because Lee Taeyeon had told him that the NPCs of the maze were hostile toward players. She always said they disliked her, and there were even some who occasionally tried to kill her. She thought that the concept of favor was meaningless. She also received the Pioneer title, but she judged it as just an achievement that was given to anyone. All of the verifications were now done. All that was left was to break through the maze. He walked through the brick passage. As Taesan walked the corridor, he recalled Lee Taeyeon's words again. It was impossible to break through to the 100th floor in a condition where you have nothing. Naturally, the labyrinth provided a minimum level of preparation, one of which was the shopkeeper. Taesan, there was a shopkeeper in easy mode too, wasn't there? Of course. Is there any difficulty level without one? What kind of merchant was he? What does it matter? He was just a simple merchant. The shopkeeper would appear at the entrance of each floor, selling only a limited number of items. Generally, he didn't sell anything too extraordinary, just potions to buy and throw away. That was how he operated. But solo mode is different. He sold a lot of things. Look at this. She showed him a piece of equipment. Are you bragging? It was a wrist protector made of dark light. It was one of the most powerful items she possessed, reducing all incoming damage by 50%. I bought this from the shop. They sell stuff like this. There was much more than this, but I couldn't buy them because I was short on gold. If I could buy everything in the shop, I could be even stronger, don't you think? She had said it with confidence. Taesan just listened with an annoyed face. After all, he was a player of easy mode. But not anymore. He could go to the shop she talked about. Finally, the passage showed its end. Taesan flung open the door. What, you're already here? There was a dwarf in the room. He had a long white beard and a typically dwarf-like and grumpy face. At least he didn't look like a monster. You have encountered the Lost King. Taesan looked at the dwarf carefully. This was the shopkeeper of solo mode that Lee Taeyeon kept talking about. Hello, hello, the dwarf gave a forced laugh. You've got a good mentality. The dwarf knew where Taesan came from and how he got here. The dwarf opened his mouth. What's your name? It's Taesan. Who are you? The shopkeeper. But there are no items. In a room about the size of a small apartment, there was only the dwarf. The dwarf chuckled. Kid. If I were to lay out all my items, even the entire first floor wouldn't be enough. The dwarf took out a pipe and lit it. And I have no intention of showing my children to you. Huh, a shopkeeper who didn't sell items. Taesan chuckled. So why are you here? Do you think I want to be here? I had to abandon my kingdom because of those crazy things and I'm struggling in this crazy place. The dwarf puffed his pipe nervously. Anyway, I don't want to show my children to those who don't understand their worth. I see. Taesan wasn't surprised since this was as Taeyeon had described, but that insane shopkeeper was so foul-tempered. He didn't sell anything at first and I almost died, you know. After that, he always ticked me off and ignored me. Ah, it makes me mad. She had trembled as she said this as if she was truly irritated. According to her, that dwarf only opened his shop after certain conditions were met. If you show me what kind of guy you are, the story might change. The dwarf lifted his pipe. At the end of the room, there was another passage. Go and come back alive, then I'll show you my items. Survival, that was the dwarf's condition. It was also a poignant statement about the difficulty of the labyrinth. Taesan asked calmly. Is that all I need to do? The dwarf was taken aback by his too calm demeanor. Is that all? So what should I do? Will you show it to me if I clear the labyrinth? No, it's not that. The dwarf shook his head in surprise. You're a strange one. Can I go now? Yes, do as you please. Taesan strode towards the passage. The dwarf watched his back with a strange gaze. Is such a thing even possible? He looked as if he could not feel fear itself. The dwarf took another puff of his pipe. I guess it doesn't matter since he won't be able to return anyway. The difficulty of the labyrinth wasn't set with solo play in mind. Even if he were to return, he'd likely be overwhelmed with fear. He would return with a face consumed by terror. Those kinds of people were worthless to him. It would be enough to just throw a few useless items at them. Whatever happened, it would be convenient for the dwarf. He lit his pipe again with a sullen face. Taesan crossed the passage and arrived in another room. Passage, then a room. The structure of the first floor is the same as in easy mode. After assessing the structure, he surveyed the room. The labyrinth made of moss-covered bricks looked safe enough without any apparent threats on its surface. That can't be right. Taesan gripped his sword. A wailing sound could be heard. This place was in solo mode. The monsters that appeared from the start were at the level of bosses in other modes. Squeak, squeak. Soon, a huge rat revealed itself. A big rat has appeared. Big rat? Taesan let out a hollow laugh. He was familiar with this monster. Its defense was pitiful, but it moved at a speed difficult to track with the eye. This monster, which caused many players to vent their frustrations, served as the boss of the fifth floor in easy mode. Yet here it was, a common monster on the first floor. Once again, the stark difference between the two difficulties was engraved in his mind. What should I do? First, analyze. It was a monster he had faced decades ago, so his memories were vague. Taesan eyed the big rat. It's as disgustingly big as I remember. It was the size of a cat. It was comparable to the world's largest rodent that lived in tropical regions, a capybara. It resembled a rat, however it didn't look as cute as a capybara. Its black, bristly fur and those grotesquely protruding incisors were striking. Squeak! After briefly examining Taesan, the big rat charged at him. The big rat was fast. In the blink of an eye it was at his ankle. A sharp pain was felt at his ankle. You have taken 10 damage. Taesan swiftly swung his sword, however the sword only ended up striking the floor. Squeak! Squeak! Before he knew it, the big rat had run far away. Taesan let out a hollow laugh. It's indeed fast. It moved so quickly that even keeping up with it was a challenge, a speed many times faster than a cat. Its speed of running away was much faster than the speed of his arm movement. Without increasing his stats, he couldn't react to its speed that even left an afterimage. In easy mode he had, of course, managed to catch the big rat, given he had cleared the mode. However, the situation then and now was very different. In easy mode, players could meet and party with each other. Naturally, they gathered together and overpowered the boss monster by using numbers. We used to exhaust it by chasing it around. And there was also a difference in stats. Even though it was easy mode by the time he cleared the fifth floor, his reaction speed had easily exceeded a normal human, so he could respond to the speed of the big rat. But now he was alone and his stats were at the base level. Overcoming it was practically impossible. Lee Taeyeon had run away from it. Returning to the store in a near-death state, she had received the dwarf's pitying gaze and took his advice. And that was an extremely correct decision. Among the solo mode players who had broken through the first floor, there wasn't a single player who had fought the big rat. This meant that all those who had done so were dead. I have a rough idea now. However, Taesan held the sword with a cheerful face. He was well aware of the difficulty of solo mode. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The reward principle of the maze was simple. Achieve what others could not. If you accomplished a feat that everyone would recognize, your reward would match that feat. Taesan's goal was to become stronger than anyone else here. There was no reason to run from the big rat, and it wasn't something he couldn't catch. He calmed his heart. He didn't waver. He had seen countless people who died in confusion, even though they could have cleared the game. Serenity was the greatest thing of value in the maze. Your mind becomes deeply calm. In his quiet mind, Taesan calmly recalled the information about the big rat. It was the size of a cat, not very big. Its jumping power was not very high. It couldn't reach to bite a person's neck. Then there was only one place it could aim for. Squeak! You have taken 9 damage. The big rat bit his ankle. Taesan quickly stabbed with his sword, but it only sliced the air again. Taesan grimaced and focused once more. The big rat that had been watching him charged again. Taesan slashed his sword down. It was much faster than before. Clang. But the sword was still only hitting the ground. You have taken 8 damage. I thought it might work, but it didn't. Even knowing that it was coming and focusing all of his senses, there was a difference in reaction of more than 0.3 seconds. Responding by using sight was impossible. The big rat charged again. This time, Taesan didn't even swing his sword. You have taken 10 damage. His health was gradually decreasing, but there was no wavering in Taesan's face. Status window, Kang Taesan. Level 1, HP 63/100, Mana 10/10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10, Attack +1, Defense +2. The target is in the best condition. He had plenty of health. There was also no sign of other monsters intervening. A single attack caused about 8 to 10 points of damage. It was quite simple. He just needed to succeed within 6 attempts. It's spacious. Getting hit only once and dying was infinitely more merciful than what he had gone through before. In the meantime, the big rat continued to attack his ankle. Damage was inflicted again. It's always aiming for the ankle. Because of the basic size difference, the big rat couldn't target anywhere else. But the problem was that he couldn't react fast enough. Human reflexes could not react to a speed that left afterimages. Give up on this side. With a clear conclusion in mind, Taesan's eyes calmed. His unwavering, serene gaze turned towards the big rat. The big rat flinched momentarily. The big rat's instinct warned it of danger. It was certain that the creature which had been foolishly hit up to now would bring about a different outcome this time. Squeak! However, the big rat's shallow intellect denied its instinct. This creature was weak. It couldn't react to my movements. The moment the big rat kicked the ground to bite, thud, the sword struck the ground. Squeak! The big rat momentarily stopped its charge, startled. Did it see that it was going to charge? No, it didn't. It couldn't react to the rat's movements. The big rat, which had drawn this conclusion, charged again, but it was the same this time. Thud! Squeak! The moment the big rat tensed its body, the sword hit the ground. The big rat was momentarily intimidated and stopped moving. Squeak, squeak. The big rat couldn't understand the situation. With its tiny brain, it seemed like Taesan was suddenly reacting to its movements. The big rat is thrown off balance. The big rat's movement slows down. Taesan smiled slightly. This is working. Chapter 7, First Level, Part 2, Lee Taeyeon Solo. Mr. Taesan, how do you plan to fight the big rat? Kang Taesan Solo, observe its muscle movements and anticipate where to strike. Lee Taeyeon Solo. Isn't that telling me to respond to its movements? Kang Taesan Solo, no, I said anticipate, right? Lee Taeyeon Solo, how am I supposed to observe the muscles of a rat? Squeak, the big rat squealed threateningly. Taesan quietly observed the big rat. Responding to its movements was impossible. But the big rat was a creature that breathed and used its muscles to move. Anyone would be able to confirm the body's movements when it was about to do something. Suddenly, the big rat's legs contracted. Its vibrating chest puffed out. This was the moment. Taesan struck with his sword. Clang, squeak. The big rat, which was about to rush in, reflexively retreated. This was the concept of anticipation. Every creature had some sort of prelude when they were about to attack. If one paid close attention, blocking in advance wasn't difficult. It was the same as professional boxers who did not dodge punches by watching the fist, but by observing the movements of the shoulder and moving in advance. The opponent wasn't human but a rodent, yet the theory was the same. Now the real game began from here. Taesan extended his arm that wasn't holding the sword. The big rat hesitated, then attempted to charge once more. However, it was again thwarted by Taesan's attack. Squeak. The big rat is intimidated by you. Its decision-making process is slowed. Uncertainty clouded the rat's tiny red eyes, something that was visible even to Taesan. In the rat's mind, the ankle had become a place it could no longer attack. Then it would aim for the next easiest place to attack. His arm was extended quite invitingly. Its decision was swift. The big rat charged and threw itself to bite his arm. Squeak! Surprise flashed in the big rat's eyes. The sensation of its bite was strange. It felt like it was biting something hard instead of flesh. It attempted to flee belatedly, but the big rat's body was suspended in midair. Its nimble movements were sealed. You've lost. Taesan smashed the arm that the big rat had bitten into the ground. Thud. Squeak! Pinned by the arm, the big rat screamed. It squirmed as it tried to escape, but the basic difference in strength was significant. Taesan did not miss the opportunity and stabbed his sword into its chest. An unpleasant sensation ran up his arm. You have attacked. The big rat is incapacitated. It takes more damage. The big rat takes 4 damage. The big rat takes 5 damage. Squeak. The vitality faded from those red eyes. As the big rat's movement ceased, Taesan finally relaxed his strength. That was rather tough. The rat, whose movements were too quick for human reflexes to counter, was merely the first monster. But Taesan calmly summarized the situation. He had won. It was now time to receive the rewards. You have defeated the big rat. You have received a large amount of experience points. Your health has been restored by 5. You have obtained 43 gold. You have obtained the big rat's hide. You have obtained the big rat's meat. Taesan brushed over these messages nonchalantly. He had no intention of fussing over those basic rewards. You have attacked. You have single-handedly defeated a challenging enemy. Your agility has permanently increased by 1. Ho, Taesan smiled in satisfaction. In the labyrinth, stats held an unchanging value. An increase was always a good thing, but the system messages did not stop there. Your heroic blow has been activated. Your agility permanently increases by 1. You have obtained the basic skill swordsmanship. You have seized victory in battle by utilizing a wide field of vision. You have obtained the special constant activation skill. Vision enhancement. You have seized victory in battle by identifying the enemy's weakness. You have obtained the special constant activation skill, insight. You faced your opponent without faltering in your first battle. You have obtained the special constant activation skill, composure. Taesan was taken aback. This was beyond his expectation, but the system messages kept coming. You have won against a monster for the first time. You have obtained 100 gold. You have obtained the title, the Brave One. They're giving me so much just for defeating one small monster, they wouldn't even give half this many rewards for defeating a boss monster in easy mode. Taesan made a sarcastic thought, but considering the characteristics of the labyrinth, it was a perfectly reasonable occurrence. The labyrinth didn't just consider the result of victory. It took into account how the process went, how perfectly victory was achieved, and the method used to achieve the result. Taesan's battle was close to perfect. Moreover, he was a solo player. The labyrinth was merely giving him the rewards he deserved, but Taesan, who didn't know this, was both delighted and bewildered. Still, a reward is a reward. Skill window. Basic skill swordsmanship. Proficiency. 1%, you seem to be able to swing a sword. It was the most basic skill. For Taesan, who had been pushing the edge with his skills, it was a skill he hadn't needed to use until the end. Taesan brushed it off and checked the next skill. Special constant activation skill, vision enhancement. Proficiency 5%. You can obtain a wide field of vision, but it still falls within the range of human vision. Vision enhancement. A good skill, the human vision would blur outside of its focus area. Still, with vision enhancement, one would be able to see countless things simultaneously. This was quite an advantage. During battles, one's field of vision tended to narrow. Therefore, it became hard to react when unexpected variables came into play. If this skill was available, the occurrence of that would decrease significantly. It was a skill he had acquired only after passing through the 20th floor on easy mode, and the next skill, special constant activation skill, composure, proficiency 12%, a calm mind that doesn't get flustered. You won't get flustered as long as no entity that surpasses human cognition appears. You gain a correction on judgment. Composure was also a highly useful skill that allowed resistance against all sorts of judgments. Special constant activation skill, insight, proficiency 5%, you can perceive many things. It seems like for now you can only discern the weaknesses of creatures. I'm getting this already, insight. It was a succinct explanation, but it was a skill that Taesan had used until the end. When proficiency reached 100%, the skill evolved. When insight evolved through several stages, it would become a skill that allowed total discernment of everything around him. It would become total reconnaissance. Taesan had obtained insight only after reaching the 40th floor. Even that was quick. Hard mode players had barely been able to acquire insight by the 50th floor. He got all of these on just the first floor. Damn, what a disparity. He knew there would be differences, but he didn't expect them to be this big. He clicked his tongue for a moment and then checked the skill again. Soul skill. Soul strike increase. Proficiency 100%. Your soul has seen a world a step higher. Your high-dimensional soul takes away the power of the opponent each time you win. What's this? It certainly wasn't a skill he had acquired in this world. As Taesan paused to remember, it came to him. When I was fighting with the S-class. It was when he had cleanly reduced 1.25 million hit points. At that last moment, a system window appeared. He had casually dismissed the system window because he was too tired. It definitely appeared then. You have entered a state of mindless immersion. Your body and mind become one. A miracle-like power is engraved on your soul. You have gained the soul skill, Soul Strike Increase. You are in a state of having left the labyrinth, so you couldn't acquire the skill. Soul Strike Increase has been sealed. Yes, it was sealed. This skill could only be obtained within the labyrinth. Now that he had entered the labyrinth, the seal had been released. So the skill remains even if time is rewound. Perhaps because it's a soul skill, it was a skill that was engraved onto the soul itself. After briefly pondering it, Taesan shook his head. Let's not think too deeply about it. It wasn't a problem he could immediately solve anyway. He had obtained a good skill, that was enough. To take something away each time he killed an opponent. It was practically the same as saying he could become infinitely powerful depending on the conditions. It would be hard to find a better skill than this. Taesan closed the skill window with a satisfied expression. As for the title, nothing special. Title, the Brave One. You have proven that you have courage, not recklessness. NPCs feel favorably towards you. another favorability title. Without a word, Taesan closed the title window. The shop owner had told him to come back alive and he had survived. He should then open the shop for him. There was one thing he wanted to sell. Taesan turned back and headed towards the shop while holding the skin and meat. The dwarf, seeing Taesan's return, dropped his pipe. "You survived. Did you wish for my death?" "No, not that." The dwarf hastily picked up his pipe while looking at Taesan with a peculiar gaze. "Don't tell me you didn't encounter any monsters." "I did encounter them." "Ah, then you must have run away. It would have been hard to even flee from a rat. Wonder how you managed. When you turned your back, a big rat would even chase you to the safe zone to kill you. However, since the monster's base damage wasn't too high, there was a chance of survival if you ran away quickly." The dwarf thought that Taesan had made such a decision. He was scrutinizing Taesan's face and his eyebrows twitched. "Don't you have fear? Pardon? No, never mind." Despite a situation full of despair, Taesan didn't waver. He was barely worth becoming a trading partner at this point. Taesan opened his inventory and said, "I caught it." The dwarf dropped his pipe again. "You caught it." Taesan pulled out the big rat's skin and meat from his inventory. "You buy things in your shop, right? How much can you give me for these?" "Mister," the dwarf, stunned, opened his mouth. "You really caught it? Would it be fake?" "How?" The dwarf was noticeably flustered. Taesan looked at him with a face that said the dwarf was surprised over nothing. "If you catch it, you catch it. What's there to be so surprised about?" "You," the dwarf lost his words. He barely managed to regain his composure and hesitantly reached out his hand. "Let me see." Taesan calmly handed over the skin and meat. "Big rat's meat. Quality 96%. It's the meat of a big rat. You can eat it if you want." "Big rat's skin. Quality 95%. It's the skin of a big rat. It seems reasonably warm." The dwarf's pupils dilated. It was real and of the highest quality. It meant it had been perfectly caught without causing any mess. How? The big rat was strong. Even his proud soldiers couldn't catch it easily due to its fast speed. It was not a monster that a newcomer to the labyrinth would be able to catch. However, the item did not lie. The dwarf looked at Taesan with disbelieving eyes and then belatedly regained his composure. "It's all right. Since you have met my condition, I'll open the shop." His role was to be a shop owner. If the other party had passed his condition, it was time to perform his role. "What do you need? What do you sell?" "I sell everything, just tell me." In that case, what Taesan needed to buy was decided. "Do you have a tower shield?" "A tower shield, the big one?" "Yes, something of a size that you would have to hold with both hands." "Why do you want to buy it?" "I'm planning to smack it down completely." "That's the correct answer." The dwarf let out a sigh of admiration. After looking at Taesan with a look of wonder for a moment, he reached into thin air. "Golden Gate, Russell." The dwarf, rummaging through the split space, pulled out a tower shield. It was large enough to cover a person's body and seemed quite sturdy. "How about this?" Taesan took the shield and checked it. "Heavy tower shield. Attack +1, defense +5. It seems quite sturdy and should be able to block many attacks." Taesan was surprised. It was not just at a decent level. This kind of equipment could only be obtained on the 7th floor of easy mode. "How much is it?" 500 gold. It was a reasonable price. Taesan quickly checked his gold. With only 243 gold, he was short half the value. "I'll have to come back later." The increase in stats would make catching big rats much easier. He only needed to catch about 7 more. As Taesan was about to leave the shield behind, the dwarf stopped him. "Where are you going?" "I don't have enough gold." "Don't worry about that. I'll give it to you for free." Taesan, who was headed towards the labyrinth, paused. "For free?" "Yes." As if to prove it wasn't a lie, the dwarf tossed the shield. "You've received a heavy tower shield." He's giving it for free. This was not like a shopkeeper, but the dwarf didn't stop there. "You have about 250 gold right now, right? There should be something you can buy with that." "Wait." The dwarf kept pulling out something from his space. Taesan was taken aback. "What's happening?" Lee Tion had always said that the dwarf was always cranky and never spread out his goods for display. He seemed extremely reluctant to give her anything. It was as if he was giving her something that didn't fit her class. But right now, the dwarf was showering him with items as if he was an easy mark. Chapter 8, First Level, Part 3, Kang Junhyuk Solo. Isn't the shopkeeper too stubborn? Why does he always make a comment when selling something? Lee Tion Solo, you too. If he's a shopkeeper, why doesn't he just sell stuff like one? I really want to stab him with a knife, but I can't because I'll be the one hurt. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Why are you doing this for me? Taesan had to ask. Lee Tion had no reason to lie to him, so she must have been really poorly treated by the dwarf. But the current behavior of the dwarf was hard to believe. "What's the matter if I'm kind? Can't I care a little?" The dwarf was grumbling while organizing the items one by one. "Think of it as a simple investment." "Investment? Quiet, now choose. These are the items you can afford right now." He laid out nearly 10 items on the floor. Taesan was still suspicious of the dwarf, but since he didn't answer, he decided to go shopping. Most of the items were potions. Taesan picked up a red potion, Health Recovery Potion, recovers 50% of health. 200G health recovery potions were very hard to obtain anywhere but at the shop. They were also limited in number in the shop, so they were essential items to buy. However, Taesan put the health recovery potion back down. I won't need it in the early stages anyway. There were also many other potions. A fury potion that temporarily increased attack power, a quickness potion that temporarily increased all speeds, a teleportation potion that allowed you to move to the location where it was thrown. All of them were useful. They were indispensable potions for clearing the labyrinth, but they were not the things to use right now. He had heard that potions were very hard to obtain in solo mode. If he had to use them at these lower levels, that would be a disaster, so there was no need to buy them now. In other words, it was a kind of trap. There were more important items that he needed to buy right now. Taesan picked up a small bow, cheap bow, accuracy plus 20%, it seems quite difficult to use. 200G cheap arrow, attack power plus 1, the arrow is properly shaped. 10G one ranged weapon was absolutely necessary. If he had a bow, he could avoid a lot of headaches. With his current gold, he could buy 1 bow and 4 arrows. How much for the leather? For this quality, around 70 gold, then I'll sell it. He immediately purchases 7 more arrows for 70 gold. The dwarf was watching him with a satisfied face. Taesan was baffled by his excessively friendly face. What's going on? You know that health doesn't really recover in the labyrinth. I know. In the labyrinth, the natural recovery rate was horrendously slow. Even if a whole day passed, only 10 health points would recover. Mana recovery was somewhat better, but it was still slow. There were 3 solutions. One was to drink a recovery potion. You could also kill monsters and absorb their health to recover, or you could use the Fountain of Life, something that existed in the labyrinth. There's a Fountain of Life on the first floor. If you don't leave the first floor, you can use it an infinite amount of times. Let me tell you its location. There's a crazy old man there, but you should have no problem. It's different, definitely. The dwarf also guided Lee Taeyeon to the Fountain of Life, but she had to listen to all sorts of contemptuous words. He told her to starve and die there, but now he was being incredibly kind. Let me map the location for you. He was even marking it on the map. Do you know how to use a map ball? I know. Taesan checked the map. His path was marked on the black map and a bright light was placed in the darkness. That was the location of the Fountain of Life. Taesan looked at the dwarf quietly. What, do you need something else? No, nothing. Taesan then said his farewell. I'll be going now. Yeah. See you later. Lee Taeyeon had no reason to lie to him. The dwarf must have treated her quite poorly, but he did not treat him the same way. Is it because of the method? Lee Taeyeon ran away without catching the big rat. But he caught the big rat and returned. That difference might have changed the dwarf's attitude. He couldn't be certain for now, so he headed toward the Fountain of Life. He put the rusty sword into his inventory and tightly gripped the tower shield with both hands. As he was walking through the labyrinth, a big rat appeared. A big rat has appeared. Squeaking, the big rat eyed him. Taesan quietly raised his shield. His agility had increased by 2. Such a small numerical difference was significant in these early stages. For example, he could now react to the big rat's movements. Not perfectly, but he was no longer just observing muscle movements to block attacks. He could predict its movements and reduce the damage. Taesan deliberately lifted his shield, exposing his ankle as if setting a trap. The big rat lacked the intelligence to determine whether it was a trap. The big rat charged. You received 4 damage. The moment he saw the damage window appear, Taesan slammed down his shield. The shield pressed its body down as the big rat tried to quickly dodge. A high-pitched scream erupted from below. Squeak! Your attack connected. The big rat is incapacitated. It takes more damage. You inflicted 4 damage to the big rat. You inflicted 4 damage to the big rat. You have defeated the big rat. You received a large amount of experience. Your health has recovered by 5. You acquired 33 gold. You acquired the big rat's skin. You acquired the big rat's meat. He happily looked at the system window blocking his vision. The shield really is the best. A sword could only hit a narrow area and required precision. There was a very high chance of missing. However, with the tower shield, he just needed to slam it down. After the big rat's attack, it only tried to retreat backwards, so there was no chance of failure. By meeting the minimum stat requirement and obtaining enough money to purchase the tower shield, this strategy was the most perfect. Furthermore, beginners were most afraid of taking damage, so the tower shield with its high defense was a significant advantage. After he posted this strategy on the community forum, beginners began carrying around the tower shield. Recalling that time, Taesan checked the system window. Your level has increased. You are in the best condition. As a reward for leveling up, your health has increased by 10. As a reward for leveling up, your agility has permanently increased by 2. Your skill enhancement has been activated. Your agility has permanently increased by 1. You have acquired the basic skill shield technique. Your proficiency in perception has increased by 1%. Status window, Kang Taesan. Level 2, HP. 110/100. Mana 10/10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 15, Attack +1, Defense +7. The target is in a state of hunger. Taesan smiled in satisfaction after checking his stats. He was still on the first floor, yet his agility was already at 15. Looking solely at agility, it was similar to when he had reached the 10th floor. The difference between 10 and 15 may not seem like much, but even a small stat difference was very significant in this place. If those with a strength stat of 10 and 15 were to fight, the one with 15 could take down 5 of the other. That's why players in hard mode could survive in this crazy world. Those possessing thousands of stat points had the strength to even cut down a mountain. And now, Taesan could also have that power. He was very excited. Taesan sprinted through the maze. After that, he encountered more big rats, but he was able to handle all of them without a problem. The stat difference was now too large. Without even receiving a single point of damage, he reached the vicinity of the Fountain of Life. Taesan opened the map. A bright light was present just in front of his location. It meant that the life spring was just past this one corridor. Taesan stepped into the corridor. It's longer than I thought. The door on the other side looked far away. It would take at least 5 minutes of walking to get there. He thought it was unnecessarily long and kept walking. When he was about halfway there, a system window appeared. A big rat has appeared. Taesan raised his shield without any panic. Encountering monsters in the corridor was a frequent occurrence. However, he frowned at the system windows that appeared after. A big rat has appeared. A big rat has appeared. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Their cries overlapped and echoed. 3 big rats were approaching Taesan. One was in front of Taesan, the other 2 were behind him. You are in a difficult situation. Confusion judgment in progress. Fear judgment in progress. There were 3 big rats in a corridor where there was barely any space to move. They had also encircled him. Even for Taesan, this could be dangerous, but his expression did not change. He did not waver. He had seen countless people die due to sudden unexpected variables, despite having the capability to overcome them. Taesan had no intention of becoming one of them. All judgments passed. You have withstood through excellent mental strength. All stats have increased. You have obtained an unwavering mind. Proficiency of composure has increased by 1%. His leveling efficiency had given him full readiness. The width of the corridor was roughly the size of an apartment staircase. There was room to turn his body. Proficiency of field of vision has increased by 3%. Due to the successful judgment check, all of his stats had increased by 1. With his current stats, he would win a battle of reaction speeds against a big rat. The odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. Proficiency of insight has increased by 1%. He raised his shield. This time he does not leave his ankles exposed. He quietly stared at the big rat in front of him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rats happily squealed. They had encircled a big human with their brethren. They could tell they had the upper hand, even with their weak intelligence. And that thought led them to let their guard down. Whoosh, Taesan took the first step. He rushed toward the big rat in front of him. Squeak, the big rat in front of him was startled and ran away. Startled by the sudden charge, it ran a good distance away. It would take some time to approach again as a substantial distance was created. Squeak, squeak, the big rats that were quietly sneering behind him were surprised and charged. At that moment, Taesan quickly turned his body as if he had anticipated this. Squeak, the big rats abruptly stopped at the sight of the shield pointing at them, but the body that had been accelerating couldn't stop so easily. Taesan's shield crushed a big rat. Squeak, you have triumphed over the big rat. Your level has increased. Taesan dismissed the system window that popped up. He quickly rushed towards the remaining big rat. Squeak, squeak, but this time it didn't succumb so easily. It quickly put some distance between them. The big rat that had escaped earlier then charged back belatedly. Thinking that Taesan's turn back was an opportunity, it bared its teeth, swish. And then Taesan stopped chasing the big rat and turned his body. The charging big rat tried to halt in surprise, but it was too late. Thud. Squeak, you have triumphed over the big rat. He had taken down 2 big rats in the blink of an eye. It was a one-sided victory. Taesan pointed his shield toward the remaining big rat. Come on, squeak, squeak. The big rat is overwhelmed by you. The big rat's thinking slows. Fueled by rage, the big rat charged. In this situation, even its quick speed was quite easy to predict. Taesan waited for the right time and struck with his shield. Thud, squeak, you have attacked. The big rat is in a weakened state. Damage will be significantly increased. 8 damage to the big rat, 9 damage to the big rat. You have triumphed over the big rat. Nice, Taesan grinned widely. He had already faced several big rats. He knew all about their habits. If he charged, they would run far away. If he turned his back without any hesitation, they would aim for his heel. Fundamentally, they only had a hit-and-run attack pattern. The value of information in this place was not to be underestimated. Taesan reopened the window he had previously closed. Your level has increased. You are in top condition. As a reward for leveling up, your health has increased by 10. As a reward for leveling up, your agility permanently increases by 3. Your permanent agility increase has been activated. Agility permanently increased by 3. You emerged victorious without faltering in a desperate situation. Your intelligence increased by 1. Cold Judgment skill proficiency has increased by 5%. Field of Vision skill proficiency has increased by 3%. Discernment skill proficiency has increased by 2%, leveling up nicely. His agility had already surpassed 20. Considering that even increasing skill proficiency by 1% was quite a struggle, this was unbelievably rapid progress. In addition, there were also many gold coins, leathers, and bones. He could make a good amount of money if he sold these at the shop. Taesan walked down the passage with a smile. This time no monsters appeared. A square room. Inside there was a small spring without a single fish living in it. You have discovered the Fountain of Life for the first time. Chapter 9, First Level, Part 4, First Discovery Bonus. Intelligence has permanently increased by 1, mana has permanently increased by 2, both were good stats. Increased intelligence decreased the basic consumption rate of mana, allowing for more use of skills. The increase in mana was self-explanatory. This is a shelter in the labyrinth. Your enemies cannot enter here of their own volition. The peace of this place makes you sluggish. Monsters appeared in most places inside the labyrinth. The only exceptions were the shop and the fountain. It was a type of safe zone. Taesan scooped up the spring water with his hand. The cool liquid smoothly went down his throat. You have returned to your best state. The lingering fatigue completely disappeared. It felt as if he had had a good sleep. Taesan sat next to the spring. He wanted to lie down as the floor was not a hard stone floor but a warm sandy one. Although the spring could restore him to his best state, it couldn't alleviate the mental fatigue that built up over time. A little rest was also a necessary thing. Has a day passed already? That seemed about right when he checked his hunger state. It was about time for something to be posted in the community. Kang Junhyuk solo. Guys, is it okay to enter the labyrinth? Na Yeon solo. Seeing that there's no answer from those who entered, it seems not. This is driving me crazy. Yu Youngseok easy. Anyone want to break through the first level together? Kang Dongjun solo, looking for information. Does anyone know what kind of monster the first one is? Lee Sang solo, going crazy. Seriously? Of course, most of the posts were from solo players. Players in other modes could meet each other, so they solved things through direct conversations rather than through the community. However, solo players weren't able to meet directly. That meant that their only means of conversation was the community. As Taesan scrolled through the community, he chuckled. Lee Taeyeon solo, guys, how the heck do I do this? Tae-T, the strongest player who survived and broke through the labyrinth, Lee Taeyeon. For someone who always seemed so confident, her present self was utterly confused. Maybe that's not it. Her final status showed that she was scared. Perhaps she simply hid her true self. She might have been a coward until the end. Taesan took a moment to look at the community. The labyrinth had only been open for a day. Naturally, many solo players were still alive. You couldn't die of hunger here. As far as Taesan knew, the real entry attempts started a month from now. Solo mode gave rewards proportional to the difficulty. Lee Taeyeon said she missed out on countless number of them. In particular, she claimed that she hadn't received what should have been hers because she cleared the boss using an exploit, but she was still called the strongest player. So proper development through solo mode could potentially be of great help. In the labyrinth, every victory was precious. Even if he went outside, things would not change much. That's not too bad. Taesan started writing on the community. He began with simple advice. He started by telling them not to be aggressive to the gatekeeper and then told them what kind of things the shopkeeper sold. Taesan had defeated the big rat, but others could not. He advised them to immediately run away and return to the shop. He then also instructed them to run with all haste once they heard the fountain's location. Survival was nearly impossible if they didn't follow this basic route. He also wrote about what to do after that. Kang Taesan solo, basic strategy for the first floor of solo mode. He didn't know if the others would believe him. Trusting an anonymous post and entering the labyrinth would be very difficult. Even if they did believe him, how much it would be accepted was unknown. After all, only Lee Taeyeon survived out of tens of thousands. He simply threw the hint out with no great expectations and closed the community. Time to give it a try. Taesan stood up and stretched. Unlimited use of the fountain was possible as long as he didn't leave the first floor. The reason Lee Taeyeon was able to survive was because she had wandered around here for a week before finally catching the big rat. In solo mode, the normal flow was to return to the shop after encountering the big rat, hear about the location of the fountain life, and then rush here to enter the safe zone. What kind of arrangement is this? He had felt that something was strange about this ever since he heard about it from Lee Taeyeon. It would have been better to place the fountain of life at the start. Without it, survival would have been impossible anyway. But the creator of the labyrinth chose to place it far away, causing most to die on their way there. It was hard to understand whether this was mercy or cruelty. Regardless, this part was the most important. There was no limit to healing here. He could prepare a lot before leaving the first floor. He only survived with his low stats due to his skills. Taesan thus concluded that skills were more valuable than stats. At that moment, his stomach grumbled. Thinking about it, he hadn't eaten anything for the whole day. Although he wouldn't die of hunger, his overall stats would be reduced, and he would suffer significant pain. It was better to resolve this quickly. Taesan intended to resolve this properly as well, using a slightly different method to what others might think. Taesan opened his inventory and took out some meat. Big rat meat. Quality. 86%. It's big rat meat. It can be eaten if desired. Although it was a rodent, the meat was quite plentiful given its size. Taesan took out his rusty sword. With a swift motion, he sliced off a piece of meat that was of a good enough size to eat. After examining the meat for a moment, Taesan mumbled anxiously. Is it really edible? The easy mode provided plenty of food, so he had never eaten big rat meat before. The meat was closer to black than red, and the muscles were grotesquely bulgy, not the kind that would whet one's appetite. Considering the goal, maybe this is better. Taesan placed the meat inside his mouth. His face crinkled at the completely tasteless and dry meat. However, he didn't spit it out and swallowed it with difficulty. You ate raw, uncooked meat. Diagnosing abnormal status. Diagnosis failed. You are suffering from food poisoning. Abnormal status food poisoning. For 2 days, his stamina would decrease. The speed that it decreased was extremely fast. Without drinking a disease-curing potion or a stamina potion, one could die within moments. It was a nightmare-like status effect for beginners. Those who had experienced it once would always cook their food afterward. However, Taesan was eating raw meat on purpose, aiming for something. Taesan drank some water from the fountain. You have returned to your best state. And then he ate more of the raw meat. You ate raw, uncooked meat. Diagnosing abnormal status. Diagnosis success, nothing happened. Another one, you ate raw, uncooked meat. Diagnosing abnormal status. Diagnosis failed. You are suffering from food poisoning. He drank more fountain water. You have returned to your best state. He ate more meat. You ate raw, uncooked meat. Diagnosing abnormal status. He would eat another piece of meat if he didn't get food poisoning. If he got food poisoning, he would drink the fountain water and then eat another piece of meat. He continuously repeated these two actions. As his stomach started to get full, a different system message appeared. You have suffered from numerous diseases and developed resistance. You have acquired the special always active skill disease resistance. Taesan grinned broadly. Bingo, the labyrinth doesn't provide food. Emergency rations were sold in shops but were very expensive and scarce in hard and solo modes. It wouldn't be enough for exploring the labyrinth. Inevitably, creatures within the labyrinth had to be grilled or boiled to be eaten. Still, given the limited space, there were occasions when food had to be eaten raw. In such a situation, getting food poisoning was a real disaster. Even Lee Tion had come close to dying. However, if one had disease resistance, the story would be different. Special always active skill, disease resistance proficiency, 1% a resistance to various diseases. At the current proficiency, one is less likely to contract diseases from eating. The chance of a successful diagnosis of food poisoning was reduced to below 10%, providing a significant bonus during times of crisis. As proficiency increased, it was fair to say that one would become virtually immune to food poisoning. Originally, the skill could only be obtained after suffering from various diseases. Still, for Taesan, who had information, it could be acquired quite easily. Next was the other skill. Taesan headed towards the fountain. It was just deep enough to submerge him up to his waist. I really hate this. With a grimace on his face, Taesan plunged his head into the water. Blub blub, his breathing was naturally cut off underwater. Instead of surfacing, Taesan closed his eyes and held his breath. Blub blub. The air bubbles gradually decreased. Finally, the air he had been holding in was completely depleted. His body, devoid of air, longed to breathe. The discomfort gradually spread, but he endured. You are in a state where breathing is not possible. It was painful. Someone once said that drowning was the most torturous way to die. Whether that was true or not, it meant that it was exceedingly agonizing. His body, yearning to breathe, ordered him to quickly get out of the water. But he didn't leave. With an unwavering face, he endured underwater. He forcibly closed his windpipe, which was opening, to drink the water and waited. His consciousness was beginning to blur. He felt his strength wane. His consciousness was disappearing and his vision was flickering. Death was right in front of him. That's when the system window appeared. You have refrained from breathing until the brink of death. You've acquired the special activation skill breathlessness. You have perceived death. You've acquired the special always active skill death's line. It was done. Taesan lifted himself up. A large amount of water splashed out. Ha ha. While calming his wildly beating heart, he smoothed out his ragged breathing. It took a few minutes for him to barely settle down. This is really some unpleasant stuff, he complained while flipping his wet hair. It was essentially self-water torture. Even for Taesan, who was accustomed to pain, it was a thoroughly miserable experience, but he had no other choice. Breathlessness could only be obtained while underwater. Special activation skill, breathlessness. Mana consumption 1, proficiency 1%, you can hold your breath for a long time. Right now it's only about twice as long as an average human. Breathlessness was an activation skill that increased the duration of holding in one's breath. It wasn't a widely known skill. It could only be obtained underwater and only just before dying. Most who acquired it ended up as fish food, so it wasn't until Taesan obtained the skill that information about it became known. And even after it was known, no one tried to acquire it. You had to stay underwater until just before death. The number of people who could endure the pain of not breathing and the fear of possible death was exceedingly small. Most of those who survived in the labyrinth were close to being cowards and weren't willing to learn the skill in such a manner. For this reason, apart from Taesan, the only one who had acquired it was Yoongjun. In easy or normal mode, it wasn't a particularly useful skill. Still, in the hard and solo modes, the story was different. Intermittently, floors where the air itself was poisoned would appear. Breathlessness would be of great benefit there. At the same time, Death's Line was not a bad skill either. It was a skill that informed you when you were at risk of dying due to the location or an attack. He had been able to escape quite a few crises because of it. Special always-on skill, Death's Line. Proficiency 54%, you can sense when you're nearing death, activates in most crises. Seeing the proficiency, Taesan was surprised. Why is it already at 54%? Raising the proficiency by just 1% was usually quite challenging. There wasn't a player who exceeded 50% for advanced skills until they were better in the labyrinth. But it was already 54%. This was the same proficiency as he had in the future. Does something like this carry over? It seemed like power engraved in the mind rather than the body had a certain degree of continuity. However, it was hard to fully accept this theory because the basic proficiency of cold judgment and penetration were different. I don't know. Taesan tidied up his thoughts neatly. In the labyrinth, things that couldn't be understood happened frequently. He wouldn't be able to endure if he tried to assign meaning to all of them. It was a good thing for him, so he should be satisfied with that. Taesan checked the number of skills he now had. Swordsmanship, shield technique, sight enhancement, penetration, cold judgment, soul ascension, death's line, breathlessness, disease resistance, 9 in total. From the first floor, he had obtained the number of skills that an easy mode player usually obtained by clearing the labyrinth. In the past, Taesan didn't reach this number until he arrived at the 20th floor. Considering that most of them were useless skills, their value was even higher, but Taesan had no intention of stopping here. There were still more skills to be obtained. Chapter 10, First Level, Part 5. Kang Junhyuk Solo, brother. Are we really doing this right? Kang Taesan solo, high risk, high return, you understand, don't you? If the gap becomes too big, we can't catch up. Now is the perfect timing, don't you think? Kang Junhyuk solo. No, that's not the issue. Seriously, I'm sorry, brother, I just can't do this. Kang Taesan solo, do as you please, I'm not the one at a loss. Lee Taejun solo, Junhyuk, it's not your fault. Except for that guy, nobody could get it. Skills could be combined. When certain skills and situations intersect, new skills can be formed. Taesan, who had risen from his seat, took a deep breath. You have activated Breathless. Taesan, who had activated the skill, began to swing the rusted sword. The ability to hold his breath for twice as long applied only when he was idle. When in action, it was a different story. The whole body demanded oxygen and his face turned red in no time. Yet Taesan did not stop swinging his sword. He delivered tens of sword strikes, and when the sword strikes reached 100. You have attacked countless times in one breath. You obtained the special activation skill Breathless Rush Attack. You have acquired more than 10 skills and have reached a stage where you can confidently say you have gained skills. You obtained the title Skill Player. Huff, Taesan gasped heavily for breath. There was a tempo to attacks, just like how he predicted the movements of Big Rat. Humans, too, showed signs before they moved. The infinite breath attack was a skill that freely altered this tempo. During a 10-second span of attacking, there was no need to breathe, thus creating room for unpredictable variables. It was a skill he frequently used until he exited the labyrinth. Title window. Title. Skill player, you have acquired 10 skills. A bonus is applied to all skill proficiency levels. It was one of the fundamentally better titles one could attain, not bad at all. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 3, HP. 120/120, Mana 12/12, Strength 10, Intelligence 12, Agility 21, Attack +1, Defense +2. The target is tired. It was definitely fast. Lee Tion said her agility was around 13 when she passed the first floor. This was a crushing pace. Just considering agility, it was a stat that even a hard mode player could only achieve after reaching the 5th floor. Taesan, who was joyfully looking at his status window, stroked his chin. Maybe I should make one. He had acquired many skills by this point. Even if a hard mode player reached the 3rd floor, they would still be weaker than him right now on the 1st floor. Considering that one's power increased exponentially with each floor descended, his pace was incredibly fast. However, he didn't have a main skill yet. A main skill had a value beyond 10 ordinary skills. A skill that could overcome any gap in stats. These kinds of skills were called main skills. To give a simple example, addition, which added to the current attack power, multiplication, which squared the current attack power. Full recon gave full comprehension of all hidden elements and situations around him. Attack nullification, which negated the result of an attack. Forced duel, which ensured that no one except the target could interfere. And many times stop halted time around him, a skill everyone envied. All of these were main skills. Having even one of them could grant overwhelming power compared to other players at the same level. He once had dozens of main skills. Taesan planned to create one of them. Before stepping outside, he drank from the fountain, relieving all his fatigue. The acquisition conditions for most main skills were quite demanding, perhaps due to their power. For instance, full recon could only be created after insight evolved a few times. Considering most players couldn't even manage to evolve a skill once, these skills were practically unattainable. However, there was one skill that could be created even on the 1st floor. Rather, it was a skill that was hard to obtain if not made at this moment. Taesan stood still in the passage and waited. Not long after, a squeaking sound echoed. A big rat has appeared. The big rat glared at Taesan. He took a stance and held up his shield. Instinctively, the big rat charged toward his exposed ankle. You have taken 4 damage. Squeak, squeal, the big rat quickly ran away. Taesan didn't move a muscle. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the big rat charged at him again. Taesan watched it with an unperturbed gaze. He saw everything since agility was linked to reflexes. Not only did agility improve reflexes and speed, but it also improved his overall cognitive abilities. With an agility of 21, he could have struck the big rat as it came in. However, he did not move. You have taken 3 damage. Squeal. The big rat, assuming that Taesan couldn't react, squealed happily. Now it didn't even bother to run away, instead just circling around and biting at Taesan's feet. The damage window kept appearing. His health was slowly decreasing, like clothes getting wet in a drizzle of rain. However, he did not move. Taesan opened his status window to check his health. Health. 23/120. I'll have to take a few more hits. He did not move. The big rat continued to attack. You have taken 4 damage, remaining health 19. You have taken 3 damage, remaining health 16. You have taken 4 damage, remaining health 12. You have taken 3 damage. You are in a near-death state, remaining health 9. You have taken 4 damage. You have taken 4 damage. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 3%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. Only when he was 1 hit away from death did Taesan move. He swung his shield down. Thud, squeal. The big rat, which had been biting merrily, hastily fled. Taesan guarded himself, standing firm like a sturdy wall. Squeal. The big rat was unhappy that a dying man was resisting. It immediately charged again, aiming for an opening. It burrowed under the shield and bit Taesan's ankle. Thud, squeal. However, the shield moved and blocked the big rat's attack. The big rat was startled and backed off. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. You have perfectly blocked your opponent's attack. You have acquired the special skill block that is always activated. Block. A useful skill that nullified damage below a certain threshold. However, it was not the skill he was looking for. Taesan pushed away the window and stared at the big rat again. Squeal. The big rat hesitated, then charged. It aimed for a gap in the shield. Thud, but the shield moved and blocked the big rat. The big rat had no choice but to retreat again. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. There was a skill called endurance. It was a skill that nullified all damage leading to death just once. It also eliminated all damage for a certain duration. Nullification was a remarkably powerful effect. It allowed him to disregard an unstoppable blow from an opponent encounter and even break through traps that no one could pass even after risking their lives. Taesan also greatly benefited from this skill, which was worthy of being called a main skill. Thud, you are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. However, no one else but Taesan has acquired it. Those curious about him asked Taesan how he learned endurance after clearing the labyrinth. Taesan replied that it was not difficult. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 1%. The method of acquiring skills was already determined. The easiest method was to receive it from someone else. This was the case with very basic skills like herb identification. However, the only skills that could be passed on this way were basic skills. Skills useful for clearing labyrinths could not be acquired. The second was through achievements. If you accomplished what others could not, you were given a skill fitting for that achievement. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. And finally, through implementation, something akin to the effect of a skill. In a broad sense, swordsmanship and shield techniques operated through the same concept. You gained swordsmanship because you wielded a sword, and shield techniques because you handled a shield. You gained breathlessness by holding your breath and a breathless attack by swinging your sword multiple times before exhaling. So how did you gain endurance, which nullified an attack leading to death? It was simple. You are on the brink of death. Proficiency in brink of death has increased by 2%. Proficiency in cold judgment has increased by 2%. You just needed to successively block attacks that would lead to death. You have blocked several attacks that could kill you. You have acquired the special always active skill endurance. He had acquired the skill. Taesan immediately rushed to the big rat. The big rat tried to flee in fear, but the shield pressed down on its small body. Squeak! You have killed a big rat. Your aura of vitality is activated. Agility permanently increases by 1. You've earned a small amount of experience. He sheathed his dripping shield and opened the skill window. Special always active skill, endurance. Proficiency 1%, it nullifies an attack leading to death. Afterward it ignores all damage for 1 second. Taesan laughed. Upon hearing how Taesan acquired endurance, Lee Taeyeon called him crazy. Yoongjun had also looked at him with fear, but Taesan was the opposite. Imagine being afraid of obtaining a skill that could save your life. Taesan could not understand why they refused for such a reason. Yes, a mistake could lead straight to death, but considering the rewards, it was a light gamble. The labyrinth was a place where you would get nothing if you didn't risk your life. Taesan simply followed this rule. After returning to the fountain and recovering his stamina, Taesan began the verification process. Special always active skill block, proficiency. 1%, it blocks damage below a certain numerical value. Currently, it can only block damage less than 1. Block was also a good skill that could easily stop damage depending on the level of proficiency. The problem was that it was very difficult to increase its proficiency. There were no people who focused on this skill because it required a lot of time and perseverance. Taesan did not think of improving his proficiency right away either. He decided to postpone it. The proficiencies of Brink of Death and Cold Judgment were also quite satisfying. Special always active skill Cold Judgment. Proficiency 31%, a steady mind. Unless something beyond human perception appears, you will not panic. It gives an appropriate correction to judgment. Special always active skill Brink of Death. Proficiency 68%, it can sense when death is approaching. It is activated in most crises. It also activates when significant damage is received. Both texts had changed. Brink of Death was especially appealing. It meant that he could detect most traps in advance. Are there more skills to obtain? There seemed to be a few, but he couldn't remember. It was hard to recall all of the 200 skills he once possessed. Taesan racked his brain. There were premonition skills. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Taesan instinctively took out his shield. Good reaction, an old man wearing gold was looking at him with a smile. Monsters couldn't enter the fountain of life. This was an NPC. You have encountered a seeker of God. Hello. He didn't let his guard down as he greeted him. Lee Taeyeon said that most NPCs in solo mode were nuts. He tried to recall whether she had mentioned anything about an elderly knight in golden armor as he started a conversation. The knight stroked his white beard and asked, "Are you an adventurer?" Adventurer? That's what they call those who strive to conquer the labyrinth. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. As he was speaking, he was racking his brain. There was an old knight when I was resting on the first floor at the Fountain of Life. Was he a holy knight serving a god? And then what did she say? He remembered. Taesan hurriedly lifted his shield. The holy knight was approaching. Despite the considerable distance, he arrived right in front of him in one step. The holy knight lifted his fist with a grin. Try to block this. Anjar has launched a non-lethal attack. Anjar's attack. His fist swooped down on Taesan. Chapter 11, First Level, The Seeker of God, Paladin Anjar, Part 6. A fist moved slowly but assuredly. Your death line has been activated. The system window gave a warning alert. Even without it, it was impossible not to notice. That fist held enough power to kill him. His body reacted quicker than his mind. Taesan raised his shield. He crouched, bracing for impact. Boom, shield and fist connected. Taesan was shocked by the power he felt from the other side. It was not just a simple matter of being strong, it was heavy. It felt as if a mountain itself was bearing down on him. Taesan gritted his teeth. He flexed his muscles to their limit. He forcefully twisted the direction that the power moved. Creak. The shield moved with an ear-piercing noise. It skewed the point of the fist's impact and diverted the direction of power. You have received the power of the mountain. Your strength permanently increases by 1. You have parried the power of the mountain. You have gained the special activation skill parry. Admiration was reflected on Anjar's face. Then how about this? The fist went straight, crushing the direction of the shield that tried to deflect the power and headed straight to Taesan. Taesan quickly came to a decision. He couldn't block that. Skills or not, the difference in strength was too large, therefore he wouldn't block it. He crouched. As Taesan's posture lowered, the fist's trajectory naturally headed downwards. The titled shield aligned with the fist. Taesan let go of the shield and kicked the ground with all his might, launching himself backward. Crash. You received 35,211 damage. Non-lethal attack activated. Damage is nullified. Cough. His body collided with the shield against the wall. The solid dungeon stone wall crumbled, revealing what was beyond it. Taesan chuckled wryly, confirming that fact through the sensation on his back. Is such a thing even possible? Breaking a dungeon wall in one hit, it was unheard of and unseen. None of the players or monsters he had encountered could do it, and this old man did it effortlessly. On top of that, the damage. Despite doing his best to dodge and reduce the damage, it was still 30,000. This alone told him enough. This old man was much stronger than Lee Taeyeon. What the hell? Both the gatekeeper and this old man were pure monsters. He couldn't confidently say he could win even if he had his previous level. But the old man was looking at Taesan with an admiring face. I thought it would be 100,000, but it's only 30,000. Amazing. Well, I can't just stand there and get hit. That's true. The old man laughed and asked Taesan, who might you be? Do I have any reason to tell you that? Taesan responded in a sharp tone. The old man chuckled. So that's why you didn't use a lethal attack. I don't plan to kill a stranger either. Above all, even if I attacked sincerely, you had endurance. I judged there would be no problem. Did you see that? The old man clenched his fist and nodded his head. The sight of raising one's foot at death to survive, it was incredibly admirable, and you actually have outstanding skills. To parry my attack with such feeble stats. The old man spat out his words with boundless momentum. Taesan frowned as he listened to the old man's words. Does he know about the skill? Self-aware NPCs existed only in solo mode. But Lee Taeyeon had never mentioned that they knew about skills. There were two answers: she didn't tell him or she didn't know. I was honestly worried that you might be weak, but it was a meaningless worry. You more than passed. The old man's face was infinitely satisfied as he looked at Taesan. Adventurer, what is your name? My name is Kang Taesan. Taesan, it's a very honorable meeting. The old man Anjar laughed brightly. Bless this miracle, I am Anjar, the seeker of God. Anjar didn't seem to think about doing anything else to him now. Taesan took this chance to calm his body. There was no damage due to the non-lethal attack, but the numbing shock didn't disappear. While calming his body, he checked his skill. Special activation skill, deflection. Mana consumption 5, proficiency 24%, deflect the center of the attack to reduce damage. It seems possible to deflect attacks from all weapons. Having confirmed his proficiency, Taesan let out a hollow laugh. Proficiency was already at 24%. It meant that blocking that one strike was worth that much. Moreover, his strength had increased by 1. It was extremely rare for stats to increase without fulfilling any other condition. That was the value behind Anjar's single strike. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. If you have something you're curious about, just ask anything, I'll answer, the old man shouted cheerfully. Taesan, who was observing him, narrowed his eyebrows. He is indeed different. Lee Taeyeon had also met Anjar at the Fountain of Life on the first floor, and she had said that she too had received the trial of a single strike like Taesan, but she was unable to react at all. She had just arrived at the safety zone and was relieved when suddenly an old man appeared and threw a punch. The attack had also been powerful enough to kill her. There was no way she, who was just starting to adapt, could react. Anjar had clicked his tongue at Lee Taeyeon, who was just staring blankly at the punch. What a weak coward. With those words, Anjar left. He turned his back on the fountain, giving her a contemptuous look. And Lee Taeyeon said she never saw Anjar again. If her secret was true, the way he treated Lee Taeyeon and Taesan were very different. Anjar was looking at Taesan with a pleased expression. May I ask one thing? Anything. Why do you suddenly attack? Is it to torment the weak? It was only the first floor now. No one would be a match for someone like Anjar. He was a kind of bugged NPC in a way. No, it's not like that. I'm a knight of virtue. I would never oppress the weak. The Golden Knight spoke with a confident face. I am here to evaluate those who visit this place. Evaluate whether they are worthy of surviving here. Whether they have a value that I can acknowledge. There's nothing more annoying than those who can't understand themselves. Anjar chuckled. In that sense you pass, you're great. Ah, thank you. Taesan answered hesitantly to Anjar, who was giving him a thumbs up. He was a little bewildered because it was quite different from the image he had heard. However, thanks to this, things were somewhat sorted out. Recognition of worth, that was Anjar's evaluation criterion. Lee Taeyeon didn't pass and Taesan presumably did. The reason for the different attitudes was probably due to this. In other words, there would be no reason to antagonize him. On the contrary, he would probably act with goodwill. Having confirmed this, Taesan asked, "Did you say your name is Anjar?" Lee Taeyeon couldn't even speak to Anjar. Taesan didn't know what kind of person Anjar was or what his objective was. He had to gather information directly. "Yes, it's the name given to me by my glorious father. You said you are searching for a god." There were several gods in the labyrinth, but most players didn't show any particular interest in them. The reason was simple. Because they only existed in solo mode. Lee Taeyeon once told him that a variety of gods tested players and handed out rewards. She also often complained about how horribly disgusting they were. As the main target of these gods was Taesan, he knew many of them. He also knew information about them. "May I ask which god it is?" "By all means, the more people know our god, the better," Anjar spoke jovially. "The god I serve is the beloved goddess. Her name is Levinov." Upon hearing the name, Taesan paused. "Levinov, is that correct?" "Absolutely, there's no way I could get her name wrong." "All of us served Lady Levinov." Anjar, with a vacant look in his eyes, looked up at the sky. "At the beginning and end of each day, we would shout her name. She was an absolutely captivating goddess who would form bonds with the ones she loved. In my world, no other goddess was as loved as she was." Anjar shrugged his shoulders. "Sadly, as my world has perished, I am the only one left who remembers her. So you entered this place to find her?" "That's exactly right. However, I haven't even caught a hint of her yet." Anjar dropped his head. Seeing him look so downcast, Taesan pondered his options. Levinov, Taesan knew her. Lee Taeyeon had told him about the goddess. He also knew which floor she was on, but there was one problem. Lee Taeyeon said that she was already dead. The beautiful goddess had been brutally torn apart. Lee Taeyeon had found the scene so repulsive that she had flooded the community with posts about it. Taesan also remembered it as a result. If Lee Taeyeon, who had overcome countless adversities, said it was disgusting, it must have indeed been a gruesome sight. As Taesan was contemplating the truth, Anjar's eyes lit up. "Taesan, may I ask you a question? What is it? Do you have any urgent need to rush down into the labyrinth?" "No, I don't." His goal wasn't to clear the labyrinth but to understand and strategize for it. He had no intention of leaving until he received all the rewards. Anjar clapped his hands. "That's excellent. Taesan, would you consider learning Levinov's technique from me?" "Sure," Taesan answered immediately. His answer was so free of hesitation that Anjar was taken aback. "No hesitation, huh? I thought you might be a bit conflicted." "I have no reason to refuse." Anjar was powerful. He was so strong that it was hard to understand why an NPC inside the labyrinth possessed such strength. If he had been someone from Earth, Taesan would have survived as well. There was no reason to refuse such a person offering him a skill. "What is the cost?" "Of course there isn't one. This is an apology that I must rightfully make. Apology for suddenly attacking you." Anjar shook his head with a look of shame. "Even if the purpose was a test, it was wrong to resort to violence against you, a stranger. As a paladin, I deeply regret it." Seeing the sincerely apologetic look on his face, Taesan let out a hollow laugh. "Then you shouldn't have attacked in the first place." "That's a different story," Anjar replied brazenly. "I apologize to you because you're someone worth doing that for. If you weren't, I would have simply spat at you and left." Anjar had actually done that to Lee Taeyeon. He left her only with a look of contempt. "He's really crazy." But for him, it was a sign of insanity in a good direction. "A mere verbal apology is worthless. Thinking that you too, as an adventurer, would want a valuable skill, I decided this. Is it acceptable?" "Of course it is." A non-lethal attack in exchange for a skill. This was extremely easy compared to risking one's life to gain a skill. Taesan was more than willing to do it hundreds of times. Anjar seemed relieved and brushed his chest. "I'm very relieved. I was about to do something that might be a burden to the goddess." He had a genuinely relieved expression. Judging by his actions, Taesan could have complained and squeezed out more, but he was satisfied with this. Unlike Lee Taeyeon, he had a high likelihood of continuing to encounter Anjar. It was his judgment that maintaining a reasonable line was more beneficial than ruining the relationship by getting greedy. Chapter 12. First Level, The Seeker of God, Paladin Anjar, Part 7. Kang Junhyuk solo. "Bro, isn't this different from the story you told?" Kang Taesan solo. "What are you talking about suddenly?" Kang Junhyuk solo. "The paladin, he didn't just spit and leave, right?" "All right, there's no reason to delay, let's start right away." Anjar began to explain the skill. "There are countless skills in the labyrinth." There really was a lot. There must have been thousands of skills that Taesan hadn't acquired because he didn't need them. If you include the skills he didn't know, it would be tens of thousands. But I think the technology of Levinov is the best skill I can confidently mention. It may not look flashy, but it's honestly useful. It's a skill even the goddess has personally praised. Anjar spoke with a proud expression. Do you know what the basic skills are? They're the easiest skills to acquire in the labyrinth. You can obtain them with just one action. You are well informed. Anjar looked at Taesan with an admiring face. It's the most basic information, but it's not something adventurers on the first floor would notice. Like learning to endure, it seems that your world is well informed about this place. Yes, a world that knew about the labyrinth. Taesan appropriately responded and stored the information in his mind. But since I'm the one teaching, I'll give a brief explanation. If you don't know any information, feel free to ask. Anjar cleared his throat. Taesan, what basic skill are you learning? Swordsmanship and shield techniques. Anjar nodded approvingly. Traditional indeed. When you handle a sword, you learn swordsmanship. When you handle a shield, you learn shieldmanship. When you handle a spear, you learn spearmanship. That's basic skills. Skills that would be automatically obtained when a player handled a weapon. The more proficiency increased, the more knowledge and applicability of that particular weapon would also increase. They were skills that all players would fundamentally learn. And to Taesan, these skills were meaningless. He was a player who battled with skills, not with gimmicks. The applicability of the spear and sword was irrelevant, so he never bothered with their proficiency, but it was different now. Since he could gain stats again, adequately improving his basic skills would be good. Levinov's technique, we call it the Arak weapon technique. Its effect is the integration of basic skills. I see, Taesan's face cooled. Anjar gave a thin smile. You must think it's meaningless now. Even if the skills combine, there won't be any change. One could misconceive it as good since proficiency can be raised altogether. It would indeed have been good for other skills, but not for basic skills. That was because, due to system issues, the use of many weapons didn't hold much significance. Anjar, seemingly knowing what Taesan was thinking, opened his mouth. What's your additional attack power now? It's 1. A cute number, that should be about 4. With basic attack power, it would be around there. Good, Anjar stood in front of Taesan. That is probably the attack power of that shield. Try attacking me with it. It won't even inflict damage though, don't worry about that. Anjar chuckled and activated a skill. Anjar has activated target lock. Anjar will receive all attacks as fixed damage. Go on, try it, if that's what he wanted. Taesan struck Anjar's head with the edge of his shield. Crack, Anjar took 4 damage. Did you really need to hit my head? It was an accident. Well, if you say so. Anjar, with a wary look on his face, spoke again. This time try hitting me with your fist. He held out his chest as if to say, hit me here and not my head. Anticipating his reaction if Taesan struck his head again, Taesan obediently hit him in the chest. Anjar took 2 damage. Do you realize what I'm trying to say? Do you mean the change in damage depends on the weapon being used? Exactly. You're quick to understand. It's precisely because of this that adventurers only use one weapon. It was a simple issue. Each weapon had its own attack power plus value. While it was negligible now, like a value of 1, it would later grow to the hundreds or even thousands. And the bonus attack power would only apply if you attacked with that specific weapon. For instance, if you're equipped with a gauntlet with an attack power of 50 and a sword with an attack power of 20, only the 20 attack power applies when you hit with the sword. Conversely, only the 50 attack power applies if you hit with the gauntlet. You can never have 70. That's obvious, isn't it? If the attack power of 2 weapons was combined when equipped, every player would be carrying a plethora of weapons. They would probably have a dagger for each finger. However, that was not the case, so they only used one main weapon and focused on improving their proficiency with that weapon. Anjar grinned. But isn't that inconvenient? To use only one weapon during battle, what an absurdity. If it were anyone else, they might not understand, but you should get what I mean. That's true. A battle was a life-or-death action and naturally involved all parts of the body. You didn't just wield a sword, you also kicked, punched, and shoulder-bashed. Each time he did so, only a weak amount of basic damage applied, which was rather inconvenient. However, nothing could be done about it since it was a system issue. The sect that I served under Lord Levinov disliked that. My body is a weapon and a weapon is my body. There should be no difference in how they are handled. Thus, after long research, we developed the Arak weapon technique. I put a lot of effort into it. Anjar chuckled as he spoke. The effect in the labyrinth is simple, integration of basic skills. And integration of damage from all equipped gear, just these 2 things. Taesan's eyebrows twitched. The sum of attack power, you seem to understand correctly. In other words, if you're equipped with a sword of 20 attack power and a gauntlet of 50, the total would be 70. What's the scope of the application? Of course, it applies to every part of your body. Whether you hit with your arm, bash with your shoulder, or kick, the 70 attack power applies, Taesan groaned. It was basically like his entire body becoming a weapon. Players tended to use only one weapon. After all, only the attack power of one applied, but with the Arak weapon technique there was no need for that. You could wear a gauntlet for unarmed combat and a polearm simultaneously and apply the attack power of both. Various types of armor and rings that increased attack power, which had been discarded as unnecessary, could all be equipped. Right now, it may not have significant value. Still, as you progressed through the labyrinth and acquired more gear, its value would increase exponentially. That's a good skill. It was a level of utility difficult to describe as merely good. Taesan also hadn't been able to acquire this skill in the past. The Arak weapon technique was worthy enough to be considered a main skill. To someone like you who already possesses such resilience, it might not be surprising, but it's a skill of a value that a regular adventurer would not be able to acquire even with a lifetime of effort. Are you considering learning it? Of course I'll learn it. At his answer, which was devoid of any hesitation, Anjar smiled in satisfaction. Good, then I'll give you the Arak weapon technique. Relax your whole body and accept it. You can give it to me like that. This is a skill that I have mastered and learned differently from other skills. There's no problem in passing it on. This alone is enough. Anjar placed his hand on Taesan's shoulder. Oh, Taesan let out a small groan as something flowed into him, the type of technique, how to control it, and a plethora of other information. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. You have received the Arak technique from its creator. You have acquired the top-level skill Arak weapon technique. The basic skill shield technique has been integrated into the Arak weapon technique. The basic skill sword technique has been integrated into the Arak weapon technique. How does it feel? Surprisingly simple. That's because my proficiency with the Arak technique is at 100%. If it wasn't, you would have had a hard time for quite a while. Anjar chuckled. From his words, Taesan gained new insight. Physical techniques created by oneself can be easily passed on. This was information that he had not known in his previous life. Users just worked hard to learn the basic skills and did not create anything by applying them, so the existence of advanced skills was not even known. Let's try it out once. Taesan opened the skill window. Top-level skill Arak weapon technique. Proficiency 1%. It's a technique that handles weapons and physical strength. It seems that there may be a loss in power transmission because it is still immature. As your proficiency increases, your handling will become more adept, so it would be good to train every day without fail. And I'll give you this too. Anjar handed him a rusted ring. Faded ring. Attack power +1. It's a ring that someone has used for a long time. It seems it used to have considerable value. I can only give you this so that you don't lose the important value due to benefits. I'm sorry, that's more than enough. In the past, he would have discarded it as useless. After all, you can't hit with a ring. But now that he had learned the Arak technique, the value of this ring was equal to a rusty sword. Taesan accepted the ring and put it on. I've handed over everything I need to, but it's a bit regrettable. You can't go down to the depths just yet anyway. After pondering for a moment, Anjar made up his mind. How about a duel? Anjar drew his sword. You just learned the technique. Shouldn't we test it out before actual combat? Sounds good. There was no reason to refuse. Taesan held up his shield. Every action taken in the labyrinth was evaluated. Even if it was a useless room, if you carefully examined it and found something, your detection skill proficiency increased, and if you continued to block the opponent's attacks, your shield skill proficiency increased. Therefore, fighting against a strong being was a meaningful act in itself. Anjar began to spar with Taesan for 2 full days, and Taesan gained a lot. First of all, one skill. Special constant activation skill. Battle endurance. Proficiency 3%. You can continue fighting for a long time. You don't get tired easily. It was a constant activation skill that enabled long-term battles, and there was a distinct difference in endurance depending on whether you had it or not. The reason he could fight an S-class monster for several days was thanks to this skill. However, he had half given up on acquiring this skill here. It could only be acquired by fighting other players, and solo mode was solo play. According to Lee Taeyeon, there were more adventurers around, but it was not the time to leisurely spar. Thanks to Anjar, he was able to acquire it. In addition, the proficiency of most skills also increased. Is that enough? It's more than enough. The results of the 2 days were incredibly substantial. Taesan sincerely thanked Anjar. Anjar waved his hand dismissively. It was something I wanted to do. And it was also a pleasant experience for me. Anjar looked at Taesan with an amazed face. Unbelievable sense and skill for a first-floor adventurer. Indeed, I have a discerning eye. He opened his mouth with a satisfied smile. Taesan promised me 2 things. Please tell me. Now that you have learned the Arak T technique, you can teach it to someone, but if that person is worthless or a piece of trash, never teach them. If you break this, I will come to kill you myself. He seemed serious as he was emitting an intense aura. Taesan nodded his head. I understand. And the other thing, if you discover any information about Levinov, be sure to let me know. The chance of meeting you again in the labyrinth is low. That was what Lee Taeyeon said. After the first floor, she hadn't seen Anjar. Anjar gave a bitter smile. I'm not hoping for much anyway, I'm just clinging to a miracle. He looked extremely worn out. He likely spent a considerable amount of time here, unable to find anything. And in the end, he probably only found a dead goddess. If Anjar had succeeded in finding the goddess, he would have protected her or died with her. But neither happened. In other words, unless a major change occurred, this meant that Levinov would be assassinated by someone before Anjar could find her. To inform him or not to inform him, it was a branching point. Chapter 13. First Level, The Secret Room, Part 8. If Taesan did not disclose the goddess's location, Anjar would continue to live in despair. He would inevitably disappear without finding what he hoped for until the end. If he told him, Anjar would learn the location of Levinov. Anjar would be immensely grateful to Taesan and would likely do anything for him, but he didn't know what would happen afterward. Anjar, upon finding Levinov, could become hostile. The goddess could also potentially detest him. As a fanatical follower, there was no question as to whether he'd prioritize the goddess or Taesan. He might suspect that Taesan was the killer of the goddess and attack him. All possibilities were on the table. He was stronger than even Lee Taeyeon, an NPC whom even his past self couldn't guarantee victory against. If he became hostile to him, it would be a significant problem in breaking through the labyrinth. After a moment of contemplation, Taesan spoke. Anjar had given him a lot, the Arak weapon technique, a ring that increased attack power. These were excessively generous gifts for a stranger. He must reciprocate that generosity. Levinov, do you want to know the location of your beloved goddess? Yes. Finding her is my wish. I know her location. What? Anjar's face shook. I know where Levinov is. Your joke is excessive. Anjar grimaced as if he was uncomfortable. Naturally, he didn't seem to believe Taesan's words. I've roamed the entire labyrinth myself and couldn't find her. How could you, who's only just started on the first floor, know her location? The trust he had a moment ago disappeared and discomfort appeared on his face. It was a natural reaction. To Anjar, Taesan was a novice who had just entered the labyrinth, and it seemed unbelievable that he would know something that Anjar himself, who had been in the labyrinth for so long, did not. Anjar wouldn't believe it if he were told that Taesan had found something he couldn't locate throughout all these years. Taesan had anticipated his reaction. In my world, there's an item for the labyrinth. Nonsense. The labyrinth has no map. You would know there is a map for a specific entity, not for the entire labyrinth. At Taesan's unwavering gaze, Anjar closed his mouth. His pupils expanded shortly after. The flute that calls for a god. That is in your world? Yes. Although the reality was different, Taesan nodded. An item that tells the location of each god. It's an item that can be obtained in the labyrinth. How did you? My family possessed information about it. We had predetermined and written about the locations of the gods. Of course, it was a lie. In his world, there was no such information about the labyrinth. What he was talking about was the information that Lee Taeyeon had told him. The flute that calls for a god. Its effect was to ascertain the location of a god. It was an item that Lee Taeyeon had obtained on the 89th floor. However, she could not make use of that item. Most gods mocked and laughed at her, unwilling to help. As a result, the flute became an item that was stuck in her inventory. Because she complained that all the gods were disrespectful, Taesan also learned about the existence of the flute. He had thought it was meaningless information and had stowed it away in a corner of his mind, not realizing it would come in handy like this. The 78th floor, the library of all things. The 24th secret room, Anjar's eyes shook. Levinov is there. I see, the library of all things is there, I haven't checked there yet. When Taesan mentioned the floor and what was there, Anjar seemed to gain confidence in his words. His eyes swirled with delight. So it was there. I think I have given you a fair return. Ha ha, more than enough, it's overflowing. Anjar burst into laughter and grabbed Taesan's shoulder. I really thank you. I've never felt so grateful to anyone before, you're my benefactor. His eyes held madness. Taesan, disturbed by this zealous emotion, said, my shoulder hurts. Ah, sorry. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Anjar stepped back, grinning broadly. Are you thinking of going right away? That's a bit difficult. The 78th floor is deep. It's a dangerous place for me too. I should prepare sufficiently. Still, Anjar had a lively face. He could now find his goal. That alone would be delightful. Once again, I sincerely thank you. No, it's hard to express it in words. I want to repay you somehow. Anjar racked his brain. He couldn't give anything too good. It would increase the chance of Taesan becoming complacent and losing his life due to arrogance. But to give something insignificant, something of no value to him, was too little for what he had received from Taesan. After desperate contemplation, Anjar made a decision. If you're as skilled as you, it'll be okay, take this. There was no reason to refuse a gift. Taesan obediently accepted an old ring. Gloomy ring, plus 20 HP. It appears to be a ring distributed among priests in a certain sect. Now only one person has it after its destruction. Oh, Taesan marveled inwardly. A single ring increased his health by 20. In easy mode, one would have to reach the 30th floor to get such a ring, and even that would require luck. I wouldn't usually give this to a first-floor adventurer. But I believe you are not an adventurer who will become complacent. I hope my judgment is not wrong. I'll be fine. Taesan had already seen the ending of this story. He didn't have time to be complacent. Ainger gave him a soft smile. That's good, I'm really thankful. Are you going down now? I have to prepare too. I can't stay on the first floor any longer, can I? Ainger, as if not wanting to delay any longer, dashed towards the door. Before leaving, he turned around and waved. Thank you, see you again, take care. Ha 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 ha, goddess, here I come, I'm the only one who remembers you and I'm heading toward you. With a laugh full of madness, Ainger left. Could he find the goddess? When he did, would she be a dead goddess or a living one? Whatever it was, Ainger's journey had begun. It would take a considerable amount of time until he met Taesan again. Taesan raised his shield. After sufficient rest, he started delving into the labyrinth. Taesan wandered around the first floor again. Big rats attacked him, but it was no longer a problem. The issue before was the lack of agility stats, which made it hard to keep up with the movements. Now Taesan's agility was 22. He could more than adequately react. He absorbed agility from the big rats he caught. After increasing his agility by another 3 points, a system window appeared. Your soul ascension has activated. The difference in the soul level between you and the opponent is too great. You gain nothing from the opponent. Huh? Taesan paused and checked the message, and then he understood. If the gap is too great, the ascension stops. No matter how many big rats he caught now, his agility would not increase. It was regrettable, but he had somewhat expected this. If he could gain indefinitely without any conditions, it would mean that infinite grinding was virtually possible. He could achieve an agility score of 1,000 just on the first floor. Surely the creator of the labyrinth must have set some limits, but even with such restrictions, it was an unbelievable skill. The fact that a stat increased every time he defeated a monster. Honestly, it was better than any other skill he had acquired. As long as he had this skill, no matter how hard others in the solo mode tried, they could not catch up with him. However, his growth on the first floor had now stopped. The experience points he received had also seemed to halt at some point. It was time to head to the second floor. But instead of finding the way down, Taesan started going around the first floor again. He carefully inspected each room and explored the passageways. There were secret rooms in the labyrinth. Typically, at least one was hidden on each floor, and a great reward awaited those who found them. Magic wands, rings of levitation, permanent stat increase potions, etc. Items that greatly aided in conquering the labyrinth were there. Since only one person could enter, the competition was fierce. Taesan had missed many secret rooms. It was something that relied more on luck and experience than skill, so that was unavoidable. I've only been able to enter 20, but this place was solo mode. There were no other players except him. Here, he could gain all the secret rooms. I wonder if it's the same here. The labyrinth maps were naturally different by difficulty level, but the basic structure was the same. There were distinct characteristics of rooms where secret rooms were hidden. Here it is. Taesan, who had been wandering around, arrived at a particular room. The room had no connections. There was only one entrance and the interior was completely empty, a room with no apparent purpose, a room that everyone would dismiss and pass by. Such places were the ones that held the secret rooms. Taesan examined the walls. They were bricks covered in moss, no different from any other room. The floor and ceiling were also not much different. In such cases, the likelihood of the existence of a brick that could be manipulated to find the secret room was high. What a grind! Without a change in expression, Taesan began to check the bricks nearby. He pressed, turned, and pulled out bricks, and if there was no change, he moved on to the next brick. He spent at least 10 seconds on each brick. There were hundreds of bricks in the room. He had to check each one like this. It was a level of tedium that could make one's mind as if it had gone far away, but Taesan was enjoying it. This is pretty reasonable. In the labyrinth, the value of the results was based on actions. Grinds were not much different. Among the secret rooms he had found, there were some where he had to persevere for a week without any sign of progress. Thinking back to that time, this attempt now felt like heaven. The same actions were repeated countless times. Taesan checked the bricks one by one, his expression unchanged. After about halfway through, I found it. Proficiency of detection has increased by 5%. Rumble. The brick sank deep inside. The nearby bricks followed suit, exposing what lay behind them. What appeared was a small passage. This was the secret room. You have discovered a secret room. You have earned the title of adventurer. You have earned the title of adventurer. You are the first to discover this secret room. Intelligence has permanently increased by 3. Adding the adventure title that increased intelligence by 1 and the first discovery bonus, the total increase was 4. This alone justified the grind. And the main dish was a separate feast. As Taesan entered the secret room, a passage of appropriate length was visible. At the end of it there was a box. That was the reward. The passage seemed empty, as if one just had to run to get to the treasure. But it can't be that easy. Nobody knew about this place because even Lei Tion hadn't figured out the secret room on the first floor. He had to find it himself, and Taesan was quite adept at such tasks. Taesan went outside. It wasn't long before he found a big rat wandering around the labyrinth. Squeak, squeak. He stepped on the rushing big rat to subdue it. His current agility was 25. Catching a big rat was no longer a challenge for him. Taesan took the subdued big rat back to the secret room and threw it towards the seemingly empty passage. Click, along with a clicking sound, an arrow whizzed through the air. Squee, the big rat screamed and collapsed. Its twitching body soon stopped moving. An arrow trap, quite a textbook trap for the first floor. It was a trap activated by stepping on the floor, and considering that only one arrow had been shot, it seemed not to be a particularly difficult trap. Taesan stepped on the spot where the big rat had died. Click, an arrow shot toward Taesan's chest. He quickly moved his hand, thwack. He caught the arrow in his hand. Catching one was manageable. He walked again, swish. He caught 2 arrows targeting his head and chest at the same time. 2 were not a big problem either. After putting the arrows in his inventory and taking another step, this time 3 arrows flew at him. He grabbed 2 and dodged one by tilting his head. It's getting tougher as I go. The distance to the box was about 10 steps. At the end, 10 arrows flew at once. As the distance was closer, it was harder to avoid. But that was by the standards of a normal player. Taesan's agility was now at 25. He could catch ordinary arrows that were shot at him. Even if there were 10, it was not impossible if he used his skill and focused solely on dodging. Therefore, he planned to grab what he could before he reached the end. Chapter 14, First Level, The Secret Room, Part 9. Taesan returned to the entrance and took a step forward. Swoosh! A single arrow flew toward him. Taesan caught it without much difficulty and came to a conclusion. The arrows were being replenished. Good. Taesan confidently stepped forward. 2 more arrows flew towards him. He caught them and put them in his inventory. Then he took a step back. He caught the identical arrows flying at him and stored them in his inventory. And then another step forward. 2 arrows flew at him and he caught them. Once again, he stored them in his inventory. The number of arrows he had now was 7. A strikingly small number, but buying arrows was too expensive. At 10 gold per piece, buying just 50 would cost 500 gold, so he decided to gather some here. About 100 should be enough, Taesan murmured as he caught the incoming arrows. As he kept repeating this process, different types of arrows occasionally appeared. Poison arrow, attack +2, a chance to inflict a poison condition on the target. Depending on the level and stats, it may fail. Paralysis arrow, attack +2, a chance to inflict a paralysis condition on the target. Depending on the level and stats, it may fail. All kinds of things are flying at me. He quickly placed them in his inventory. Both were types of arrows he didn't have because he couldn't afford them. After about half an hour, he was able to gather about 100. He had managed to collect quite a few. Taesan sorted out his inventory, 80 regular arrows, 10 poison arrows, 10 paralysis arrows. The same items could be stacked up to 20, and the inventory had a total of 20 slots. He had used up 6 slots. It was a satisfying result. With this amount, he could make do until the next floor. This is quite good. It was a sort of trick. The labyrinth was designed to prevent users from taking the arrows from the traps. The moment an arrow shot from a trap hit something, it was programmed to shatter. No user on the first floor could catch an arrow, and once they got past the first floor, there was no reason to waste time in such a place. So it was a reasonably fair mechanism, but Taesan's agility was at 25. Even in solo mode, it was a stat that couldn't be achieved normally on the first floor. He was already approaching a quarter of his previous life's stat total. Catching 1 or 2 arrows was no big deal. Thanks to this, he was able to collect quite a few. Now then, Taesan took a small breath. It was time to break through the arrow trap. If he only thought about breaking through, it would be incredibly simple. Taesan had a tower shield. He could just hold it up and proceed. However, his goal was not just to receive a reward. He had to draw more out of the process. Tap. Taesan stomped his foot. He didn't plan to take slow, measured steps. In an instant, he stepped to the middle of the trapped floor. Peep, 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 pick. A whistling sound resonated as 5 arrows flew at him. He dodged an arrow aimed at his head by tilting it. He kicked away one aimed at his leg. With both hands, he caught 1 arrow in each. The remaining arrow was aimed at Taesan's abdomen. With the hand that caught the arrow, Taesan slapped it away. The arrow pinged as it hit the wall. He leaped again. As he stepped on the floor, 9 arrows shot out at once. Listening to the sharp whistling sound, Taesan took a deep breath. You have activated the breathless attack. You will be able to breathe freely for the next 10 seconds. Breathing does not interfere with movement. Hence his movement was maximized. The proficiency of your field of vision has increased by 2%. You confirm everything visible to the eye. Your field of vision, which should have narrowed in combat, appears to widen, 3 in front. 2 on the left, 3 on the right, 1 aimed at his feet. It was difficult to avoid them all. Your proficiency in perception has increased by 2%. Your proficiency in calmness has increased by 1%, yet his heart did not waver. You have heightened your senses in a crisis situation. You have gained a special constant activation skill, enhanced senses. His senses were sharpened. He could sense where the arrows were coming from without seeing them. The arrows did not all shoot at once. There was a slight delay. He first avoided the ones closest to him. He tilted his head and felt the arrow graze his hair. Now there were 8 left. He moved his leg to fend off an arrow. He caught one with each hand. Now there were 5 left, 1 on the left, 3 in front, 1 on the right. All of the remaining arrows were aimed at his chest. It was impossible to completely block them all as they flew from different directions. So he ignored what he should ignore. The arrow from the right was the fastest. You have activated deflection. The next attack will be deflected. The arrow coming from the right twisted right in front of Taesan's waist. Damn, the arrow from the right grazed his skin but did not pierce him. You have taken 8 damage. The damage was bearable. Moreover, ignoring the arrow from the right had given him some leeway in his movements. He grabbed and knocked away the arrows from the front. He cleared them all together as their paths overlapped. He also immediately knocked down the arrow from the left. The arrow broke as it hit the ground. Tap. And finally, Taesan stepped on the floor again. Taesan's eyes flickered. 15 arrows were shot at him. Crazy. The number of arrows shot depended on the number of bricks on the floor. He had expected 10 at the end, but suddenly 5 more were added. Taesan clicked his tongue and quickly moved his arm. You have activated the counterattack. You are free to counterattack for the next 10 seconds. Fortunately, as there were many arrows, the majority of their trajectories overlapped. He grabbed an arrow coming from the left with his left arm and threw it. The thrown arrow collided with another one, and both flew off in strange directions. He tilted his head to the left to dodge an arrow and immediately turned it to the right. 2 arrows that came with a slight delay hit the distant wall. The arrows from the right perfectly overlapped in their trajectory. This meant that he could fend them all off with a single move. He shook his right arm and 3 arrows dropped. He moved his foot and stepped on 2 arrows. Still 5 were left, but there was no room to block them. The arrows had already reached him, then he might as well not block them. Taesan pulled his arms back and the arrows struck them. Taesan groaned. The sharp sensation of the arrows digging in was incredibly unpleasant. 5 separate damage windows showed 16 damage and a system window appeared together. You have become disabled. You have started bleeding. Your health continues to decrease. Damn, blood flowed down his arm. The pain from the arrows having seemingly struck the bone traveled up his spine. Hurts like hell. If he hadn't experienced this several times in the past, he'd be rolling on the floor by now. You have experienced terrible pain. You have gained a special constant activation skill, pain reduction. Gaining the skill slightly reduced the pain, but there was not much difference. There were usable skills and unusable skills depending on the level of proficiency, and pain reduction was the former. Still, it wasn't bad. Sweating cold sweat, he broke the notch of the arrows. Health. 54/140. There was enough health left. He could afford to take the hits since he had already determined that the damage wouldn't kill him. He could fully recover once he reached the fountain of life, so he just needed to move slowly, even in a disabled and bleeding state. There was still something to be gained. If I had avoided everything, I would have been hit deliberately on the way back, but that's no longer necessary. Taesan pulls the lever next to the box. The sound of something breaking echoed from inside the wall. Now the arrows would no longer be fired, and it was time for the reward. Taesan opened the box with a throbbing heart. Inside it was a red staff. Taesan was so surprised that he even forgot the pain. A staff already? Staves were used for healing, summoning water, creating flames, obscuring vision, or hypnotizing targets. A staff could be used for magic and held a variety of powers. Even having just one made navigating the labyrinth considerably easier. It was a valuable item, and in easy mode, this item would barely make an appearance after passing the 20th floor. Even in hard mode, it would not show up until after the 10th floor at the least. It was hard to understand that it had shown up right from the first floor, regardless of being in solo mode. Could it be a blunt weapon disguised as a staff? Taesan checked the staff with some skepticism. Flame staff, a staff used by novice magicians, basic magic fireball, can be used. It's real, and it was the flame staff, which was much more valuable than other magics in the early game. Is this the average for solo mode? There was no comparison since Lee Tion rarely broke through the secret rooms. If this was the average, things would be much easier in the future. However, the reward was not without cost. The 15 arrows that flew at him at the end were only blockable because he had gained so much. An ordinary human would have been instantly killed. Perhaps there were those who found this place in their past lives, but they died without breaking through, so it never became known. Taesan picked up the staff and turned around. It was time to return to the fountain of life. Squeak, squeak. On his way back, a big rat appeared and attacked him. Although he couldn't use one arm, his stats were good enough that it was not a problem. However, Taesan did not immediately kill the creature and prolong the fight. Around the time the big rat was becoming exhausted, a system window appeared. Despite being in a disabled state for a long time, you had no issues with your actions. You have obtained a special activation skill, Unyielding Will. Good. It was a skill that could be obtained when one fought for a long time while disabled. He had obtained the skill he wanted, and so Taesan then stepped on the big rat. Squeak, you have defeated the big rat. He cleared the windows that appeared. There was no reason to check them all since he was not leveling up and there were no stat increases. You are now in peak condition. Upon returning to the Fountain of Life, Taesan restored his health and checked the skills he had gained. Special passive skill, Pain Reduction. Proficiency 1%, you become somewhat numb to pain. However, your senses do not become numb. Special passive skill, Sensory Enhancement. Proficiency 1%, your senses are enhanced. For now, you may only notice a slight difference. Both were decent skills. They may not be of great use right now. Still, as their proficiency increased, they exponentially became more beneficial and powerful. Increasing the proficiency was not difficult as it naturally increased by simply fighting and progressing through the maze. Special activation skill, Unyielding Will. Mana consumption 1, proficiency 1%. All manner of injuries and wounds cannot halt your fighting spirit. During battle, you can ignore injuries and fight for 10 seconds. It was a skill that was a lower-tier version of Unstoppable Power. It allowed him to ignore all status abnormalities. Being able to ignore injuries even temporarily was a fairly useful skill, and the skill attached to the flame staff, Fireball. Basic magic, Fireball. Mana consumption 3, proficiency 1%, shoots a fireball. It deals more damage to enemies without immunity, attempts to afflict the target with the abnormal status burn. It was the same skill that he had seen before. This is awesome. There were endless ways to use it. With a joyful face, Taesan placed the staff into his inventory. Is it about time to end? It seemed that he had gained everything he could from the first floor. It was time to descend. Taesan stood up and walked through the labyrinth. The path leading to the second floor could be found in no time. The door, which was a crimson color, made it clear that this was a different place. It was hard to mistake it. This was the path leading to the second floor, and as always there was a boss guarding each floor's threshold. Taesan raised his shield and opened the door. A staircase leading down appeared, and a monster guarding the place was also visible. Squeak, its basic appearance was similar to the big rat. Black, sharp fur, ugly, protruding teeth, but it was bigger. A rodent the size of a human was in the room. Its red eyes were sneakily targeting him. So this is the boss of the first floor. A formidable boss whose sharp claws had killed quite a few players. It had been the boss of the 10th floor in easy mode. Squeak, a giant rat has appeared. Chapter 15, First Level Boss. Part 10, The Giant Rat. As its name suggested, it was an enhanced version of the big rat. A monster the size of a robust young man, its speed was also slightly faster than the big rat. It had a strength the big rat did not have, and its claws could easily break through a wooden shield. Lee Taeyeon used a trick to defeat it. Her method was simple. She kept hunting big rats on the first floor, then used the money she accumulated to buy oil and fire bottles. Then she set the whole room on fire and ran out. A boss monster could not leave the boss room. When she came back in about an hour, the boss monster was nicely roasted. If she had enough time, it was a fairly reasonable method. The giant rat wasn't a monster that a player could defeat on the first floor, so Lee Taeyeon's method was the closest to the correct answer. But Taesan had no intention of doing the same. To fill the room with oil, he would need to stay here for at least 2 more days. There would also be a significant loss of money, and since it was a trick to defeat the boss, he wouldn't be able to receive the rewards he should receive. So he would defeat it with strength first. He observed the space. The room was about the size of 2 gymnasiums. There was plenty of room to run away. The distance between him and the giant rat was about 150 meters. First, he would keep his distance. Taesan set his feet. The giant rat roared and lumbered after him. Screech! While running, Taesan looked at the giant rat. Despite its lumbering movement, its speed was not slow. As an enhanced version of the big rat, its speed was considerably fast. However, there was no significant difference between it and Taesan. It would take quite a while for it to close the gap. Good. Taesan spun his body around. He placed his shield into his inventory and pulled out the flame staff. The tip of the staff glowed red. You have activated Fireball. Whoosh. The flame gathered at the staff's tip, then a fireball about the size of a baseball was shot toward the giant rat. Boom, 14 damage to the giant rat. Squeak! The giant rat let out a pained squeal. Rage glimmered in its red eyes, but Taesan didn't care. There was something he needed to verify. Burn status check in progress. Check successful. The giant rat is now in a burn state. That worked. Abnormal state burn. The effect was simple. It dealt 1 damage to the enemy every 10 seconds. The effect duration was around 10 minutes. 1 damage every 10 seconds in these early floors was not insignificant at all. His intention was to inflict the burn abnormal state even if he had to fire 2 or 3 times, but fortunately, it worked in one shot. Thanks to that, he could conserve his mana. Now then, it wasn't over yet. Taesan put away his staff and pulled out his bow. He had acquired archery skills before coming in by using the big rat as a target. It was immediately integrated into the Arak martial technique. Still, the skill itself didn't disappear, so there would be no problem with shooting arrows. Taesan took out a poison arrow and notched it on the bowstring. The bowstring was tautly pulled back. As he looked at the giant rat lumbering towards him, Taesan released the arrow. Ping, squeak, 7 damage to the giant rat. Poison status check in progress. Check failed. The giant rat is unaffected. It didn't work. Unflustered, Taesan began to run away again. It was normal to attempt this multiple times. Success on the first try was rare. As Taesan ran, he pulled out another arrow. This time it was a paralysis arrow. Ping, 8 damage to the giant rat. The target is paralyzed. It cannot move until the next attack hits or until 10 seconds elapse. Squeak squeak. The giant rat stopped as if it was a machine. Confusion shimmered in its red eyes. Taesan made more distance between them and shot a poison arrow. 8 damage to the giant rat. Poison status check in progress. Check successful. The giant rat is in a poison state. Abnormal state poison, like burn, it dealt 1 damage every 10 seconds for 10 minutes. Damage and duration time increased with level and skill, but with nothing to extend it, it was the basic duration for now. Squeak, the giant rat, inflicted with 2 abnormal states in an instant, let out a roar of rage and charged. Taesan, unbothered by this, pulled out another arrow. It was a paralysis arrow. 7 damage to the giant rat. The target is paralyzed. It cannot move until the next attack hits or until 10 seconds elapse. There was a gap of strength between the giant rat and Taesan. Still, it was not enough to automatically cause the paralysis abnormal state to fail. Taesan put away his bow and pulled out his shield. Gripping it with both hands, he charged toward the immobilized giant rat. Kyung. Kiik, giant rat is in a weakened state. It receives increased damage. Giant rat has taken 13 damage. The shield pushed the giant rat away. As soon as it took damage, the paralysis state was broken, but the shock made the giant rat stagger. Taesan didn't miss the opportunity, quickly created some distance and pulled out his bow again. Ping, kiek, the giant rat was paralyzed again. He pulled out his shield once more. Kyung, then he pulled out his bow again. He shot a paralysis arrow, struck with his shield, and then shot another paralysis arrow. He repeated this series of actions, and the giant rat had no choice but to be pushed around like a toy. As expected, this is good. Taesan thought this as he drew his bowstring. Both the paralysis arrows and poison arrows were expensive. Each cost about 30 gold, which was difficult to get on the first floor. Thanks to what he obtained while going for the secret room box, he was able to use them relatively comfortably. But there was also a limit to this. It wasn't impossible to get them, even if they were expensive. You could work for a few days on the first floor, buy paralysis arrows and poison arrows, and then clear the floor. Of course, the labyrinth also had prepared countermeasures. The time for that was coming slowly, and Taesan began his preparations. Kiek kiek, the giant rat was staggering, its head was shaking, its skin, scorched by fire, was hurting. The poison coursing through its body made it feel hot all over. All of this was due to the human in front of it. The giant rat let out a sharp cry. Kiek. Giant rat is furious. It has entered berserker mode. It's begun. The so-called second phase, berserker mode, its effects were the nullification of incapacitation and increased speed. Now paralysis arrows were ineffective. It would be impossible to run and shoot arrows. However, there was no change in Taesan's expression. He had also conquered the giant rat before. He knew this would happen. He was running out of paralysis arrows anyway, and they had served their purpose well enough. Berserker mode was activated when the health dropped below 20%. From this point, it was a direct battle. Taesan raised his tower shield. Kiik, with a cry, those monstrous claws struck down. With a grating noise, the shield was pushed back. Feeling the force from the other side, Taesan grimaced. You take 8 damage. As I thought, it's impossible with my current strength. His strength stat was only 11. Even blocking with a shield resulted in taking damage. It wasn't a battle of strength, but of whittling the boss's HP down with his high agility. Once again, the claws aimed for him, and Taesan raised his shield. The moment those claws made contact with the shield, he changed direction. The claws scraped the shield with a sharp sound and impacted the ground. You take 4 damage. The giant rat's body was left defenseless with its claws lodged into the ground. Taesan collided into it with his shield. Jeoong, kiek. Giant rat takes 6 damage. Staggering, the giant rat swung its claws and again Taesan blocked with his shield. You take 5 damage. Now their turn was switched. This time Taesan struck with his shield. Jeoong, giant rat takes 7 damage. Your proficiency in battle continuity has increased by 1%. His breathing quickened. His muscles began to tire. He was pressing hard, but the situation wasn't good. The fight has already lasted nearly 30 minutes. Although it was one-sided harassment, the continuous movement had exhausted him. Without battle continuity, he would have been fatigued much earlier. He needed to quickly end it. Taesan dashed into the giant rat's range. You have activated breathless attack. You have free breathing for the next 10 seconds. The restriction of his heavy breathing disappeared. The body that had been demanding oxygen also gained freedom. The breathless attack was similar to a full recovery for these precious seconds. Kung. Giant rat takes 8 damage. Kiek, the giant rat didn't simply stand there to endure it. It held its staggering body and lunged using its claws and teeth. While Taesan blocked with his shield, there were limits when simultaneously attacking and defending. You take 24 damage. 24 damage. He could withstand a total of 5 more attacks. He could last for another 8 attacks if he included endurance and evasion. He then calculated the giant rat's remaining health. It was enough. Taesan gave up on defense and multiple damage points appeared as he charged the giant rat. Kiek, the giant rat also counterattacked. You take 25 damage. You take 23 damage. You take 22 damage. Both parties traded attacks as the giant rat struck Taesan with its claws. You activated evasion. The next attack is evaded. The claw abruptly veered off course. The skill evasion ensured that it would only barely graze him. As the giant rat became flustered by this sudden change in movement, Taesan struck it with his shield. Kiek, the giant rat swung its claws, but it didn't hit. This time, Taesan dove under to avoid and whacked the giant rat's neck with the edge of his shield. You succeeded in a counter-attack. Great damage is dealt to the opponent. You have obtained the special activation skill counter. Giant rat takes 20 damage. Kiek, the giant rat staggered. It fell into a critical state and the berserker effect wore off. Taesan then struck the finishing blow. Giant rat takes 8 damage. Kiek, the giant rat fell, its massive body slamming into the ground with a thud, then its breath also stopped. It wasn't that difficult. His stats were not low. Even if he had gone for a direct confrontation, he had a chance of winning. He also dealt with it much more easily than expected since he was able to paralyze it with the paralyzing arrow. He had won. A long system window appeared. You have won against the giant rat. You received a large amount of experience points. Your health has recovered by 10. You obtained 153 gold. You obtained the skin of the giant rat. You obtained the meat of the giant rat. You obtained the claws of the giant rat. You have achieved victory against a challenging opponent single-handedly. Your agility permanently increases by 2. Your mana permanently increases by 3. Your strength surge has been activated. Your strength permanently increases by 2. Your agility permanently increases by 3. Your level has increased. You are now in top condition. As a reward for leveling up, your health increased by 15. As a reward for leveling up, your agility permanently increases by 3. Your strength permanently increases by 1. You defeated the boss of the first floor. You received the basic reward random stat increase potion. You identified the hidden element of the first floor. You received the reward. Chapter 16, Second Level, Part 1. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of the lengthy system window. The proof of his growing strength always boosted his mood. Taesan meticulously checked everything. The reward for defeating the boss was a 2-point increase in agility and 3-point increase in mana. The need to use skills would gradually increase, so a boost in mana was always good news. The reward for leveling up was even better. Agility increased by 3 while strength increased by 1 for a total of 4 stat points. The fact that his strength stat, which had not increased so far, had finally gone up was great news. I was expecting this, but it's satisfying. According to the level he was on, rewards took into account what he did and what stats were used while gaining experience. If a player mainly used strength, then strength would increase. If agility was used mainly, then agility would increase. He had a fair amount of strength-based clashes against the giant rat, so this increase was expected. Although it was still in the single digits, dozens of stat points would come as his reward as he leveled up more. He could accept it calmly as this was an expected part of the process. However, the case of Soul Ascension was slightly different. What kind of skill is this? Through Soul Ascension, his agility had increased by 3 and his strength by 2. This was more than the increase he got from leveling up. No matter how he racked his brains, this skill made no sense. Simply put, it was far superior to skills like endurance or attack power enhancement. It could even be barely compared to multiply. Yes, I deserve this kind of reward. He had defeated two S-class monsters as an easy mode player. He deserved something in return. Taesan then checked his status window as he whistled. Kang Taesan, level 4, HP 155/155, mana 15/15, strength 14, intelligence 16, agility 30, attack power +2, defense power +7. The subject is in peak condition. Sigh, he had to admire these stats. Breaking through the first floor and having a stat reach the 30s was impressive. All of those futile attempts to raise his stats in easy mode came flooding back to him. Lost in thought, Kang Taesan began checking the rewards. Random stat boost potion. Randomly increases one stat. It was a potion with a straightforward effect. The value of stats was always constant. Even at a high level, it was a coveted item. There was no reason to hesitate, so Kang Taesan drank the potion. Strength permanently increases by 1. Yes, Kang Taesan clenched his fist lightly. The stat he needed most had been the one increased. Now only one thing was left. You received 2 designated stat boost potions. Oh, Kang Taesan, having checked the reward description, exclaimed in surprise. Designated stat boost potion. Increases the designated stat by 1. It was an item with a straightforward effect and was hard to get even at places above the 50th floor. The basic method of increasing stats was through leveling up. Other methods were either too difficult or involved too many variables, leaving it to luck. And the stat increase from leveling up depended on what you did while accumulating experience. In other words, the higher the stat, the easier it was to raise, and the lower the stat, the harder it was to raise. You had to pass a minimum threshold to be able to balance the stats, and the designated stat boost potion was the best potion to achieve that. These rewards were more than generous as Kang Taesan drank the potion. You have consumed the designated stat boost potion. You must designate one stat to increase. Strength, Kang Taesan replied immediately. There was no reason to raise any other stat. He also consumed the remaining potion and raised his strength again. In a flash, his strength had increased by 3. Kang Taesan checked his status window with a satisfied face. With these stats, he should be able to defeat the giant rat again without using arrows. I also learned a skill, Kang Taesan remembered. Special activation skill counter, mana consumption 5, proficiency. 1% retaliates against an enemy's attack, inflicting greater damage. Counter, I got it faster than I thought. If the opponent's attack was avoidable, it would trigger evasion without conditions and then a counterattack. Counterattacks were quite strong, dealing 2 to 3 times the usual damage. This skill was on par with Holy Light and they were good in different ways. The problem was its high mana consumption, but it was definitely worth it. Kang Taesan stretched and sat down. Rewards from leveling up could not alleviate mental fatigue. He planned to rest his brain a bit before entering the second level. While resting, he thought about the community. I wonder how it's going. A few days ago, he posted a strategy for the first floor of solo mode in the community. He had written the shortest route to the Fountain of Life. However, the probability that people would believe his words was low. Someone was trapped in an unknown space and wrote a strategy guide, and that too, after just a few days after being trapped. Even Taesan would initially doubt it. Kang Taesan opened the community page without high expectations. A surprised sound echoed from his mouth. Several posts had been made in the community, most of them about solo mode. Park Chanwoong's solo. Anyone here can guide me to the Fountain of Life. I'm too anxious to go. Moon Yiseong solo. We can't help being anxious. Everyone's location is different, so we have to follow the shop owner's words. Lee Taeyeon solo. Once you arrive, it becomes safe, so it would be best to grit your teeth and run. If you endure here for much longer, won't it be hard to move because of hunger? Kim Taejin solo. A life-risking race. This is indeed fun. Haha, Kang Junhyuk solo. Still, having a possibility is better than nothing. This was very different from the solo mode community he remembered. In his past life, the community was filled with despair. Day by day, people hid themselves and no one discussed strategies. Later, nobody even spoke, as if they were all dead or their spirits were broken. Only Lee Taeyeon vigorously made noise. It was very different now. Lee sang solo. I've reached the Fountain of Life. Thank you for your support. Kang Junhyuk solo. Congratulations. From now on, as long as you're careful, there's no reason for you to die on the first level. The community was lively. Though there were some signs of despair and fear, it was not completely dead. There was hope of survival visible in the posts. Lee Taeyeon solo. By the way, that person Kang Taesan, right? Where did he go? I haven't seen him since he posted that. Lee sang solo. I've been checking the community every day without missing a day and I haven't seen him. Kang Junhyuk solo. Did he die? Kim Taejin solo. A life-risking race. This is indeed fun. Haha. Lee Taeyeon solo. Come on. Would someone who reached that far in just a few days die? He must be descending now. What's this? Taesan had descended to the second level. There a dwarf was waiting for him. Did you catch it? That's why I'm here. The dwarf who examined Taesan smiled happily. You look good, as expected you should be at that level. Are you going to use the shop? Of course. He had to prepare before entering the second level. The dwarf puffed his pipe. Buy what you need to buy, sell what you need to sell. By now you should have something to sell, right? You seem to know things well. I've seen enough. Do you have something to sell? Yes. Taesan took out the meat of a big rat from his inventory. I want to sell this meat. Meat rots over time. Food with lower quality wasn't covered by disease resistance, so it's better to sell it right away. Until the 10th floor, most enemies were living creatures, so there was no reason to hesitate. The dwarf checked the meat and priced it. This should be worth about 500 gold. Aren't you going to sell the skin? If you've caught a giant rat, you should have gotten its teeth, which should be quite valuable. I'm not selling them. The monster's skin and teeth were useful. The dwarf grinned upon realizing what Taesan was aiming for. You're looking for a blacksmith? Yes. You can find one if you go a bit further down. Usually people die before they get there, but I guess you don't need to worry. Since he had broken through the first level, there was now a stronger sense of trust on the dwarf's face than before. Since he had a rough guess of who they were, Taesan wasn't taken aback. When he encountered the dwarf, a system window appeared. You've encountered the Lost King. The Lost Dwarf King, a being drawn into the labyrinth from his ruined kingdom. That must be the dwarf's identity. So, what are you going to buy? Shall I show you what I have? I would appreciate that. He had plenty of money. Adding the amount he got from selling, he had 1,200 gold. It wasn't an amount you could accumulate on the first floor. Even if the items were from a higher level, he should be able to afford them without any pressure. The dwarf, seemingly catching on to Taesan's thoughts, raised a finger. Let me tell you one thing, I only sell certain things. Even if you've gathered more money than needed, I won't sell things that you could buy on the 4th or 5th floor. If you're expecting otherwise, it's best to drop that thought. Understood. The dwarf was similar to Anjar. Although he extended certain benefits, he wouldn't allow you to grow complacent while enjoying those benefits. He seemed to uphold a certain line. All right, here you go. If you need anything else, let me know. The dwarf laid out the items and Taesan checked each one. He passed on the potions again. Although he couldn't use the Fountain of Life after leaving the first floor, there was still no reason to use potions. It was more profitable to save the money for potions and buy other items to conserve his health. Taesan checked the arrows. He had more than enough basic arrows. What he needed were different types of arrows. Paralysis arrow, attack power +2, makes the target paralyzed. The success may vary depending on level and stats. 30G, the dwarf who was watching asked. Are you buying that? I'll buy 30. Buying a lot, aren't you? Because I need them. If the information Taesan received from Lee Tion about the second floor was true, he would need at least this much. The dwarf passed him the arrows with another satisfied expression. Here you go, now you've got 300 gold left. What else will you buy? Personally, I recommend equipment. Going to the second floor with your current equipment will be a bit tough. He had no armor, and his additional attack power was barely at +2. He couldn't rely on the tower shield's defense forever. Whether it was weapons or armor, he needed to buy something. Conveniently, the dwarf had several spears, shields, and pieces of armor among the items he showed. All could be purchased for under 300 gold. What a waste! But Taesan was in a dilemma. Monsters dropped what they had. Big rats dropped leather and meat, and enemies with equipment dropped their equipment. The enemies on the second floor used weapons and armor, which meant he could get both. It felt like a bit of a loss to buy them in advance. While pondering and looking around the goods, a pair of gloves caught Taesan's eye. Brawler's gloves. Attack power +1, protects the hands. Seems like it can cause a bit of pain to the enemy. 300G Brawler's gloves, he wouldn't have given them a second glance before. Gloves only dealt damage when you punched with them, but now it was different. Taesan picked up the gloves. I'll take these. Brawler's gloves, are you going to use your fists? Why buy those? Because I can use them. The dwarf looked at Taesan in confusion for a moment before realizing suddenly. Ah, that old geezer taught you Arak martial arts, didn't he? Yeah, I figured you'd be to that madman's liking, but I didn't expect he'd even give you the martial arts. Do you know him? We're rotting together in this place, so of course I know him. Not that I particularly like it. You don't like him? Who would like a fanatic running around crazy trying to find a god? The dwarf made a disgusted face. From his repulsed expression, Taesan realized one thing. The NPCs in the labyrinth were aware of each other, but they weren't friendly. They seemed rather hostile. Chapter 17, Second Level, Part 2. Given that the NPCs didn't show any particular hostility towards him after he learned the Arak martial art, it seemed their dislike was not that serious. However, it was best to be cautious. Unlike Anjar and the dwarf, there would certainly be NPCs who were hostile enough to kill each other. Do you need anything else? I don't have any money. This will do for now. Then hurry and go down. You don't want to lose your nerve from hanging around unnecessarily, do you? I wouldn't, even if you didn't say so. Taesan passed by the store and headed toward the second level. The dwarf waved his hand in farewell. See you on the next floor, thud, the door closed. At the same time, a system window appeared. This is a place a little bit further away from the entrance of the labyrinth. This is where those who die when stabbed with a knife live. The power of this place is not very strong. Starting quest on the second floor, defeat the boss of the second floor and pass. Reward basic mana increase potion. Secret reward. A mana increase potion. It was a very valuable potion that increased mana and was not sold in stores. While roaming the labyrinth, there was no choice but to try to discover it. Even Taesan hadn't seen more than a few of those potions. If it was a basic potion, it would give about a 10-point increase. Since his mana was only about 15, it would be of great value. With that much of an increase, a lot of the constraints on using his skills would disappear. As Taesan proceeded down the passageway, anticipation began to build up within him. Ding! An alert rang as someone was calling him. Taesan opened his community feed. Kang Taesan Solo, what's up? Kang Junhyuk Solo, you're here. Taesan had posted his messages for a brief moment before responses began pouring in. Lee Sang Solo. It's Mr. Taesan, you're still alive. Kim Taejin Solo, thanks to you we were able to reach the Fountain of Life, thank you so much. Kim Junin Solo, Mr. Taesan, I have something to ask you. Kim Suhyun Solo. Mr. Taesan, oh it's Mr. Taesan. Messages directed towards him quickly filled his vision. Taesan clicked his tongue and answered in a hurry. Kang Junhyuk has requested a whisper to Kang Taesan. Taesan clicked accept. Kang Junhyuk Solo, wow this is no joke, I don't even know what to say. Kang Taesan Solo, what's going on? Kang Junhyuk Solo, nothing much, just checking if you're alive. Kang Taesan Solo. How about worrying about yourselves rather than me? Kang Junhyuk Solo, well I'm stuck here, really thinking about it again gives me the creeps, thank you bro, everyone is grateful to you. Kang Taesan Solo. You guys followed because you trusted, so let it go. Taesan had left information about the first floor in the Solo community. If they followed the most optimized route to the Fountain of Life, they had a reasonable chance of survival. However, he did not hold out much hope after that. Was it possible for a person, trapped in an unknown space and driven to the edge, to risk their life and take on a challenge based solely on the posts from a simple and faceless community? Taesan thought it was impossible. Most would think that it was unbelievable and would not follow it. However, contrary to Taesan's assumptions, most of the solo mode players followed his guide. Kang Taesan Solo. I'm not the one to say anything, but did you guys run here just believing in a single post? Kang Junhyuk Solo, we had no choice, we were all desperate. You grasp at straws when you're drowning, right? Listening to Kang Junhyuk, their reasoning was quite simple. If they didn't enter the labyrinth, they couldn't get food. Not eating didn't mean losing health or death, as only stats and mental strength were consumed. If one was determined, they could hold on as long as they wanted. But hunger was a different issue. People trapped in this disaster were starving to the point of considering cutting and eating their limbs. The pain of hunger was greater than the fear and pain of amputation. Since they couldn't die here, they had no choice but to live with endless hunger. Those people would become haggard husks. If they could meet other players like in the other modes, they would have at least been able to have conversations, but even that wasn't possible. The village outside the labyrinth only had NPCs who gave predetermined responses. The broken man refused to converse altogether. Although some interaction was possible through the community, it was a world apart from meeting and talking directly. There was no one to talk to, there was nothing to eat. It was an environment perfect for driving people insane. In fact, many solo players in his previous life died in droves because they gave up on survival and entered the labyrinth as if they were committing suicide. In such a situation, Taesan made a post, a strategy guide for the first floor. Kang Junhyuk Solo, you said you didn't expect much, but from our perspective, that post was really necessary. In Taesan's post, there was information. There was a shopkeeper inside the labyrinth, and on the first floor, rat-like monsters similar to capybaras appeared. They were ankle-targeting monsters. If you saw them and ran away, you could return to the shop. That was the information. To the solo modes players, the labyrinth was an unknown entity. Not being able to enter it was a big reason for their fear. They were too scared because they didn't know what would come out. Thanks to Taesan, they obtained information. The fear of the unknown began fading, and they started preparing to enter the labyrinth. Among them, Lee Taeyeon attempted it first. Following Taesan's words, she entered the labyrinth, met the shopkeeper, and arrived at the Fountain of Life. She survived her journey through the labyrinth. Lee Taeyeon had left many complaints in the community. To those viewing the community, she was a human just as fearful as they were, and yet she had succeeded. In other words, they could also reach a place where infinite recovery was possible. It was an extremely appealing proposition. After Lee Taeyeon's success, many solo players ran into the labyrinth. Not everyone was successful. Even knowing the strategy didn't guarantee easy progress. The Fountain of Life was quite a distance from the shop, and the likelihood of encountering a big rat along the way was not low. Still, the number of people who managed to reach the Fountain of Life was incomparable to his previous world. The difference was even surprising for Taesan. However, reaching the fountain and defeating the big rat were two separate issues. Even with infinite recovery, defeating a monster that exceeded a normal human's speed was impossible without natural talent. Most were only satiating their hunger at the fountain while continually attempting the challenge. Only two had succeeded in hunting, Lee Taeyeon and the one currently conversing with him, Kang Junhyuk. Kang Taesan solo, what were you planning to do before my post came up? Kang Junhyuk solo. Well, I was just planning to run into the labyrinth. I couldn't stand being hungry. I thought of defeating the monster or whatever and then eating them. A 17-year-old boy, not yet an adult, had already won against the big rat, indicating he had similar talent to Lee Taeyeon. But he was a name Taesan had never heard before. Perhaps in his previous world, he had immediately challenged the big rat and died. He was an irregular who survived by following his post. Would the number of clearers increase if he left a strategy? In Taesan's view, that was not the case. Even if one managed to narrowly defeat the big rat, they probably wouldn't be able to go any further. Survival rate and clear rate were two different things. Even in his previous world, there were a few who had reached the Fountain of Life, but aside from Lee Taeyeon, no one had managed to clear the first floor. Only Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk had a chance to clear it, just the two of them. Are they worth nurturing? Kang Taesan solo, what are you doing right now? Kang Junhyuk solo. I'm currently taking a break after hunting the big rat. Kang Taesan solo, what about Lee Taeyeon? Kang Junhyuk solo, she's probably sleeping now. Kang Taesan solo. Have you met the paladin yet? Kang Junhyuk solo, who? He seemed not to know. Given that Lee Taeyeon from the previous world had met Anjar, it would be fair to say that one would meet him at least once if they stayed at the Fountain of Life. Kang Taesan solo, an eccentric old man searching for a god will come looking for you. He's an NPC whose treatment changes based on your actions, okay? He will attack you outright, but don't panic and respond properly. Then you can get something useful. Although he didn't know if the old man would give the Arak weapon skill, Kang Junhyuk could gain other skills. In the early stages, every skill was precious. Kang Taesan solo. Tell Lee Taeyeon when she wakes up. Kang Junhyuk solo. Kang Taesan solo, what is it? Kang Junhyuk seemed to be considering something for a moment. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he left a message. Kang Junhyuk solo, are you okay, Hyung? Kang Taesan solo, what do you mean? Kang Junhyuk solo, aren't you giving too much to me? I appreciate your help, but we are, after all, competitors trying to clear the labyrinth. Taesan was taken aback by the sudden remark. Junhyuk continued typing. Kang Junhyuk solo, of course I'm weaker than you for now, but aren't you worried that I might catch up to you if you give too much away? I of course have no intention of doing anything to you, but isn't it too much of a favor? You don't need to just give away what you've earned through hard work. Taesan laughed softly. Kang Taesan solo. So that's what you're worried about. Kang Junhyuk solo, it's a serious concern of mine. Taesan could understand Junhyuk's point. It was natural for anyone not to want to give away what they had earned with hard work without any conditions. However, Junhyuk was misunderstanding things. Kang Taesan solo, what competition? We are all humans from the dying earth. They were not competitors, they were comrades. There were a few opportunities to go out to the outside world before clearing the game. He'd realized then how foolish he had been. There were some fools who didn't get the bigger picture and acted recklessly, but they all died either by monsters or by Lee Taeyeon. And there was another misunderstanding. Kang Taesan solo, there's one reason why I'm telling you all this, it's so that you don't die in some strange place. Knowing the strategy and being able to implement it were two different things. It was pure luck upon luck that Lee Taeyeon had cleared solo mode. She herself said she had no confidence in surviving if she entered solo mode again. It was a place where even those who had cleared it once couldn't guarantee another clear. That was solo mode. Even if Taesan told Junhyuk about the secret room, he wouldn't be able to clear it. The chances of being skewered by the last 15 arrows were high. Kang Taesan solo. And you think you can catch up to me just by knowing that? Even when he cleared easy mode, he was already compared to Lee Taeyeon. Junhyuk's words felt similar to a chick saying to the owner who fed it that if they kept feeding like this, it would become stronger than the owner. Kang Taesan solo, don't waste your time and just focus on descending. Kang Junhyuk solo, true I haven't even cleared the first floor yet, I am being too ambitious. Kang Taesan solo, good you understand. Work hard, I'm going to descend further. Kang Junhyuk solo, where are you right now? Kang Taesan solo, second floor. Kang Junhyuk solo, wow, I've just managed to kill a big rat, it's only been a week. Isn't this too fast? Kang Taesan solo, fast, it's just normal. In the middle of the conversation he had a thought. Speaking of which, isn't it about time? A week had passed. It was the adaptation period for easy and normal mode players. Taesan asked, Kang Taesan solo, how is the community these days? Kang Junhyuk solo, normal I suppose. Recently people from other modes have started to interact a bit, but there are some people who start fights. I've ignored them for now, but I don't understand why they're doing it. There were those who would start disputes. Taesan knew who they were. Those ignorant ones have started to make trouble. Players from different modes could not see players from other modes. They misunderstood each other's strengths and believed their mode was the hardest. In his previous world, Taesan had interfered, but since he was not there, they started to run amok as they wished. He wasn't very interested in humoring them. If they acted up, he would just have to deal with it. Kang Taesan solo. Good luck, Kang Junhyuk solo. Yes, you too. Taesan turned off the whisper chat. The structure of the second floor was similar to the first floor. It changed every 10 floors, so there was little difference until then. He saw mossy bricks and the brick floor. The interior of the labyrinth seemed likely to be similar. However, Taesan knew from his previous experience that the first floor of solo mode was half a tutorial. The real start was from the second floor. A labyrinth where even the fountain of life couldn't be found, where recovery methods were limited. Taesan knew what would appear here. Taesan walked down the passage and a door came into view. Once he passed through this place, he could see the room. Taesan opened the door just slightly enough to check the inside. Kiek, Karuk, green monsters came into view. These creatures with a human-like form were small and didn't reach past Taesan's chest. Each held a sword and shield or a bow, and they were chattering with their protruding tusks. Karuk kek kiek, when one said something the other monsters roared with laughter. They seemed to have heard a funny joke. A goblin with a bow has appeared. A goblin with a short sword has appeared. A goblin with a short sword has appeared. A goblin with a shield has appeared. Goblins, green monsters. The most common monsters that appeared everywhere in the middle and upper floors. The monsters of the second level were these goblins. Chapter 18, Second Level, Part 3. The goblins were teasing each other, nudging their shields and bumping their heads together. They seemed to be very friendly with each other. Hee. Kekek. Kang Taesan watched them expressionlessly. Facing a single goblin wasn't an issue. In easy mode, they were the typical monsters of the 10th floor and were relatively weak. The first floor boss, the giant rat, was much stronger in terms of sheer power. However, the difference between goblins and other monsters was that they possessed a rudimentary level of intelligence. They could cooperate, set traps, and hunt in groups. They became stronger the more of them there were. Thanks to these factors, they were commonly seen on both the middle and upper floors. There were 4 goblins in the room. In easy mode, a group of such numbers would not appear until you went past the 20th floor. Moreover, multiple players could confront them in easy mode, making their numbers more manageable. But here, Taesan was alone. Taesan was keenly aware of this and had adequately prepared strategies to handle them. He then analyzed the goblins' weapons. 2 out of 4 were wielding what appeared to be longswords. However, they were only longswords relative to the goblins. If Taesan were to wield them, they would look closer to short swords. Another one was armed with a shield and a dagger. The shield was small, barely covering the upper body. The last goblin was holding a bow. It would probably provide cover from the rear when he attacked. Their clothing consisted of thin leather outfits that barely covered their loins. Their defensive ability was likely to be around 1 or 2. After checking their equipment, Taesan determined the order of engagement. He mentally mapped out a scenario on how to handle them. Once he finished his assessment, Taesan kicked the door open and stepped inside. Crash. Kok Kiik. The goblins were taken aback by his sudden appearance. However, it was only a moment before the glint of malice appeared in their eyes and their chattering vanished. All that remained were monsters ready to kill their enemy. Taesan immediately drew his bow, notched a paralysis arrow, pulled the string and fired. Thud, Kiik. 10 damage to the goblin using the bow. Target is paralyzed. It cannot move until it is hit again or for the next 30 seconds. Compared to the giant rat, a regular monster like this goblin remained paralyzed for longer. Taesan pulled out another paralysis arrow. The goblins were screaming and rushing toward Taesan. In this urgent situation, panic could lead to failure, but Taesan pulled the bowstring without any hint of confusion. Calmness proficiency has increased by 1%. He fired his arrow, piercing the arm of the rushing goblin who wielded the short sword. Kick Kiek. The goblin trembled and stopped, leaving only its eyes to roll wildly. 2 were already neutralized, the goblin with the short sword and the one with the bow. Only the other goblin with the short sword and the one with the shield remained. They were already in close proximity, and it was not possible to shoot arrows anymore. The goblin with the shield struck out at Taesan with its dagger. Taesan quickly put his bow away and pulled out his tower shield. He dodged the dagger and pushed back with the tower shield. Thump. Cock. The goblin with the shield was repelled. The size difference between the shields was overwhelming. Taesan also has the upper hand in strength. In a head-on clash, Taesan would win. 3 damage to the goblin with the shield. However, the damage was minimal since the opponent was also defending with a shield. From his memory, a goblin's HP ranged from 40 to 50. Killing by pushing it with a shield was virtually impossible. Karuk, the goblin with the short sword, swung his blade. Clang. The tower shield split, but the damage was bearable. Taesan braced himself and then explosively struck back at the goblin. 8 damage to the goblin with the short sword. Cock, Taesan closed in on the reeling goblin. He deflected the wildly swinging sword and tripped the goblin, causing it to fall over. Taesan then mounted the goblin. Cock, cock. The pinned goblin flailed, trying to somehow escape, but it was already suppressed. There was no way for such a weakened opponent to break free. Taesan struck down with his tower shield and the goblin's head reeled. The goblin with the short sword is in a weakened state. It will take more damage. 15 damage to the goblin with the short sword, 14 damage to the goblin with the short sword. Kagak, the goblin's pupils dilated, one more strike and it would die. However, as Taesan lifted his tower shield, Kaak, the goblin with the shield, had rushed in to intervene. Taesan repelled it without even standing up from his seated position. The goblin with the shield retreated impotently once more. 14 damage to the goblin with the short sword. You have defeated the goblin with the short sword. The system window did not visibly appear. Taesan, who found it bothersome as it obstructed his view, set it to appear only after the battle ended. One had been dealt with. The problem was that the effect of the paralysis arrow had worn off. Kayak, Kaik, the 3 goblins were enraged at having lost a companion. The goblin with the bow harshly pulled back the string and his arrow impacted with the tower shield. 2 damage to you. Kaik, the goblin wielding the short sword, moved and aimed for the unprotected flank that was beyond the tower shield, but Taesan managed to block it. As the goblin was repulsed, the other goblin who wielded the shield slipped in and attempted to forcibly yank the tower shield away. Cock, tisk. Taesan clicked his tongue and jerked the tower shield roughly, and the goblin with the shield was thrown off. However, a gap was created and the goblin with the short sword didn't miss it. Kaik, the blade was targeted at Taesan's neck. He quickly jerked his head to dodge, but his skin was still nicked. 7 damage to you. As Taesan tried to push the goblin with the short sword away using the tower shield, an arrow was shot at him. In the end, Taesan had no choice but to back away. This is indeed tricky. The goblins covered each other's vulnerabilities, making openings for the other goblins. Their cooperation was flawless, not giving Taesan a chance to act. This could have been quite dangerous if he hadn't taken one out beforehand. To win, he had to break their teamwork. Taesan drew in a deep breath. You have activated your breathless attack. You are free of breathing limitations for the next 10 seconds. He pushed forward with his tower shield at the charging goblin. Kayak, his attack was momentarily twice as fast as before, causing the confused goblin to back away. The goblin with the short sword hastened to his comrade's aid, but their coordination was already shattered. Taesan thrust roughly with his tower shield and the goblins were thrown off. As the 2 goblins distanced themselves from Taesan, he gained some respite. Taesan stored his shield and pulled out his flame staff. You have activated Fireball. A fireball was shot toward the goblin, preparing to fire an arrow. The goblin stared dumbly at the incoming fireball. Cock, boom, 15 damage to the goblin shooting the bow. No judgment needed, the goblin shooting the bow is in a burning state. Kaik, the goblin engulfed in flames, shrieked and jumped around. Judging by the looks of it, it didn't seem to have the presence of mind to shoot arrows anymore. Meanwhile, the 2 goblins were charging towards Taesan again. Taesan switched back to his tower shield and stored his staff. Cock. Cock, the 2 goblins energetically hammered at the tower shield, but unlike before, they didn't have the support of arrows. There were plenty of openings. Kwung, 9 damage to the goblin with the short sword. Kaik, the goblin was thrown off. Taesan quickly stowed the tower shield in his inventory and drew his rusty sword to charge at the goblin with the shield. The goblin tried to protect itself with its shield while waiting for its comrade to return, but Taesan had no intention of leaving him be. Unlike the tower shield, the rusty sword was a one-handed weapon. He grabbed the goblin's shield with his free hand. Kick. The goblin desperately tried to protect its body with the shield, but Taesan was stronger. The shield was forcibly pulled away, exposing its body, and Taesan swung his rusty sword. 9 damage to the goblin with the shield. 8 damage to the goblin with the shield. Kick. The goblin collapsed. You have defeated the goblin with the shield. 2 were down and 2 remained. However, since one was writhing crazily on the floor while covered in flames, there was only functionally one left. Jijik K-Kick. The goblin with the short sword is intimidated by you. It is constrained in its actions. The goblin with the short sword backed away with a worried look on its face. As Taesan approached, it gritted its teeth and swung its sword. Taesan parried with his sword and stabbed it in the throat. 9 damage to the goblin with the short sword. Kiak. He parried again and pierced its throat. 9 damage to the goblin with the short sword. You have defeated the goblin with the short sword. Only one remained. Taesan approached the goblin, who was still burning and screaming, Kajik. With its last breath, the goblin transformed into a reward. You have defeated the goblin with the bow. He was victorious. Taesan sat down and wiped away his sweat. He then massaged his muscles throughout his body and began to relax. It's doable. It was not easy. He used 2 paralysis arrows and expended a considerable amount of energy. However, it wasn't life-threatening. His health and mana were significantly depleted, but they were fully recovered through the reward of victory, and he didn't use any skills besides the breathless assault and fireball. The progress was much smoother than expected. As he proceeded, the number of goblins would increase and their equipment would improve. Still, it shouldn't be too difficult, considering he gained stat points through the bonus he received from Soul Ascension. Taesan began to confirm the rewards. His level did not increase. Judging by the amount of experience points, it seemed like he would level up after clearing one more room. Your Soul Ascension increase has been triggered. Your intelligence permanently increases by 1. How simple. The same message appeared 4 times. Taesan murmured to the uniform system window with some apprehension. Nevertheless, the increase in intelligence was not bad. He would gain bonuses for various mental checks, and the amount of mana consumed would also decrease. It was an important stat as he would need to use skills more often in the future. His proficiency also steadily increased, and finally the content of a few skills changed. Constant Special Activation Skill Vision Enhancement. Proficiency 20%. You can obtain a broad field of view. It has slightly surpassed human standards. Usually, changes began to occur from around 20% proficiency. The phrase, "it has slightly surpassed human standards," was added to vision enhancement. In reality, this meant that Taesan had a perfectly clear 270-degree field of view, something that normal humans would not be able to see. He could even perhaps perceive a little beyond objects that obstructed his view. It was a good change. On the second floor, several goblins would attack at the same time. The possibility of being surrounded and hit from behind would then disappear with this skill. Even after leaving the second floor, a broad field of view was always an advantage. Insight also had a change in its description. Constant Special Activation Skill, Insight, Proficiency. 24%, you can perceive a lot. It seems to be able to identify only the weaknesses of creatures. You might also be able to find hidden rooms. Very occasionally, it informs you of important information. Great, Taesan muttered softly. The change in vision enhancement was good, but this was even better. Very occasionally, it informs you of important information. That single sentence held tremendous value here. It effectively artificially induced the luck necessary to survive in the labyrinth. Depending on when it was activated, it would be as valuable as endurance and agility. The proficiency of insight increased quite slowly, so he thought he would have to reach at least the 5th floor to get the upgrade, but it was much faster. It was a pleasant miscalculation. Now it was time for items. Instead of giving meat and leather, the goblins dropped the equipment they were wearing with a certain level of probability. A small sword and a small shield were lying in front of Taesan. It's about time to change one. The equipment changed with every floor that he progressed. Taesan began to check. Chapter 19, Second Level Lacyratas, the God of Struggle and Death, Part 4, Kang Taesan Solo. Don't accept it, Kang Junhyuk Solo. It's tempting, can't I do anything about it? Kang Taesan Solo. Lee Tion is too scared, which is a problem, but you have no fear, which is also a problem. I'll give you a simple example. You were too scared to earn endurance, weren't you? Kang Junhyuk Solo. Yes, how can I possibly get it? Kang Taesan Solo. If you accept, you might get it. Kang Junhyuk Solo. What does that mean? Kang Taesan Solo. It's either get it or die, it's one or the other, accept the quest if you're confident. First, he checked the dagger and the information window for the dagger appeared. Slightly rusted dagger. Attack power +1. It seems usable to some extent. Its attack power was the same as the rusted sword. This dagger, which had a faster attack speed, was superior in performance. However, he didn't switch to it. Goblins used weapons, and when fighting with the same weapons, reach had a greater value than attack speed. But it's not a bad weapon. It should be useful in close combat. Taesan placed the dagger in his inventory and checked the small shield. Wooden shield, defense +3. It's not large, it can block most attacks, but it seems like it would break under a very strong attack. In terms of performance, it was inferior to the tower shield. It was 2 points lower in defense and lacked any attack power. Still, Taesan considered it. From here on out, the tower shield isn't going to be of much use. Unlike the big rat, goblins came in large numbers and were quick. They cooperated with each other to pressure him. The tower shield had an advantage in one-on-one fights. Still, it was not suitable for battles against multiple opponents. Furthermore, it couldn't be held with one hand, making him unable to equip another weapon. Also, it was too big. It was large enough to cover Taesan's entire body, which limited his vision. It also created problems for his movements since he needed to focus more on blocking than avoiding attacks beyond what was necessary. Taesan made his decision. He put away the tower shield and pulled out the rusted sword. shield in his right hand and the sword in his left. Usually it would be the other way around, but he was left-handed, so this felt more comfortable. His defense was now 2 points lower. However, when facing goblins, this was the optimal setup, a sword and a shield. This was a combination he had used for quite a while. He had obtained 200 gold. It was 50 gold per pair of goblins, not bad. Having finished his preparations, Taesan headed towards the passage. In the next room he found a goblin with a bow, one with a spear, one with a dagger, and one with a longsword. There was a slight change from before, but Taesan's actions wouldn't change much. Taesan charged at the goblins. Quack, kiek, he blocked their attacks with his shield and stabbed them with his sword. It felt much safer than when he was using the tower shield. Although minor damage did come through, it was manageable. The damage would be fully recovered by defeating just one of them. You inflicted 8 damage to the goblin with a dagger. You have defeated the goblin with a dagger. Kea, the goblin collapsed. The eyes of the goblin holding the bow, who had just seen its comrade killed, widened in fear. Suddenly, the goblin with the longsword also halted as it saw its comrade killed. Taesan didn't miss this opportunity and charged at the goblin. Kiek, thump, he slammed down on the goblin's arm with his shield. The hand holding the weapon was forced wide open. He then thrust his sword straight in. You have defeated the goblin with the longsword. Kaak, the spear was thrust at Taesan. He parried it with his sword, deflected the attack, and blocked an incoming arrow with his shield. The goblin with the spear roared and swung its weapon toward Taesan. At that moment, Taesan noticed that the goblin's grip on the spear was incredibly sloppy. It had lost its sanity to rage. Taesan moved as his senses instructed. He deflected the spear with his shield and lifted his sword to strike. The spear whistled through the air. Cock, he struck down the weaponless goblin. You have defeated the goblin who lost its spear. The system message responded quickly. All that was left was a single goblin with a bow. It shot arrows at him desperately, but Taesan casually swatted them away with his sword. A bow without support was not scary. Cock, he walked towards the trembling goblin. His sword descended. You have defeated the goblin with the bow. Your level has increased. You are in the best condition. As a reward for leveling up, your health has increased by 10. As a reward for leveling up, your strength has permanently increased by 1, agility has permanently increased by 2, and intelligence has permanently increased by 1. The stats had increased in small but significant amounts. Balanced growth was always the best way. The reward for leveling up remained the same. 4 new intelligence increase windows appeared. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 4, health 165/165, mana 15/15, strength 18, intelligence 24, agility 32, attack power +3, defense power +5. The subject is in the best condition. His current stats were almost laughably absurd. This was what his stats looked like before he returned to the past. Kang Taesan, level 57, health 1021/1021, mana 820/820, strength 105, intelligence 100, agility 98, attack power +49, defense power +58. The subject is in the best condition. His level now was 5, yet his agility had already reached a third of the value he had achieved in the past. And this was happening not on the 10th or 20th floor, but while he was still exploring the second floor. The more he thought about his growth rate, the more he found himself laughing. What he had once thought of as Lee Taeyeon's overwhelming stats didn't seem all that impressive now. As she had carelessly overlooked a lot of things, her stats were likely below average for solo mode. It was just that no one knew this, as no one else had survived. Taesan, who had been contentedly checking his status window, quickly verified his equipment. Longsword, show me the longsword. There was one goblin carrying a longsword. If the dagger had an attack power of 1, it was highly likely that the longsword had a power of 2, 2 arrows, 1 bow, and a longsword. Yes, Taesan quickly confirmed it. Rusty sword, attack power +2. It looks usable enough. Good, an increase in attack power of 1. It looked very shabby, but it was more valuable than anything else. In the labyrinth, additional attack power was calculated cumulatively. If the attack power increased by 1, the damage of 8 became 9. At this stage, when the base damage was low, the difference between 1 and 2 in attack power could mean having to hit an enemy one more time or not. Attack power was far more important than any other stat at this moment. The sword alone was more than satisfactory, but there were more rewards. Taesan's eyes widened when he checked the bow. Bow, attack power +1, accuracy +40%, it looks usable enough. This is also good. The bow he was currently using had no attack power, so he relied solely on his arrow's attack power. Thanks to his Arak weapon skills, he was doing decent damage, but without that, he would have been terribly weak. His accuracy was also extremely low at 20%, requiring a lot of focus when firing arrows. 2 problems were solved at once as Taesan happily organized his bow. You're banished now. He stored the rusty sword in his inventory and wielded the less rusty sword. He had become stronger once more. He had already managed to take out 4 goblins without using a skill, simply by switching to a sword and shield. Now he could probably handle them without using arrows. Having finished organizing, Taesan turned again towards the corridor. Similar to before, he cracked the door open slightly to check inside. Taesan entered the room. There were no goblins inside. However, it wasn't simply an empty room. Inside the room, there was an altar for a god. You have discovered the altar of Lakarada's. First discovery bonus. Intelligence has permanently increased by 1. Mana has permanently increased by 2. Intelligence and mana, they were always good stats. Taesan looked at the altar. It was a circular altar placed in the center of the room. It was grotesquely dotted with blood, and the sharp, line-like decorations gave an idea of the nature of the altar's owner. The gods of the labyrinth had various personalities. There were gods who were friendly towards the player and those who were hostile. Some regarded the player as a target of mockery, and there were also gods who showed compassion. However, as Lee Tion had said, most of them considered the players their playthings. Taesan saw the name Lakarada's in the system message. He tried to recall what kind of deity it was. The god of struggle and death, that was all he knew. Lee Tion didn't care to know more about the gods as she was often their object of scorn and ridicule. Taesan raised his hand toward the altar. Altar of Lakarada's. An altar made by the followers of Lakarada's. It serves as a passage to the god. Lakarada's can exert his influence through this place. The altar of the followers of the god. Each time Lee Tion arrived here, she said she received a quest. A bloody mist spread throughout the room as soon as he finished his thoughts. A great presence could be felt from beyond the altar. It was a denser and heavier force than any monster he had encountered before. If what was felt beyond the passage was this intense, most people would go mad upon seeing it directly. So this is a god. These entities only existed in solo mode. Lakarada's was one of them. A quest window appeared. Subquest begins. Lakarada's wants to test you, the one who came to his altar. If you accept, a trial will come to you. If you overcome it, a reward will follow. Reward. Determined by Lakarada's according to your achievements. Upon arriving at the altar, one could take on the challenge posed by the god. Lee Tion also discovered the altar of Lakarada's on the 2nd floor and received a similar quest proposal. However, she declined. Lee Tion had instinctively felt that the trial was beyond her capacity to handle. She escaped the room as if she was fleeing. Therefore, she had no information about what kind of trial it was. But Taesan was considering accepting risk and reward. After risking his life and breaking through the secret room, he had obtained the Staff of Flames. He had also blocked Anjar's strike and acquired the Arak weapon technique. When an achievement deemed impossible was achieved, a reward beyond that was given. Although it was the same in easy mode, the rewards here were more. There was no thought of running away like a coward as Taesan accepted the subquest. Subquest begins. Lakarada's is pleased with your choice. The bloody mist that filled the room gathered in front of the altar. The mist clumps together to form legs. Riding up the legs, knees were formed, followed by thighs. The chest and stomach and even the head were modeled, revealing a human figure, but it didn't end there. The mist engulfed the formed figure once more. Eventually, the mist disappeared, revealing a blood-red armor. Clank. The blood-red armor extended its hand. The remaining mist congealed into the shape of a sword. You have encountered the servant of Lakarada's fake. Lakarada's trial. Achieve victory against the servant of Lakarada's fake. Taesan distanced himself and scrutinized the servant of Lakarada's. It was wearing armor similar to that of a medieval knight. It firmly covered all parts of the limbs, and the head was perfectly protected by a helmet. No matter how closely he looked, it was difficult to find a gap. Clank. The bloody knight raised his sword and pointed at Taesan. Even without fighting, its nature could be understood just through this stance. It was infinitely stronger than the goblins. Taesan held his shield and sword. After a moment of staring at Taesan, the knight moved his foot. Whoosh. Despite being in armor, he rushed at Taesan with incredible speed. However, Taesan didn't panic. He had seen countless beings whose appearances contradicted their abilities. He swung his shield towards the descending sword. Clang. Taesan was the one who was pushed back, and he grimaced at the numb feeling in his arm. You have taken 25 damage. Heh. A ridiculous amount of damage caused him to chuckle. Even if he blocked, this much damage made the shield meaningless. Taesan took a step back to increase the distance, put away his shield, and pulled out his rusty sword. Twin swords, it's been a while. Whoosh, the knight stamped his foot again. The heaviness that made the entire room vibrate reverberated through the floor. The knight slashed across its body roughly. Taesan swung his sword to meet it. The sound of steel clashing rang out. Once again, Taesan was the one pushed back. From these two exchanges, Taesan realized that the servant of Lakarada's had the upper hand in strength. The difference wasn't huge, but if they competed head-on, it would inevitably lead to Taesan's defeat. Then how about agility? Taesan turned his body and began to flee. The knight pursued. Clank, clank, observing the knight chasing after him with heavy metallic sounds, Taesan realized he had the upper hand in agility. The distance between him and the knight was gradually increasing. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was not small either. The opponent had the advantage in strength while he was superior in agility. Taesan, who had been fleeing, suddenly turned his body. He ran towards the knight and immediately swung his sword downwards. The knight, who had been chasing after him, hurriedly raised its sword. Clang. Their swords clashed, their hands locked, but Taesan wielded twin swords. With his free left hand, he stabbed the knight's flank. Crack. You have dealt 6 damage to the servant of Lakarada's fake. The armor split apart. Although he was wearing armor which mitigated the major damage, this was sufficient. Taesan began to press on relentlessly. He jabbed his left hand into the knight's waist. This time it displayed 5 damage. The knight wouldn't stand idle either. He put strength into his sword and struck an attack. He slashed in a diagonal line directly toward Taesan. Instead of blocking, Taesan took the strike head-on, positioning himself right beneath his opponent's hand to dodge the attack. Taesan did not have space to swing his sword in this position, but he had martial arts skills. He quickly sheathed his sword and swung his fist. You have dealt 4 damage to the servant of Lakarada's fake. It was a wise decision to have purchased the brawler's gloves. If he had hit the armor barehanded, it would have inflicted more damage on Taesan. The knight tried to create space to swing his sword, but Taesan clung closely. As a last resort, the knight attempted to swing his sword, but Taesan reached out and grabbed his wrist. He struck his legs, hit his neck, and pushed with his shoulder. 4, 3, 4. A total of 11 damage was inflicted. Not bad. Taesan had swept through all 100 floors of the labyrinth. Though it was on easy mode, that experience didn't go anywhere. The method to fight an enemy with superior strength. The way to handle an enemy with superior agility. He knew all about how to fight multiple enemies. The knight's strength was superior, but Taesan had the upper hand in agility. So he just had to stick close to him, creating a situation where the knight couldn't fully utilize his strength. As strength stats increased physical power, sticking so close that there was no room to exert strength greatly diminished their value. He was using a strategy he had enjoyed in the past. He approached the staggering knight once again. The knight abandoned swinging its sword and attempted a knee strike. Taesan blocked it with his foot. Even though the knight had a strength advantage, the difference was not substantial. If Taesan could intercept before the knight's strike gained momentum, he could suppress it. Easier than I thought, Taesan thought this while swinging his fist, but of course this was to be expected. This was the second floor. Regardless of being in solo mode, they wouldn't give enemies that are impossible to clear. The servant of Lakarada's, a second-floor enemy, had surprisingly high stats but lacked the intelligence and sensibility that would match those stats. A certain level of balance was maintained. Players who were initially overwhelmed by the superior stats had to come up with all sorts of strategies to secure a hard-fought victory. That was the picture Lakarada's probably desired. But Taesan's stats weren't low. He gained significant power from the Soul Ascension enhancement, and the additional rewards from sweeping the first floor also added to this. Even when compared to the servant of Lakarada's, he was not outmatched. Even if he was a player at the beginning of the labyrinth, with Taesan's current stats, a fair fight would be possible. Besides, Taesan was already a player who had cleared the labyrinth. He understood the countermeasures perfectly, so he could defeat the enemy easily, and there was an entity that was displeased with this. Lakarada's feels slight bafflement. Despite his servant being a formidable entity for a second-floor player, Taesan was fighting flawlessly without receiving any damage after the initial contact. Even to a god's eyes, this was an impressive feat. But Lakarada's was the god of strife and death. He desired to watch the struggling inferior being strategize and employ skills and wisdom to win intense battles, not one-sided fights. That was the realm of power and deception. After some contemplation, Lakarada's made a decision. He decided to give back what he had taken. He allowed the strong knight to reclaim what once belonged to him. Lakarada's divine power manifests. As a price, the influence zone of Lakarada's is reduced. The servant of Lakarada's fake regains intelligence. The servant of Lakarada's fake regains skills. The rewards for the trials are significantly enhanced. What? Suddenly, Taesan squinted at the windows that blocked his vision. A red light emerged from the dead eyes inside that blood-red helmet. You have encountered the servant of Lakarada's. The term fake attached to its name had disappeared. Clang. The knight grasped his sword with both hands. Taesan tried to block, but his stance was lowered. Conversely, the knight was completely upright. Given the knight was taller, Taesan's hands couldn't reach him. The knight brought down the sword in the same posture it was held. The end of the hilt, the pommel, was aimed at Taesan's head. Tusk. He could no longer engage this way, and Taesan retreated. The knight swung his sword again, a full-powered strike from an upright posture. It was hard to block as it contained all his strength. Taesan barely dodged it. Utilizing the force of the downward strike, the knight advanced and thrust his sword. It wasn't a mindless swing like before, but a perfectly controlled thrust. Without room to evade, Taesan tried to force the knight's sword away, intending to deflect its path. Damn! The knight twisted his wrist, and his sword began to curve under Taesan's sword. Despite Taesan's attempt to force it away, it was perfectly blocked. Just like that, the knight raised his sword. Thud. Already dealing with a powerful adversary, Taesan's sword moved in a direction where he couldn't exert full strength. Caught off guard, Taesan's hand was lifted high. The knight moved his foot as Taesan wrapped his body with his forearm and kicked. Arg, you have received 12 damage. The damage wasn't substantial as it was not a weapon but a foot. However, his posture collapsed due to that kick. The knight didn't miss the chance. He rushed quickly and thrust his sword as Taesan rolled on the ground. Clang, the sword stuck into the ground. It was fairly deep and it took some time to pull out. Thanks to this, Taesan could distance himself and regain his stance. Damn, what's he trying to do? Taesan gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the situation had changed. The knight, who already had high stats, became incredibly strong after gaining intelligence. Above all, the quality of his skills was exceedingly high. Even when their swords clashed, it was to the level where Taesan's attacks were deflected. Looking solely at skills, he was superior to anyone Taesan had met so far. The servant of Labyrinth, who regained intelligence, tried to carry out his master's order and charged Taesan. Chapter 20, Second Level Labyrinth, the God of Struggle and Death, Part 5. The knight charged in like a storm, and Taesan barely managed to block the swinging sword. Clang, the moment their swords clashed, the knight's wrist trembled. His sword slid down Taesan's blade, aiming to slice off his wrist. Taesan tried desperately to increase the distance, but the weapon wouldn't fall away as if it was glued. You've taken 20 damage. His forearm was cut. As Taesan swung his sword wildly to shake his opponent off, he checked the condition of his arm. There's no problem. Neither the muscle nor the bone was damaged. The wound stung, but it would not affect the battle. What the hell is this? He was dumbfounded. What on earth was that? It was clearly a technique, the swordsmanship of a systematically trained knight. Taesan had never seen such a technique before. Most of the players had called their combat experience as a weapon technique. Still, they didn't have anything as high-dimensional as the knight before him. That same thing was true for Taesan. Every technique he used was a swordsmanship that followed no pattern and was honed in real combat. His movement was based on experience. He could not grasp a method to deal with a type that he was facing for the first time. The knight swung his sword and Taesan roughly clashed with it. The sound of their swords clashing resonated loudly through the room. The knight pushed forward as Taesan tried to flow the direction of the force to counter, but he was easily suppressed and kicked away. You've taken 11 damage. Whoa, Taesan's admiration was growing. The weapon in his hands was uncontrollable. He had experienced many battles and had not been particularly impressed with any techniques until now, but his thinking was now changing. The fact that such a thing was possible when a skill was honed to its extreme was something he had never known. The knight in front of him seemed to be an opponent he couldn't beat with his sword, no matter how many times their swords clashed. I want to learn that, Taesan muttered. His eyes were filled with greed. All actions in the labyrinth were evaluated, and if they exceeded a certain level, it would be expressed as a skill. The swordsmanship in front of him had crossed that line. It was certainly a skill and at least an advanced one. He wanted to learn it. If he learned that swordsmanship, he could break through the many difficulties he had anticipated ahead. Even though he planned to acquire many skills, swordsmanship wasn't one of them. Just like a never-satisfied Scrooge, he eyed the knight with greed. Feeling that deep longing and desire, the knight retreated momentarily. Your swordsmanship is superior, I admit that, Taesan said. He was a player, one who had overcome the labyrinth, but that's not all there is to it. He had skills. Until now, the knight had been attacking continuously and Taesan had been retreating. It was natural given the clear difference in their swordsmanship, but this time Taesan charged. In his hand he held a red staff instead of a sword. You have activated Fireball. A flaming red sphere flew out of his staff. Taesan then immediately switched his weapon back to a sword and followed right behind the fireball as he rushed toward the knight. The knight then swung his sword down. Whoosh! His fireball was sliced away by the sword and disappeared. Taking advantage of that moment, Taesan swung the sword in his left hand. 6 damage to the servant of Labyrinth. You have activated Breathless Attack. You gain freedom of breathing for the next 10 seconds. He immediately followed with a stab from his right-hand sword, inflicting the same 6 damage. The knight, who had regained his stance, thrust his sword forward. Taesan didn't block it, but instead rushed toward the sword. His head would have been pierced through if he had stayed where he was. You have activated Flow. The next attack is Manipulated. As the sword neared Taesan's head, its trajectory was twisted and forcibly tried to strike him from a different angle. The bewildered knight desperately pulled his sword, but it wouldn't obey. The sword grazed Taesan's shoulder. 15 damage to you. Dragged by the uncontrollable sword, the knight was pulled out of position. Taesan furiously swung his sword at the knight, who was now completely defenseless. 6 damage to the servant of Lacarata's. 5 damage to the servant of Lacarata's. In less than 2 seconds he had struck 6 times. Thanks to the breathless attack, he could attack without needing to pace himself. Vroom. The knight tried to shake Taesan off and launched a high kick at him. Taesan calmly retreated from the knee that was flying toward him with a gust of wind. In his hand he held a red staff. You have activated Fireball. A red sphere formed in midair. The knight tried to block it, but he was too close this time. 13 damage to the servant of Lacarata's. Checking for burn damage, judgment successful. The servant of Lacarata's is under burn status. Good. He wasn't sure how it would turn out due to the armor, but he succeeded in causing a burn on his first attempt. The knight began to take continuous damage. Clang. The knight had not yet lost his target. He charged towards Taesan, brandishing his sword. His momentum was like a bull's. If he were to collide head-on, Taesan wouldn't stand a chance, but he had no intention of taking it. You have activated parry. The next attack is parried. The sword was forcefully changed from its course. The knight seemed to be determined not to fall for it this time, exerting even more force, essentially using all his strength. The power contained in the sword was enough to wipe out Taesan's remaining health in one blow, but it missed. The sword skimmed past Taesan's chest. 11 damage to you. Skills were the ultimate power in the labyrinth. Parrying was a technique that manipulated the opponent's attack. Even if Anjar struck a mountain-crushing blow, it would be deflected. Unless countered by a higher-level skill, there was no way to block its effects. The sword twisted, and the knight's body was exposed once more as Taesan moved his sword. You have activated Breathless Attack. You gain freedom of breath for the next 12 seconds. 66556. You have attacked your opponent in succession. You have acquired the special activation skill Sequential Attack. A long damage window as long as the skill acquisition window appeared. When will he die? A humanoid shouldn't have higher health than a giant rat. However, the knight showed no signs of dying. Taesan had almost used up all of his mana. Though intelligence reduced the amount of mana consumed at a stat value in the 20s, its effects were not substantial. His remaining mana was barely 5, enough for just 1 or 2 more skills, and Taesan's remaining health was 71. There was no place to retreat. Taesan pressed on further and stabbed with his sword. 5 damage to Lacarata's servant. The knight raised his sword, knelt, and aimed a downward blow at Taesan. You have activated counter. You retaliate against the opponent's next attack. Taesan's body moved automatically as he dodged the downward thrust at the pommel. He moved his sword toward the direction of the knight's body, moving both hands to strike the knight's neck one after another. 22 damage to Lacarata's servant. 21 damage to Lacarata's servant. Yet his enemy still didn't die. The knight kicked Taesan away. Taesan gritted his teeth, enduring it. He would be done if he was thrown off this time. He forcibly tensed his stomach and managed to not get pushed back as a result. Taesan wildly brandished his sword. The knight's armor began to show scratches. The knight didn't remain still either. His sword drew a diagonal line that Taesan had to bend over to dodge. He crouched enough to touch the ground, and using that force he stabbed under the knight's neck. The helmet broke, a pale face was revealed. It was a handsome face, but there was no time to calmly appreciate it. Taesan swung his sword towards the head. The knight also counterattacked, stabbing Taesan's stomach. With his remaining sword, Taesan managed to fend off the blow. Due to a lack of strength, he couldn't completely deflect it, but he managed to slightly move it from its target. 32 damage to you, 15 damage to Lacarata's servant. Taesan struck the neck again as the knight counterattacked. This time he didn't dodge, the sword pierced through Taesan's chest. 65 damage to you. Endurance has been activated. An attack leading to death has been invalidated. All damage becomes 0 for 1 second. Endurance. Invalidation of all damage. This was the end. 16 damage to Lacarata's servant. 15 damage to Lacarata's servant. The knight's armor shattered in an instant as life returned to his face. The servant, having regained his senses, smiled faintly at Taesan. Taesan's mouth felt dry. It was a good fight, brave one. Taesan felt that the knight said that to him. The form of the knight dispersed into mist and rose to the ceiling of the labyrinth. Eventually, the scenery of the labyrinth returned to its original state. You have defeated Lacarata's servant. Lacarata's is greatly satisfied. Satisfaction, my ass. Taesan clicked his tongue. The knight who had regained his senses was really strong. He was out of mana and his health was critically low. Since when do quests suddenly change? Isn't this cheating? Li Tion had said that all the gods were shameless. He felt that he could now understand that sentiment a bit. Taesan checked the system window he had minimized earlier with some trepidation. You have defeated Lakarada's servant. You received a large amount of experience. Your health has recovered by 30. You have gained 253 gold. You have won against an enemy that was difficult to defeat alone. Your strength permanently increases by 2. Your agility permanently increases by 2. Your mana permanently increases by 2. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your strength permanently increases by 4. Your agility permanently increases by 3. Your level has increased. You are in the best condition. Your health has increased by 25 as a reward for leveling up. As a reward for leveling up, your strength permanently increases by 3, your agility permanently increases by 3, your mana permanently increases by 3, and your health permanently increases by 5. Taesan chuckled hollowly. The increase in his stats was outrageous. At a simple calculation, 17 just for the stats, 30 for health and 5 for mana, this is no joke. This clearly indicated the kind of opponent that the servant of Lakarada's was. Taesan would not be surprised if this opponent showed up as a boss on the 15th floor or above in normal mode. His experience bar was empty, but he had leveled up instantly. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 6, health 190/190. Mana 22/22, Strength 27, Intelligence 25, Agility 40, Attack Power +5, Defense +2. The target is in the best condition. His stats had skyrocketed. He chuckled at the staggering increase in numbers, momentarily forgetting his anger. Equipment, none. Regret washed over Taesan's face. The weapons and armor used by the knight were both items of overwhelming quality. He had anticipated this since quest monsters usually didn't drop equipment, but that didn't make it any less disappointing. A reward to ease that regret was waiting for him. You have passed Lakarada's trial. Based on Lakarada's evaluation, you are given a reward. Lakarada's is greatly satisfied with your struggle. Lakarada's wishes to grant you a worthy reward. Satisfaction, my ass. Changing the quest content all of a sudden, where does that happen? He could have easily died if he had made a slight mistake. A grudge against Lakarada's was born in Taesan's heart. Lakarada's, oblivious to this, began the process of dispensing the rewards. Lakarada's influence area has shrunk. Lakarada's grants you a reward. You have received Lakarada's ritual dagger. You have cleared an enhanced trial. Additional rewards are given. You have acquired the special constant activation skill Mark of Struggle. Lakarada's offers you the Apostle's Contract. Chapter 21, Second Level Lakarada's, the God of Struggled and Death. Part 6, Lakarada's offers you an Apostle's Contract. Taesan was startled. An Apostle's Contract, what's this? Taesan stared blankly at the window. However, no matter how long he waited, no explanation appeared. So I have to make a choice. Taesan sat down hesitantly while stroking his chin. The Apostle's Contract. Lee Taeyeon had not been offered such a contract since she had fled. She had no information regarding what kind of contract it was. Taesan summoned the system window. Lakarada's influence area has decreased. This was displayed before the window that offered the Apostle's Contract. Seeing the system window stating that the influence area decreased while enhancing Lakarada's servant, it seemed that gods suffered penalties when exerting their influence. Perhaps he was willing to accept such penalties just to make him his apostle. Although it was closer to favor than hostility, Taesan felt a sense of reluctance. The other party was a god. Lee Taeyeon said they did whatever they wanted, and Taesan also felt it deeply. The fact that Lakarada's had strengthened the trials midway meant that it would have been dangerous if Taesan had been a little weaker. Would an offer given out of goodwill by such a being be really beneficial to him? It was hard to guarantee that the god's favor would coincide with his purpose. Perhaps there was a high possibility that he would live as a slave, like Lakarada's servant. Taesan made a decision. I will not accept. You refused Lakarada's offer. The Apostle's Contract is put on hold. The god did not explode in rage because of the refusal. Whether the gods were merciful to those they recognized, or if that was just Lakarada's way, the contract was merely put on hold, as if suggesting that the choice could be made at any time. That was a relief. It meant there would be no grudge that would lead the god to withhold the reward. Lakarada's grants you a reward. You have received Ritual Knife of Lakarada's. The mist gathered, and soon a blood-red longsword appeared before Taesan. It was not rusted at all and was extremely sharp. Taesan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the exceptionally good-looking weapon. Ritual Blade of Lakarada's. Attack +5. Upon eliminating a target, recover 5 health points. A blade used by those who serve Lakarada's. The blade is stained red with the blood of sacrifices. Taesan's eyes stopped for a moment. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things wrong, and checked again. It's real. There was no change in the description, and Taesan let out a dry laugh. What, can they even give something like this? The attack power was a whopping 5. It was not an item one could obtain on the second floor. His current attack power was 4, if he changed his weapon it would become 7. If he wielded dual swords it would become 9. Judging by attack power alone it was a nearly twofold increase. In terms of damage it was about 30% stronger. On top of that it also had a special effect. Recovering 5 health points upon defeating an enemy, a minor but significantly perceptible effect. Awesome. It was a reward that made all the hard work worthwhile. Taesan was quite satisfied, but the rewards weren't over yet. You cleared the enhanced trial, additional rewards will follow. You have acquired a special constant activation skill, Mark of Struggle. It was a skill he had no knowledge about. If the first reward was a sword with an attack power of 5, then this skill must be quite good too. Taesan checked it with anticipation. Special constant activation skill, Mark of Struggle, proficiency. 1%, you have proven your struggle. The more you fight and defeat enemies, the stronger you become. An acceleration skill, it was a skill that increased speed and stats. Such skills were called acceleration skills. Many players found them useful and categorized them as buffs. It seemed that the Mark of Struggle was such a skill. The detailed effects would only be known when it was used, but since it was a reward given by a god, it was unlikely to be bad. Lakarada's did not stop there. Sub-quest start. Lakarada's wishes to give you another trial for successfully overcoming his challenge. Condition: defeat the enemies of the second and third floors and return. Reward. Lakarada's will decide based on your achievements. Taesan looked at the quest window with a bit of trepidation. He was hesitant to accept, as Lakarada's had already altered the contents of his previous trial. Taesan made his decision. I won't take it. Someone who had stabbed him in the back once could do it again at any time. Taesan refused the quest. You have refused the subquest. Then another window popped up. Subquest start. Lakarada's wishes to give you another trial for successfully overcoming his challenge. Condition: defeat the enemies of the second and third floors and return. Reward. Lakarada's will decide mercifully based on your achievements. The word mercifully was added to the description. Taesan, with a wry smile, accepted it this time. This wasn't a quest that presented something like a trial, but rather a task to eliminate things already existing in the labyrinth. It was impossible for any kind of trickery. Judging from the changed quest window, it didn't seem like Lakarada's intended to do anything, so it seemed okay to accept. Subquest start. Lakarada's is pleased with your choice. If he was to kill, he should kill them all. If the quest required killing all the enemies on the second and third floors, he would have to spend a lot of time here. He thought he should prepare a bit before that. Taesan returned to the shop. Why are you back so soon? I have something to buy. The potion is 200 gold, right? It is 200 gold. You're buying already? I think I'll need a few. He hadn't originally planned on using them on the lower floors. Still, his thought had changed after his previous trial was enhanced. There would be more places like the altar of Lakarada's. He would never know when and where something might attack him. He could pass them without much trouble if he had healing potions at such times. If he had potions this time, he could have cleared the floor even more smoothly. Taesan currently possessed a total of 650 gold. As he was also thinking of selling the unused equipment, Taesan brought out a rusty sword and a crude bow. How much for these? Those two. I'll give you 100 gold each. 850 gold. He could buy 4 potions. Do you sell mana potions too? We do, but it's more expensive. 250 gold each. Then give me one of those and 3 healing potions. Got it. The dwarf quickly exchanged the gold for potions. 3 red potions and 1 blue potion were handed to Taesan. Health recovery potion recovers 50% of health. Mana recovery potion recovers 50% of mana. The basic preparation was over and Taesan put the potions into his inventory. The dwarf who had been looking at Taesan grimaced for a moment. That sword. The dwarf's gaze was on the ritual knife of Lakarada's. Lakarada's, did you get it from that pervert? Pervert. He's a pervert if he enjoys watching others fight, isn't he? The dwarf spoke with a frown, seemingly not liking Lakarada's very much. Seeing that you have that, you must have passed the trial. It's too much of an item for you now, but I can't take what you've received. The dwarf clearly didn't seem pleased that Taesan had received a weapon, gods and NPCs. He didn't know the clear distinction between them yet, but they didn't seem friendly towards each other. I had anticipated this, though. I knew you would have cleared it. I almost died, you know. Oh, you almost died, the dwarf's face hardened. He asked in a serious tone. Don't tell me the trials suddenly became more intense. Taesan nodded, the dwarf's face twisted. This insane god still hasn't corrected his habit. Was it always like this? He's always been like that to those he fancies. I don't know what he's doing, chipping away at his own domain. I would understand if he were nurturing talents, but he ends up killing everyone. What's his aim? The dwarf looked at Taesan in amazement. So far everyone has died, but you survived. That pervert must be thrilled. The dwarf seemed to know quite a bit about Lakarada's. Taesan then asked a question. May I ask one thing? What is the apostle's contract? Huh, surprise spread across the dwarf's face. Did Lakarada's propose that to you? Yes, but I postponed it since he didn't give any explanation. Good decision, it's not something to decide easily. He mentioned a contract. When was the last time this happened? After a long period of contemplation, the dwarf opened his mouth with a grimace. I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. I see. Taesan stared strangely at the dwarf, who, after hesitating, said he couldn't answer. The dwarf explained it as if making an excuse. I can't help it. All I can do for you is my role as a shop owner. I can't do more than that, that's the contract condition. Contract? That's why I'm tied to this place. The dwarf snorted as if he was annoyed and gestured with a face that no longer wanted to continue the conversation. You've bought everything you need, haven't you? Leave now. There was no point in staying as he wouldn't get any more answers. Taesan asked another question. Before I go, could you show me the items you showed me last time? You don't even have any money, do you? I'm thinking about buying them later. Wait a moment. The dwarf showed him the items. There were numerous items that included earrings and rings too. Among them an item caught Taesan's eye, iron cross necklace, attack power +1, a necklace worn by those who served the god of war. It was of no practical use, but they believed it protected them. 600G, I see. After checking, Taesan turned around. Then I'll be back next time. I'd rather see you on the next floor. That seems difficult. Taesan was planning to visit the store often. NPCs and the gods, Taesan made a judgment that they were the most important things in solo mode. Taesan opened the community. Kang Taesan solo, are you there? Kang Junhyuk solo, oh Hyung. Hello, Lee Tion solo, oh it's Mr. Taesan, hello. Kang Taesan solo, did you meet the paladin? It was about time that they met the paladin. He was thinking of confirming what kind of relationship they had established with Anjar. Kang Junhyuk solo, we did meet. Kang Taesan solo, what happened? Kang Junhyuk solo, Hyung, it's a bit different from your story. Kang Taesan solo. What are you talking about out of the blue? Kang Junhyuk solo, the paladin, he just spat and left. Taesan paused. Kang Taesan solo, couldn't you stop him? Kang Junhyuk solo, could we? Even if we knew how, we couldn't move. We were just overpowered and that was it. Lee Tion solo, the same happened when I met the paladin. No matter how much I tried to move, I couldn't. Kang Taesan solo. You guys too. Being able to respond to an attack was another story since Anjar's strike was intimidating in itself. The only reason Taesan could block it was because it was extremely slow. However, he thought that if Tion or Junhyuk knew beforehand, they would be able to respond, but apparently they couldn't. Kang Taesan solo, so what happened? Did you cling to him? Kang Junhyuk solo, we did. But he spat and told us to get lost, said we were worthless to him. Lee Tion solo, that's quite different from what you said, Mr. Taesan. Taesan tapped his chin thoughtfully. One thing became clear. Anjar treated only those who could react to his strike as valuable. Thinking about it, the dwarf was similar. Tion said the dwarf was rude and seemed to begrudge even offering anything, but he was very kind to him. Lakarada's might not be any different, perhaps even more so than the dwarf or Anjar. Being an existence that provides definite rewards based on achievements, there was a high chance he would mock and belittle those who did not accept his trials. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Taesan posted a message. Kang Taesan solo, where are you guys now? Kang Junhyuk solo, I'm currently hunting big rats. Lee Tion solo, same here. I want to level up a bit before going down. Kang Taesan solo, what about the others? Kang Junhyuk solo, there are a few now hunting big rats, but it might take some more time. The players were still in the adaptation phase. It would take time to get past the first floor. I can tell them later. Taesan prioritized which information to give them. What he was going to teach them now was information about the boss. Kang Taesan solo. When you try to go down to the second floor, there will be a boss mob. It's called the Giant Rat, a strengthened version of the Big Rat. It has over 200 HP, and even when you block, it deals damage. Be careful, Kang Junhyuk solo. How do we kill that? Kang Taesan solo, think about it, I can't tell you everything. He intended to guide, not to lead. If he told them everything, they would rely on him and lose the ability to clear the labyrinth. That would be a loss for both sides. Tion had already killed the giant rat on her own. She and Junhyuk should be capable of doing so. Kang Taesan solo, if you think a little you can find a way and don't die unnecessarily by entering the red door, inform the other players too. Lee Tion solo, yes thank you. Kang Junhyuk solo. We'll do our best. Taesan closed the community. Those two should be able to make it to the second floor without problems. Now I need to gather some money. He had the skill Arak weapon technique. An absurd skill that applied the attack value of all the gear he equipped. However, he hadn't made full use of it yet. With a ring and the brawler's fist, he could only increase his attack power by 2. So he thought about buying some items from the store. The dwarf had shown many pieces of equipment. Among them were necklaces, earrings, and rings. It's a good thing since I have to kill all of them anyway. Lakarada's quest was to kill all the monsters on the second floor. It would earn him quite a bit of gold. He would throw all of his gold into the store to buy necklaces, rings, earrings, and countless other accessories. Even just getting the basics would allow him to exceed an attack power of 10. And then he would descend to the third floor. That was his current goal. Chapter 22, Second Level Buried 1, The Ghost of the Hero, Part 7. His goal was to hunt goblins. There was no longer any need for caution. His stats had risen by an absurd amount from fighting Lakarada's servant. Taesan, who had passed through the corridor and arrived at the door, slammed his foot down. Crash, 4 goblins were startled and looked at him. Kaik, a goblin wielding a bow has appeared. A goblin wielding a spear has appeared. A goblin wielding a spear has appeared. A goblin wielding a dagger has appeared. Taesan calmly pulled his bow and shot a paralyzing arrow at the goblin wielding the bow. You inflicted 12 damage on the goblin wielding a bow. The target is paralyzed. It cannot move until it is hit again or for 30 seconds. Ki-eek. The goblin jerked back its arm and stiffened. 3 remained and Taesan pulled out his sword and shield. Kayak, Taesan pushed with his shield. You inflicted 6 damage on the goblin wielding a dagger. Ki-eek. Despite the light push, the goblin was thrown back 3 steps. The 2 goblins wielding spears took this chance to thrust at Taesan. All of it was within his vision. Agility also enhanced visual acuity after all. Taesan parried the spear on his left with his sword. The goblin was unable to withstand the force of the counter, and its spear was sent flying. Taesan then effortlessly avoided the other goblin's spear and thrust his sword into its neck. Kiek, you inflicted 12 damage on the goblin wielding a spear. The dagger-wielding goblin was only now rushing over to join the fray. The other spear-wielding goblin had scrambled off to retrieve its weapon. It was now a 1-1 situation as the goblin swung its spear desperately. You have activated counter, retaliate against the next opponent's attack. His body naturally evaded and stabbed the opponent. You inflicted 30 damage on the goblin wielding a spear. You have defeated the goblin wielding a spear. Kiek, with just 2 attacks that goblin was slain. He had become much stronger compared to when he first entered the second floor. The goblins were now longer a match for him. What he wanted to verify now was the mark of struggle. Your mark of struggle has been activated. His mind cleared instantly. As his fatigue noticeably lessened, Taesan's face brightened. Oh, skills that reduced mental fatigue in the labyrinth were extremely rare. Even if they existed, the effects were so weak that it was unnoticeable. Despite ample physical energy, there were often times when he had to rest due to mental fatigue. However, the relief of fatigue from the mark of struggle was noticeably perceptible. There was also an increase in stats. Taesan opened his status window to check and noted that all of his stats had increased by 1. His action speed also increased. Taesan moved his hand to verify this. About 5%. On top of that, the mana he used was also recovered. It meant that as long as he was fighting goblins, his mana wouldn't decrease even if he kept using the counter skill. This was quite good. Even when overwhelmed by numbers, if he could somehow kill a single enemy, he could rampage freely from then on. As long as the battle continued, this skill made him unlikely to lose. Kiek, he dodged the dagger coming in diagonally from the left and grabbed the goblin's wrist. He pulled the goblin towards him and stabbed its belly. Kayak, he smashed away the charging goblin wielding a spear with his shield and then stabbed its belly again. You have defeated the goblin wielding a dagger. Your mark of struggle has been activated. Once again, all his movements sped up. He charged at the goblin that had been thrown back with its spear. The goblin tried to stab him in panic, but Taesan parried with his shield effortlessly and the spear went flying. Keek, 14-13, you have defeated the goblin wielding a spear. Your mark of struggle has been activated. The battle ended swiftly. The goblin with the bow, whose paralysis had just worn off, didn't know what to do as Taesan strode towards it. His sword moved and the damage window appeared in succession. Key. You have defeated the goblin wielding a bow. Your mark of struggle has ended. The power that was coursing through his body disappears. The difference was so drastic that it felt like a moment of powerlessness. This is quite good. To put it simply, it provided mental recovery, increased all of his stats, provided an increase in action speed, as well as recovery of health and mana. There were too many effects for a single skill. Considering that normal acceleration skills only had one of these, the mark of struggle was the best acceleration skill he had seen. There were no restrictions, there were no limits. As long as the continuous combat condition was met, he could fight endlessly. Depending on the situation, it was a skill that could be of the level of a main skill. It was very useful, especially in these lower levels, where monsters often swarmed. It was certainly not a wasted skill. They're giving quite a bit. This was different from the dwarf or Ainjar. They acknowledged Taesan's abilities but were very cautious when giving something because they feared he might become complacent due to their rewards. But Lakarada's gave rewards befitting his achievements. Having finished checking, Taesan started to organize the rewards. A 4-point increase in intelligence from the Soul Ascension, a consistent increase. He then checked his gold. A total of 200 gold, 50 from each goblin. The equipment dropped was a dagger and 2 arrows. It was good but still not enough. Taesan gripped his sword and headed toward the passage. He casually batted away the desperately fired arrows as he approached. He then bent over a goblin that was about to burst into tears. Keek, you inflicted 13 damage to the goblin wielding a bow. You have defeated the goblin wielding a bow. Your mark of struggle has ended. Your level has increased. You are now in optimal condition. Your health has increased by 15 as a level-up reward. Your agility has permanently increased by 2 as a level-up reward. Your strength has permanently increased by 2. Your soul ascension has activated. Your intelligence has permanently increased by 1. Taesan wiped the blood off his sword. Maybe this is enough. He had cleared 6 rooms. After defeating 24 goblins, his level had increased. Status window, Kang Taesan. Level 7, health 205/205, mana 22/22, strength 29, intelligence 39, agility 42, attack power +7, defense +7, subject is in the best condition. The increase in intelligence was more noticeable than the other stats. Originally, it should have increased more, but it repeatedly tried to reach and failed to surpass the barrier of 40. Still, it was a significant increase. Without Soul Ascension, he would have barely reached that number after only passing the 5th floor. He had also earned a lot of gold at about 1,200 gold. It could go up to 24,000 gold if he sold the duplicate weapons. He hadn't just earned money but also found useful equipment. Worn ankle protector, defense +1, it seems capable of blocking minor scratches. Worn leather armor, defense +2, it seems capable of blocking moderate attacks. Though Taesan didn't pay much attention to it, defense was the foundation for players. The more you increased it, the less absolute damage you took, so there were people who would solely increase their defense. 6 rooms, which brought it to a total of 9 rooms, had been cleared. It was about time to wrap up the 2nd floor. But before that, Taesan planned to stop by the store. As Taesan returned to the store, the dwarf greeted him with a scowl. "What is it? Why are you back again?" "I'm here to buy some gear." "Gear? Do you think I'm selling anything better than what you've got now?" The dwarf's face, which had been looking at him as if he was strange, hardened. "Arak's weapon technique. Damn it all, show me some accessories." The dwarf didn't show any of the higher-level gear. He was worried Taesan might get caught up in the benefits and fail to navigate the labyrinth, but accessories weren't included in that. The dwarf sighed heavily. "All right, I suppose it's okay for you. Go ahead and take a look." The dwarf opened up the space in what seemed like resignation. A multitude of accessories tumbled out. Taesan whistled at the large quantity, well over 50, and began checking each one individually. Skip the stat necklaces. Normally, it would be the first thing he'd get. Stats applied regardless of where you wore them. But since he had Soul Ascension, this wasn't so important. What Taesan needed now were accessories for attack power or defense. Taesan picked up the iron necklace he had noticed earlier. Iron Cross Necklace. Attack power +1. This is a necklace worn by those who serve the god of war. It's useless, but they believed it protected them. 600G. Contrary to the description, it was very useful for Taesan. He opened his inventory and took out the duplicate items. "How much will you give me for these?" "You're selling every single thing." The dwarf checked the mountain of equipment with a weary face. "It'll be about 1,400 gold in total. Are you selling all of them?" There was no reason to keep items that just filled the inventory. Taesan sold everything cleanly and received the gold. 26,000 gold. With a simple calculation, he decided that he could buy 4 more accessories. Taesan held the iron cross necklace and continued to search. As a result, he was able to find 3 pieces of gear that were perfect for him at the moment. Rusty bracelet. Attack power +1. It seems like it would break if you hit something. 600G, as the description suggested, it was in a state where it might shatter into pieces if used to block something or if it took a hit. But since Taesan only cared about its attack power and had no use for it otherwise, it didn't matter. Gloves with knuckles. Attack power +2. It protects your hand. It seems like it would allow you to hurt your enemies a little more. 900G, this was an upgrade from the brawler's gloves. The modifier more was added to the item description. Leather boots with sharp tips. Attack power +1. If you aim using the tip and stab, it seems like you can hurt a bit more. It appears completely useless for defense. 500G, I will buy these. The total was 26,000 gold, which perfectly matched the amount he had. Good, take them. After receiving the equipment, Taesan quickly equipped them and checked his attack power. Attack power +11. Now, even if he wasn't good against goblins, it would still only take 3 hits. If he aimed well, he could finish them in 2. If it was a counter hit, then 1 would be enough. He had become significantly stronger than before. The Arak weapon technique was a really good skill. The dwarf grumbled at Taesan, who was feeling satisfied. Are you happy? Happy or not? Damn old man, why did he give such a thing to him? There's nothing more to buy now. Go quickly. The dwarf waved his hand in an exaggerated manner. It was half as if he was driving Taesan away, but Taesan was already satisfied enough. Without any reaction, he headed for the labyrinth. Then I'll see you next time. Hopefully I'll see you on the next floor, huh? Taesan didn't answer the dwarf's earnest voice. When Taesan returned to the labyrinth, he roamed around here and there, but there were no more goblins as Taesan had cleared 9 rooms. It signified that the boss was just around the corner. Walking down the corridor without much thought, Taesan spotted a peculiar door. An orange door was in front of Taesan. What's this? The boss room had a red door. He had never seen an orange one. He tried to recall it, but Lee Tion didn't mention it. Since she avoided places that seemed dangerous, there were gaps in her information. This was a different room. And such rooms usually gave rewards. Taesan opened the door. Inside, there were 2 goblins. They were impressively clad in perfectly prepared leather clothing and were wielding swords without a speck of rust. Gah Gurk, they saw Taesan and drew their weapons. Unlike the goblins so far, they did not rush in immediately. Instead, they kept their distance and remained wary of Taesan. Elite Goblin Achalak has appeared. Elite Goblin Genesis has appeared. Named monsters, they were guarding a small tomb. You have discovered the Tomb of the Warrior. Chapter 23, Second Level, Buried 1, The Ghost of the Hero. Part 8, did Lee Tion mention something about monsters with names? He couldn't remember, and the why of it would be one of 2 things. Either he had forgotten or Lee Tion had never met them. If it was the latter, it meant that she had avoided them. Meanwhile, Taesan had slaughtered the goblins, Achalak, Genesis. Their basic appearance was the same as other goblins. They wielded longswords and kept their distance from Taesan while staying on guard. Those endlessly sunken pairs of eyes were directed at Taesan. This alone made it clear that they were much stronger than other goblins. Shall we test it out? Taesan charged in and the goblins began to move. They spread out trying to surround Taesan. If they moved like that while he was far, then Taesan's response would be simple. As he ran towards them, he took out his staff. You have activated Fireball. A fireball was launched at the goblin named Achalak, who hastily leaped away to avoid it. Because of this, their encirclement was broken and left Genesis exposed. Taesan slashed his sword down. Kang Genesis blocked it with his sword. The goblin kept the same posture, straightened its body, and slashed down. In response, Taesan dove to the left to avoid it and stabbed upward as Genesis moved its sword. Kagagak. The sword swung upwards and was deflected off the blade. This was not random swinging but proper usage of the sword. Genesis swung his sword and Taesan raised his shield. Kang, the shield was pushed back. The force Taesan felt from the sword was quite strong. You have taken 7 damage. Significant, huh? That power and speed were equivalent to a regular goblin's full strength. There was a reason why they were called elite goblins. But still, he was in a superior position. Taesan added force to his shield-bearing hand. Boom, kick, Genesis was bounced back. Instead of rushing in, Taesan twisted his body and swung his sword down. Achalak, who was aiming at his back, hastily blocked it. Screech, guh, Achalak's knee buckled. It tried to grit its teeth and endure it, but the sword slowly began to press down. Genesis shouted as it rushed in. Arg, Taesan attempted to fend it off with his shield, but Genesis refused to easily step back. Eventually, Taesan had no choice but to retreat. Gurk, kick, the goblins didn't come any closer. Their vigilance toward Taesan intensified. They had changed their tactics. Rather than seeking an opening in Taesan, they decided to compensate for each other's weaknesses. Achalak and Genesis charged at the same time. Taesan blocked Achalak's attack, but then Genesis came attacking. In the moment of blocking the attacks from both sides and trying to push them off with force, the goblins had voluntarily created distance, and then they charged again. Clash. The sword trembled and the shield moved. A fierce swordplay was exchanged. A faint admiration appeared on Taesan's face. Perfect, huh? Achalak and Genesis, the sum of the 2 elite goblins left no openings. No matter how he tried to push one aside and aim at the other, they evaded together. The other would exert intense pressure if he tried to concentrate on one. The capabilities of the elite goblins were not inferior to him. Taesan would also struggle if he tried to deal with both of them at the same time. He had to take down one first, so he also had to bear some losses. You have activated the breathless attack. You gain freedom of breath for the next 12 seconds. Thud, he knocked away Genesis' weapon and dashed toward Achalak. Genesis immediately charged in, aiming for his back, but Taesan ignored the goblin. You have activated the evasion skill. The next attack is evaded. You have taken 12 damage. Ignoring the pain he felt, he swung his sword forcefully. Achalak's arm was raised up, so Taesan swung his sword toward the exposed torso. At that moment, his senses alerted him. You have felt a strong premonition. A single warning, this attack would definitely fail. Taesan barely managed to restrain his strength to follow his intuition. His sword stopped right in front of Achalak's head, and then his pupils expanded at the spear that came after. Achalak has activated the evasion skill, the next attack is dodged. What? Kick! Achalak swung his sword at Taesan and so did Genesis from behind. He was surrounded, Taesan quickly rolled onto the ground, the goblin's sword struck the ground. Taesan, who had escaped from the goblins, let out a hollow laugh. What? He hadn't seen it wrong. The system window was still in the corner of his vision. Achalak has activated the evasion skill, the next attack is dodged. The window that showed up when the players used skills, it was also appearing for the goblins. Roar! The goblins rushed in with Achalak aiming for the left and Genesis for the right. Taesan ran to the right. He ignored Achalak, who had activated the evasion skill and aimed for Genesis, but Genesis did the same. Genesis has activated the evasion skill, the next attack is dodged. Darn! Taesan kicked back and distanced himself. It was clear these goblins were using skills. Roar! Shriek! The goblins charged fiercely unlike before. Taesan realized one more fact from their reckless behavior. The evasion skill allowed the user to dodge an opponent's attack. It essentially allowed the user to ignore an attack without regard for defense. The goblins were fully aware of the effect of the skill they were using. It meant that they didn't acquire it overnight. Do all those with names behave like this? Taesan swung his sword with a nervous face. Bang. Pushed by the force, Genesis was thrown away. Taesan then knocked off Achalak's weapon with his shield. It couldn't dodge smoothly as before since it was focused on the attack and was thrown far away. Taesan stepped back and pulled out his bow. Thanks to his increased agility, he was able to shoot 2 arrows before the goblins could charge again. Genesis took 6 damage. Achalak took 7 damage. Shriek! The arrows brushed past and scraped the goblins. With this, their evasion was nullified. The goblins hesitated for a moment. Shriek! Taesan raised his sword grimly towards the goblins who hesitated to rush in. No big deal. Judging by the looks, it seems like they can't use their skill more than once. This makes it simple. You have activated the evasion skill, the next attack is evaded. Just as the goblins had, he activated the evasion skill and rushed in. The first attack would definitely miss. The goblins couldn't recklessly attack and scrambled about. Meanwhile, Taesan arrived in front of Achalak. Swish, roar, Taesan's sword came down. Achalak hastily blocked, but the difference in strength was too large. Genesis tried to attack, but it was too late. Due to evasion, the attack was dodged and Taesan used his sword again. Swish, Achalak's sword broke. Taesan then thrust his sword into the goblin whose means of defense had disappeared. You have activated the continuous attack skill. The next attack is used twice. Achalak is in a weakened state. Damage is inflicted more severely. Achalak took 39 damage. Achalak took 40 damage. You have won against Achalak. Your mark of struggle has been activated. Roar! Genesis, who had lost its companion, screamed in rage. Instead of turning around, Taesan activated a skill. You have activated the counter skill. The next enemy attack will be retaliated against. His body moved automatically. He dodged Genesis' attack and thrust his sword into its chest. Genesis took 46 damage. Cough, cough. He stabbed the suffering Genesis a few more times. Genesis took 18 damage. Genesis took 17 damage. You have won against Genesis. Your mark of struggle has ended. That was easy. Taesan cleanly finished them off. He said that all players were collaborators. However, there were always exceptions to the rule. They were those who didn't know their place and ran wild. Those with a shallow power who tried to control others. Easy mode players who believed their narrow well was everything and created a guild. Taesan had dealt with them all. He knew all about each skill's disadvantages and how to target them. He was taken aback by the fact that monsters used skills, but the skills themselves weren't scary. Do these named ones use skills? Elite monsters wouldn't only be limited to goblins. Orcs, skeletons, and most named monsters would likely use skills. It's not that hard. If the elite goblins had fought in unison instead of relying on their skills, it would have taken him quite a bit of time. But the opponents were too dependent on their skills. Knowing all the countermeasures, this approach was simpler for him. Taesan checked his rewards. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your strength permanently increases by 1. Your agility permanently increases by 1. Your intelligence permanently increases by 1. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your strength permanently increases by 1. Your agility permanently increases by 1. Your intelligence permanently increases by 1. You have acquired 458 gold. Perhaps because they were elite monsters, the soul ascension stat gain covered all the stats. Taesan was about to overlook it as he always did, but then he paused. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your proficiency in flow skill increases by 3%. Your soul ascension has been activated. Your proficiency in flow skill increases by 3%. The proficiency of a skill increased. So because they use skills, it means I can steal that too. Soul ascension stole the power of those he slew, and the scope wasn't just limited to stats. It was natural to steal the skill proficiency when killing an enemy that used skills. It was surprising but good. Increasing proficiency was hard. Taesan checked the flow skill. Special activation skill flow, mana consumption. 5. Proficiency 42%. The attack is diverted, reducing damage. It seems like it can divert any weapon's attack. It seems like it can also divert magic and curses. As he had used it frequently, it steadily increased, and thanks to Soul Ascension, the proficiency exceeded 40% and the skill description changed. The added description was about allowing evasion against both magic and curses. This was great. There were some unavoidable spells in magic. You could only deal with them through equipment or skills, and the flow skill was just right. The curse could be diverted to reduce its effect too, which was more than satisfactory. Unfortunately, there was no equipment. It was regrettable, as the armor worn by the goblins seemed to have a defense power of about 4. He could do nothing about this since it was a matter of probability. This one's pretty good. Chain attack, the skill he acquired from fighting with Lakarada's servant. It was quite useful when he first used it. Special activation skill. Chain attack, mana consumption 3, proficiency 1%. The next attack is used twice. It is not constrained by time or space. In other words, it was a copy of his attack. A copy would be created after the initial attack, resulting in double damage. Unlike the damage, the effect of the attack was not copied. Even if he triggered addition and multiplication and then used a chain attack, only the initial attack power would go in, so it was a skill that Taesan had discarded before. But Taesan was a solo mode player now. His basic attack power would also increase, so it would be used more often. The mana consumption was relatively low at 3. The simple check was over. Taesan arrived at the tomb with a puzzled face. What's this? The goblins were guarding this place. Given that there were 2 elites, it must have been a fairly important place. Taesan conjured up the system window. You have discovered the hero's tomb. First discovery bonus. Your intelligence permanently increases by 1. Your mana permanently increases by 2. He hadn't noticed earlier, but he had received the first discovery bonus. It meant this was something important like the Fountain of Life or Lakarada's altar. Taesan reached out to the tomb and a white mist appeared. The mist clustered and formed a shape. It was not in the form of a human. A ghost, it took on the shape people on Earth would think of when they imagined a ghost. The shape resembled someone wearing a white sheet upside down. The ghost spoke. "Hello, adventurer." The ghost then dissipated into the mist. "And off you go." Taesan reached out to the tomb again. The ghost appeared. "Hello, adventurer, off you go." And it disappeared once again. Taesan's face twitched. He reached out. The ghost appeared. "What are you doing?" "Didn't I tell you to leave? Hand over the quest." "Huh, look at this one. You dare to ask me for a quest. Do you know who I am? You're the fallen hero. Who else?" He already knew the identity of the ghost from the system window. The ghost grumbled after a brief silence as if it had nothing more to say. "Everything's so convenient now. No need to walk by oneself, sacrifice one's life, and gather information when the system will tell you everything." "How handy. Weren't there any systems in the previous labyrinth?" "No, there were. What a picky guy," the ghost grumbled. Taesan stared at it in shock. What's with this one? All the NPCs he had encountered were far from lightweight. Whether it was the dwarf or Anjar, there was a certain gravitas. But this one was incredibly lightweight. An NPC and a ghost, the deceased, they could interfere with the living. It could only be one thing. "Aren't you going to give me the quest?" There was something similar to this ghost in easy mode. It wasn't an NPC there, but a quest based on something like a diary, something of the deceased which was similar. A quest to fulfill the wishes of the deceased by reading the contents of the diary. The ghost in front of him wouldn't be much different. The ghost mumbled as if it was bewildered. "You're a strange one," bluntly asking for a quest. "Wouldn't it be a bit too early for the second floor?" Chapter 24, Second Level Buried 1, The Ghost of the Hero, Part 9. Are you noisy and a quest or just an object? You're treating a person as an object. You have a bad personality. "So?" The ghost groaned with irritation. It soon began to speak as if there was no choice. "You're right, I'm a deceased existence. I am a human who has been bound here to give you quests," the ghost grumbled. "However, I can't give them to a weak guy." "Then why are you here? Isn't it obvious? Ah, this damn labyrinth. If they're going to confine me, why didn't they put me in the deep layers instead of these high ones?" Taesan quietly watched the ghost as it complained. This was a new type of NPC. The ghost waved what seemed to be its hand and appeared to be shooing him away. "Anyway, leave. If you manage to break through the 30th floor, I'll reconsider." At this point, Taesan let out a hollow laugh. He didn't say anything further and tried to leave the room. He had felt that it would be useless no matter how much he tried to persuade him. "Farewell, adventurer." "Huh." The cheerful ghost trailed off in the middle of its farewell. "Wait a minute, you that weapon." The ghost's gaze was fixed on the ritual knife of Lakarada's. "That's Lakarada's weapon. Why do you have it?" "I defeated him, so I have it." "You've overcome the trial." Taesan looked at him as if to ask if there was anything else. The ghost shut its mouth. The white cloth, which had been showing signs of thought, then moved wildly. "Good. I'll give you a quest. Suddenly, if that capricious one recognized you, you are worth it. Come back, I'll explain the quest to you. I don't want to hear it. You want to receive it right, then listen. What on earth was this guy doing? Taesan couldn't help but think so, given his attitude and posture. Taesan returned with a sullen face as the ghost started explaining. I was an excellent and great hero. I reached the deeper floors faster than anyone else. I was even evaluated to conquer the labyrinth soon. But why are you buried here? Some weakling exploited my weakness, the ghost said in an outraged voice. I was resting after meeting a strong enemy while breaking through the deep layers and was lying on the 10th floor. My stamina was in danger, but since the monsters of the lower layers couldn't penetrate my defense, I just slept deeply. This was not necessarily a bad decision if the ghost's words were true. If one was able to break through the deep layers, their defense would be thousands. Even if all the monsters of the 10th floor attacked him, they could only inflict 1 point of damage. He could wake up from the impact immediately and react. However, the fact that the ghost was dead meant that there was something else. The boss of the 10th floor, I don't know where he got it from, but he had a weapon with fixed damage. That bastard killed me. He killed me who was about to conquer the lower floors. Whether he couldn't control his anger or something else, the ghost yelled out its frustration. The once calm ghost spoke with an angry voice. The quest I will give you is simple. Kill the boss of the 10th floor, then I'll give you a reward. Subquest started. The buried hero of the labyrinth wants you to take revenge. Condition: kill the boss on the 10th floor. Reward: the hero decides based on his mood. Taesan chuckled at the last sentence. To decide based on his mood, didn't that mean he wouldn't give it if he didn't feel like it? Are you going to accept? Taesan nodded. Still, a quest was a quest. The condition was also a boss he had to kill, so there was no reason to refuse. It seems like a linked quest. A quest that could only be obtained after passing through Lakaratas's trial. Hearing the ghost's words, that was exactly what came to mind. As soon as Taesan accepted, the ghost exclaimed satisfactorily, "Good, I look forward to working with you." Then the ghost clung next to Taesan. "Now let's go. Don't tell me you're coming with me. Would I just stay buried in the grave, not knowing whether you can catch him or not? Honestly, I'm sick of being there. Even though it's just to the 10th floor, it'll be fun to get out." He had to descend to the 10th floor with such a noisy guy. Taesan felt a headache coming. Where on earth did that bastard get a fixed damage weapon? I was careless, but a fixed damage weapon was supposed to be introduced much later. A mere 10th floor monster shouldn't have obtained it. Do you think you know? Since I don't know, stop talking. Taesan said this in annoyance. The ghost's mouth never stopped. It squawked in his ear like a parrot, and Taesan felt like he was going to get neurosis. The ghost said confidently, "You've accepted the quest, right? Then you have to take responsibility." Maybe I shouldn't have accepted. The feeling of mental fatigue seemed to be greater than the reward. Taesan, who had sighed lightly, asked, "Didn't you say you were a hero? What did you do?" The quest has already been accepted and it couldn't be revoked. The ghost wouldn't stop talking, so instead of that, Taesan thought to get some information from it by asking questions. Why should I tell you that? If you don't want to talk, don't." Taesan walked indifferently through the labyrinth. It wasn't something he desperately needed to know. All right. I'll tell you, especially if you want to know that much. Didn't I tell you not to talk if you don't want to? I was a noble prince of the Calvert Empire. The ghost began to chatter alone. I was the eldest son destined to inherit the empire. Not just that, I was excellent. I was unparalleled in the empire in swordsmanship, tactics, and strategy. Every young lady rushed to see my face whenever I attended a ball. It was a glorious era. He felt like a street bum from the way he talked, but he was a prince. He had a higher status than expected. But the world was destroyed and I entered here to save everyone. And you died. You're not fun, but you're right, the ghost mumbled in a deflated tone. In the end, I failed. I couldn't save my world. If I had tried a little harder, I could have conquered the labyrinth, but that one mistake ruined everything. Now that it's like this, I have to kill the one who killed me to ease my anger. Listening to the lament of the ghost's world, Taesan walked through the labyrinth and soon arrived in front of a room. Looking at the number of rooms he had dealt with so far, this place was probably the last room. Only the boss room and the secret room remained after this. A full clear of the second floor was in sight, and about 10 days had passed. It was about time to start seeing results from the others on the first floor. Instead of opening the door, Taesan opened the community. Park Chan-woong solo. How do I beat the big rat? Moon Yiseong solo. You just have to work hard. If you face it hundreds of times, you'll start to see the patterns. That's when you need to aim. Park Chan-woong solo. How did Taeyeon and Junhyuk catch this thing so quickly? Kang Junhyuk solo. Me, I'm nothing compared to the guy in front of me right now. Lee Taeyeon solo. Let's consider that person as an exception. It's about time. What are you doing? Don't you know about the community? What's that? It's something that exists. Taesan responded vaguely to the ghost and continued checking. As he read through the posts, it seemed like there were now a few more who had caught Big Rat. Taesan moved his hand. Kang Taesan solo. 1. Park Chan-woong solo. Lee Taeyeon solo. Oh, it's Taesan, Kang Junhyuk solo, bro, it's been a while. Moon Yiseong solo, Taesan, I have a question for you. Posts quickly filled the screen. Taesan casually replied and soon the flurry quieted down. Kang Junhyuk solo, you've left a post on the community, what's up? Kang Taesan solo, I thought it was time to explain, how is it going now? Kang Junhyuk solo. It's so, Kang Junhyuk started to explain slowly. Kang Junhyuk solo, half of the people who have arrived at the Fountain of Life have caught Big Rat, the rest should catch it soon. Lee Taeyeon solo. It seems to work when you keep trying. The big rat possessed a speed that exceeded human cognitive capabilities, but a pattern became visible as you continued to face it. It required a lot of time, but like Taesan, it could be caught by anticipating its movements in advance. Kang Taesan solo, what about you? Kang Junhyuk solo, I've seen the boss. My head was spinning after taking a hit. Lee Taeyeon solo, I had a similar experience, did you really defeat it with strength? Kang Taesan solo, yes. Lee Taeyeon solo, how on earth did you do that? I don't think I can, so I'm looking for other ways. It might take a while, but I believe it would be safer. Taesan read the posts and confirmed that they had adapted to the labyrinth. There were hardly any posts filled with rage or despair. Then, it was time to reveal what he had found about what was necessary to break through the labyrinth. Kang Taesan solo. The reason I posted today is to inform the solo mode players about something. Lee Taeyeon solo, something to tell us. Kang Taesan solo, about how to acquire skills. Lee Taeyeon solo. Lee Taeyeon must have 2 skills by now. Kang Junhyuk also seemed to have realized something as he posted a message out of curiosity. Kang Junhyuk solo, we do need that, but why now? Kang Taesan solo. Now is the best time. If I had told you too early, the means would have become the goal. The skill was not the goal but a means. If they were informed about skills while they were still unfamiliar with the nature of the labyrinth, the skill would become their goal. They would waste time obsessing over gaining skills without even thinking about entering the labyrinth. He needed to inform them when they had some understanding of the labyrinth and were willing to venture into it. The only monster on the first floor was the big rat. As long as they were careful, they wouldn't die. Thanks to the Fountain of Life, unlimited recovery was possible, so informing them after some delay was fine. Taesan's words convinced Lee Taeyeon. Lee Taeyeon solo, that makes sense. If we were told about skills out of the blue, I would have been confused. Kang Taesan solo, I'm going to explain from now on, so listen carefully. And tell those who didn't see the community posts. Kang Junhyuk solo, wow, really, isn't that super valuable information? Lee Taeyeon solo, wow, thank you. Moon Yiseong solo. Taesan, Park Chanwoong solo, thank you. Many posts filled with gratitude and excitement were posted. However, Taesan seemed somewhat uneasy. Kang Taesan solo. You may want to hold your thanks until after you've heard. In his previous world, Taesan had explained about the skills he had acquired. However, it didn't hold significant meaning for humanity. After all, they were just ordinary humans who had lived in a gentle world. Still, given that most of the solo mode players had survived, things might be slightly different. With a very faint hope, he posted. Kang Taesan solo, how many skills have you all acquired, excluding the basic ones? Lee Taeyeon solo, I have 2, disease resistance and line of death. Kang Junhyuk solo, I also have 2. Disease resistance and sense enhancement. 2, that was a high number for first-floor players. Others began to chime in, but most had 1 or none at all. Kang Junhyuk asked, seemingly curious. Kang Junhyuk solo. How many do you have? Hyung 5. Lee Taeyeon solo, no way could you have that many. The general consensus in the community was that he might have up to 5. They had tried various things to obtain skills but had gained nothing, so they assumed Taesan would be similar. Taesan gave the answer. Kang Taesan solo, 19. The community froze for a moment. Kang Junhyuk solo. Really? Kang Taesan solo, what would I gain from lying? Lee Taeyeon solo, wow, that's unbelievable. What do you have to do to gain that many? Chapter 25, Second Level Buried 1, The Ghost of the Hero. Part 10, Kang Taesan solo. I'm too lazy to explain each and every one, so I'll skip that. Just listen up. Taesan began his explanation. Kang Taesan solo, I'll tell you about the skills you can acquire with some effort. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, you'll know what I'm talking about. Kang Junhyuk solo, yep. Insight was a skill one could acquire by understanding the essence of things. Cold judgment was a skill attainable by maintaining a steady mind. Sensory enhancement was attainable by keeping the senses sharp. They were all skills one could only obtain with innate talent. In essence, these talents were expressed as skills. These weren't skills you could learn just by being taught. These were skills you acquired on your own Taesan plan to reveal the skills that could be acquired with effort, even if commonplace. Kang Taesan solo, first, I'll pass over the disease resistance skill since I assume you all have it. Emergency rations were too expensive for the first-floor players to buy. Until they could purchase a torch, they had no choice but to eat raw meat. In the process, they would contract food poisoning and recover at the fountain of life. This naturally led to the acquisition of disease resistance. Indeed, the majority of skills reported by the solo players were disease resistance. Kang Taesan solo, so the easiest skill to acquire pain reduction. Kang Junhyuk solo. Wow, that sounds good. Expectations spread throughout the community. They were all modern people vulnerable to pain, and gaining a skill that could reduce their pain, it was an incredibly appealing prospect. Kang Taesan solo. Since you've all obtained one or two skills, you know the conditions for acquiring them, right? Kang Junhyuk solo. Replicate the effects of the skill to some extent, I know that. Huh? Kang Junhyuk, who had been speaking, came to a realization. Taesan responded calmly. Kang Taesan solo, as you said, the method is simple, just endure the pain. Lee Taeyeon solo, that's easier than I thought. So just get beaten up by a big rat. Kang Taesan solo, would that work? The big rat's attack stung a bit but didn't count as pain in the labyrinth's judgment. Kang Junhyuk solo. Then how can we obtain it? Kang Taesan solo, stab yourself in the arm. Kang Junhyuk solo, what? Kang Taesan solo, you all have a rusty sword, right? Stab it deep into your arm. It must reach the bone for proper recognition, so don't be scared and do it half-heartedly. The only monster on the first floor was the big rat. Only people willing to die if this secret got out would come forward, so there was no other way. Kang Taesan solo, why so silent? The once noisy community had quieted down. Lee Taeyeon solo, stab ourselves with a sword. Kang Taesan solo, yes, make sure it reaches the bone. You have the fountain of life nearby, what's the problem? Even if it hurt, you could recover. Taesan believed there was no issue. Kang Taesan solo, while in that state, if you fight the big rat, you can acquire the skill called indomitable will, as well as the ability to ignore injuries and keep fighting. Make sure you fight. Silence fell again. After a while, Kang Junhyuk asked with some difficulty, Kang Junhyuk solo, how long do we have to endure it? Kang Taesan solo, roughly a minute. Kang Junhyuk solo. Wow, it was an exclamation packed with many meanings. As this was the reaction Taesan had expected, he continued posting. Kang Taesan solo, I'll keep going, the next skill is called breathless. Dive into the fountain of life and hold your breath. Wait until you're on the brink of death and you can obtain it. Use that skill while swinging your sword to your limit and you'll acquire breathless attack. It's a highly useful skill that grants freedom from breathing, so it's good to learn it. Lee Taeyeon solo, until just before death. Kang Taesan solo, how did you learn the death line? Lee Taeyeon solo. While fighting in the corridor, two big rats suddenly appeared. I ran away as soon as I saw them. When I arrived at the fountain of life with just 2 HP left, I got it. Kang Taesan solo, that's the feeling. You'll get breathless in much the same way, alright. Lee Taeyeon solo, realizing the literal danger to her life, Lee Taeyeon closed her mouth. Moon Yiseong solo. Is there anything else? Kang Taesan solo, there's a skill called endurance which nullifies damage leading to death and provides immunity to damage for a few seconds. This sounded like a skill with significant benefits to the community, yet they were quiet. Lee Taeyeon asked, seemingly having given up. Lee Taeyeon solo, how do you get that? Kang Taesan solo, leave only 1 HP and block the big rat's attack about 30 times, then you can get it. You'll also get a skill called blocking as a bonus. It's a worthwhile gamble. Kang Junhyuk solo, Moon Yiseong solo, are you lying? Park Chan-woon solo. No matter how difficult, we must go to such lengths to acquire skills. The initial trust, faith, and joy were gone and were replaced by skepticism. Taesan reviewed the somber posts. Kang Taesan solo. I don't intend to force you to learn, there's no reason to, the choice is yours. Moon Yiseong solo, I can't, how am I supposed to do such an insane thing? Kim Yo-han solo, me too. No matter how much I need skills, I don't think this is right. Most of the reactions were refusals. They couldn't accept the fact that they had to go to such lengths to gain skills, and it was the reaction Taesan had expected. After all, they were people who had lived in the modern world. War was a story of history, and starvation was something that happened in faraway lands. They've never once risked their lives for anything in their lives. Even if they were suddenly thrown into the maze, their fundamentals didn't change. There was no one willing to endure pain to gain something, even if they knew it would save their lives. They'll realize this after they've gone through some hardship. The problem was that most of them would die by then. Those who knew before experiencing hardship were very few. Lee Taeyeon solo, is there no other way? Kang Taesan solo, none. Kang Junhyuk solo. Wow, this is crazy. Although he grumbled, his words were filled with determination. Kang Junhyuk solo, sigh, still we have to try. Lee Taeyeon solo, living and living, I end up doing all kinds of strange things. Moon Yiseong solo. Junhyuk, are you really going to do that crazy thing? Kang Junhyuk solo, then what should we do? If we learn, it will definitely help. Moon Yiseong solo, they could be lying, right? Lee Taeyeon solo, Taesan. For what reason? Reading Li Tion's words, Moon Yixiang was speechless. Taesan had proven himself by posting the strategy. Li Tion solo, why would someone who's doing well on his own lie? Let's just learn safer skills first. Holding your breath isn't that dangerous, right? Kang Taesan solo, it's okay if you exit as soon as you see the system window, but you're going to have to suffer a bit. It's not easy to suppress instinct. Excluding him, the only one who learned breathless in his previous world, Yoongjun, also succeeded only after dozens of attempts. Enduring the fear of death was not a simple thing. Only someone mentally abnormal somewhere could withstand it easily. Kang Junhyuk solo, I'll have to try. The only ones showing some will were Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. This was also expected. Only those with talent and a spirit of challenge were able to move forward. The rest would rot in the labyrinth, or they might belatedly realize and make their best effort. I wish one or two would step up. Kang Taesan solo. Work hard, I'll tell you when you can learn the next skill. Taesan closed the community. The remaining people would probably make a lot of noise, but it was none of his business. Is it over? What did you do? Just some advice. The ghost didn't know what the community was, but he would have guessed roughly by Taesan's actions. The ghost grumbled, "You're doing such a pointless thing. Anyway, those who are going to die will die, and those who are going to live will live. That's how it is here. Even so, the ambiguous ones might be able to survive." He was giving them various pieces of advice for that. By the time he opened the community next, something would have changed. The ghost urged Taesan, "Are you done? Hurry up, let's go." Taesan stood up and opened the door in front of him, inspecting the inside. K. Kuruk, Kiek. Inside, there were 4 goblins, and as Taesan predicted, there was a red door beyond them. These would probably be the last monsters on the second floor. Taesan opened the door calmly. Against the terrified goblins, he drew his bow. Kek, kak, kak, he shoots a paralyzing arrow at the 3. The ghost asked with a tone of surprise, "Why are you wasting arrows? Just watch." Taesan drew his sword. Kuk, keek. The only goblin that hadn't been hit by the paralyzing arrow nervously raised its shield. Taesan pointed his sword at the goblin. Jiang, 10 damage to the goblin with a shield. Kayak, the goblin screamed and knelt. If he exerted a little more strength, the goblin would probably be split in half by the sword. But Taesan held back his sword. The goblin, sensing its impending death, closed its eyes in confusion. Taesan removed all kinds of attack power accessories. After reducing his attack power to 1, he swung his sword carelessly. The goblin blocked it in a fluster. Karuk. The moment the paralyzed goblins were able to move, Taesan drew his bow again. Kiek, kak. The 3 goblins were frozen again. Taesan continued to pummel the remaining goblin, who was left stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? Don't you know, isn't this to get a skill? So you do know. Taesan fired a paralyzing arrow. He had been pummeling one goblin for nearly 2 minutes. The ghost pounded its chest in frustration. Knowing vaguely makes it so scary. Indeed, you can obtain skills in such a manner. However, there are no skills to be gained this way. There were very good skills. Taesan again cast a paralyzing arrow and the ghost chuckled. Do you know how many floors I've been down? I've been to the 80th floor. The 80th floor, there is nothing that I do not know. Then shall we bet? A bet, what can a dead man like me gain? If you win, I will become your puppet. I will obey everything you say, even if you tell me to die. Oh, but if I win, you must answer without lying when I ask a question. That's the bet, huh? This guy has big guts. The ghost laughed, seemingly delighted. A newbie who has just entered the labyrinth wants to challenge me, who's dead and buried with information. So you don't like it? At Taesan's relaxed response, the ghost nodded vigorously. Of course I like it. The noble imperial family of the Calvert Empire. I bet on the name of Alkalite. If you win, I will answer your question without a trace of a lie. But if I win, you are my slave. Okay. Even during the conversation, Taesan kept tormenting the goblin with his sword. The goblin was half-heartedly moving its shield as if it had given up. Can you see the system window? If you want to show me, I can see it. Then that's good. Taesan shot another paralyzing arrow. A look of annoyance began to appear in the eyes of the frozen goblins. The ghost mumbled joyfully. What are you doing? This creature can happily roam around until it's about to die. Taesan ignored and moved his hand. 4 minutes had passed like that. Give up now. Instead of responding, Taesan opened his mouth. Isn't there a dual skill? It's a basic skill, why don't you know? It was a skill used when players challenged each other, and once both parties agreed, no other player could interfere. It was a skill more frequently used outside the labyrinth rather than inside. You can obtain something similar here. The difficulty of obtaining it was quite low. However, because of its peculiar nature, it was a skill that nobody knew about until Taesan obtained it. It seemed that the ghost was not much different. What the hell are you talking about? As the ghost asked what he meant, the system window appeared. You have fought against multiple enemies while continually engaging with only one. You have obtained the special trigger skill, Forced Duel. He got it. Taesan struck his sword down and the goblin disappeared without even being able to scream. The ghost mumbled in confusion. Special trigger skill. Force duel, mana consumption 10, proficiency 1%, you duel with the target. For 10 seconds, no one but the target can damage you. Taesan, who confirmed the contents of the skill, smiled satisfactorily. It was a main skill. Although it consumed a lot of mana, it made it so that nothing could interfere. The interference here referred to literally everything. Continuous damage, dot damage, poison judgment, confusion judgment, intimidation judgment. It erased all judgments, effects, and substances. Depending on how it was used, even if you were stuck in lava or flung into space, you could survive with a force duel. It lost some value because it didn't have its own buff, but its power as a main skill was sufficient. This doesn't make sense, the ghost mumbled in confusion. Where did such a skill exist? A skill of this level obtained in such a way. That's why everyone couldn't get it. When facing multiple enemies, they needed to exclude the rest and only hit one. They also needed to deliberately not kill them for more than 5 minutes. It was a method that a normal person wouldn't do. However, Taesan tried and challenged all sorts of things. The acts he did to obtain Force Duel were relatively less crazy the first time around. Do you remember our bet? If he lost, he would become the ghost's slave. If he won, the ghost would tell him everything it knew. It's fine. Let's say that's the case. Anyway, unlike the others, I don't have such restrictions. The ghost looked at Taesan uneasily. But who are you?